companies want to support an American company, right? As soon as you look at what's in the best interest of the human race, the civilization, you realize that if you want an ethical path forward, it needs to be based on common property, which is fair. And the way you get to a common property is through an open, permissionless protocol. If it's not open, right, if it's proprietary and I know what the code says and you don't know what the code says, that makes it a security. If it's permissioned, if you're not allowed on my network or you can be censored or booted off my network, that also makes it a security. So when I talk about property, I mean, the challenge here is how do I create something that's equivalent to a barrel of oil in cyberspace? And that means it has to be a non-sovereign error instrument, open, permissionless, not censorable, right? If I could do that, then I could deliver you 10,000 dematerialized barrels of oil, and you would take settlement of them. And you would know that you have possession of that property, irregardless of the opinion of any politician or any company or anybody else in the world. That's a really critical characteristic. And actually, it's probably one of the fundamental things that makes Bitcoin special. Bitcoin isn't just a crypto asset network. It's easy to create a crypto asset network. It's very hard to create an ethical crypto asset network because you have to create one without any government or corporation or investor exercising undue influence to make it successful.
Open, permissionless, non-censorable. So basically, no way for you without explicitly saying so, outsourcing control to somebody else. So it's a kind of you have full control. Even with a barrel of oil, what's the difference between a barrel of oil and Bitcoin to you? What is because you kind of mentioned that both are property. Is you mentioned Russia and China and so on. Is it the ability of government to confiscate? In the end, governments can probably confiscate no matter what the asset is, but you don't want to lessen the effort involved.
A barrel of oil is a bucket of physical property, liquid property, and Bitcoin is a digital property.
But it's easier to confiscate a barrel of oil.
It's easier to confiscate things in the real world than things in cyberspace. Much easier.
So that's not universally true. Some things in the digital space are actually easier to confiscate because just the nature of how things move easily with information, right? So
I think in the Bitcoin world, what we would say is that Bitcoin is the most difficult property that the human race possesses or has yet invented to confiscate. And that's by virtue of the fact that you can take possession of it by your private keys. So, if you got your 12 seed phrases in your head, then that would be the highest form of property right because I literally have to crack your head open and read your mind to take it. It doesn't mean I couldn't extract it from you under duress, but it means that it's harder than every other thing you might own. In fact, it's exponentially harder. If you consider every other thing you might own, a car, a house, a share of stock, gold, diamonds, property rights, intellectual property rights, movie rights, music rights, anything imaginable, they would all be easier by orders and orders of magnitude to seize. So digital property and the form of a set of private keys is by far the apex property of the human race. In terms of ethics, I want to make one more point. It's like I might say to you, Lex, I think Bitcoin is the best, most secure, most durable crypto asset network in the world. It's going to go up forever, and there's nothing better in the world. I might be right. I might be wrong. But the point is, because it's property, it's ethical for me to say that. If I were to turn around and say, Lex, I think the same about MicroStrategy stock, MSTR. That's a security. Okay. If I'm wrong about that, I have civil liability or other liability because I could go to a board meeting tomorrow and I could actually propose we issue 1 million more shares of MicroStrategy stock. Whereas the thing that makes Bitcoin ethical for me to even promote is the knowledge that I can't change it. If I knew that I could make it 40 million instead of 21 million, and I had up back here, right? Then I have a different degree of ethical responsibility. Now, I could tell you your life would be better if you buy Bitcoin. Maybe not. You might go buy Bitcoin, you might lose the keys, be bankrupt, and your life ends, and your life is not better because you bought Bitcoin, right? But it wouldn't be my ethical liability any more than if I were to say, Lex, I think you ought to get a farm. I think you should be a farmer. I think a chicken in every pot. You should get a horse. I think you'd be better. I mean, these are all they're all opinions expressed about property, which may or may not be right, that you may or may not agree with. But in a legal sense, if we read the law, if we understand securities law, and I would say, most people in the crypto industry, they didn't take companies public, and so they're not really focused on the securities law. They don't even know the securities law. But if you focus on the securities law, that would say you just can't legally sell this stuff to the general public or promote it without a full set of continuing disclosures signed off on by a regulator. So there's a fairly bright line there with regard to securities. But when you get to the secondary issues, how do you actually build a world based on digital property if public figures can't embrace it or endorse it? See, so you're not going to build a better world based upon Twitter stock, if that's your idea of property, because Twitter stock is a security, and Twitter stock is never going to be a non-sovereign bearer instrument in Russia, right, or in China, right? Like legal in China, right? It's not a global, permissionless, open thing. It will never be trusted by the rest of the world, and legally, it's impracticable. Would you really want to put $100 trillion worth of economic value on Twitter stock if there's a board of directors and a CEO that could just get up and take half of it tomorrow? The answer is no. So if you want to build a better world based on digital energy, you need to start with constructing a digital property. And I'm using property here in
open, permissionless,
in the legal sense. Okay. But I would also go to the next step and say property is low frequency money. So if I give you $1 million and you want to hold it for a decade, you might go buy a house with it, right? And the house is low frequency money. You converted the $1 million of economic energy into a structure called a house. Maybe after a decade, you might convert it back into energy. You might sell the house for currency, and it'll be worth more or less depending upon the monetary requirements.
The frequency means what here? How quickly it changes state?
How quickly does something vibrate? So if I transfer $10 from me to you for a drink, and then you turn around and you buy another, right? We're vibrating on a frequency of every few hours, right? The energy is changing it. But it's not likely that you sell and buy houses every few hours, right? The frequency of a transaction in real estate is every 10 years, every 5 years. It's much lower frequency transaction. And so when you think about what's going on here, you have extremely low frequency things, which we'll call property. Then you have mid frequency things, I'm going to call them money, currency. And then you have high frequency, that's energy. And that's why I use the illustration of you got the building, you got the light, and you got the sound, and they're all just energy moving at different frequencies. Now, Bitcoin is magical, and it is truly the innovation It's like a singularity because it represents the first time in the history of the human race that we managed to create a digital property, properly understood. It's easy to create something digital, right? Every coupon and every scan on Fortnite and Roblox and Apple TV credits and all these, they're all digital something, but they're securities, right? Shares of stock are securities. Whenever anybody transfers, when you transfer money on PayPal or Apple Pay, you're transferring in essence a security or an IOU. And so transferring a bearer instrument for final settlement in the internet domain or in cyberspace, that's a critical thing. And anybody in the crypto world can do that. All the cryptos can do that. But what they can't do, what 99% of them fail to do, is be property. They're securities.
Well, there's a line there that I think is going a little further. For example, what about when you, like Coinbase or something like that, when there's an exchange, you buy Bitcoin in, you start to move away from this kind of some of the aspects that you said makes a property, which is this non-censorable and permissionless and open. So in order to achieve the convenience, the effectiveness of the transfer of energy, you have to leverage some of these other places that remove the aspects of property. So I mean, maybe you can comment on that.
Let me give you a good model for that. If you think about the layer one of Bitcoin, the layer one is the property settlement layer, and we're going to do 350,000 transactions or less a day, 100 million transactions a year is the bandwidth on the layer one. And an ideal layer one is $1 billion from point A to point B with massive security. The role of the layer one is two things. One thing is I want to move a large sum of money through space with security. I can move any amount of Bitcoin in a matter of minutes for dollars on layer one. The second important feature of the layer one is I need the money to last forever. I need the money indestructible, immortal. So the bigger trick is not to move $1 billion from here to Tokyo. The big trick is to move $1 billion from here to the year 2140.
That's right.
And that's what we want to solve with layer one. And the best real metaphor in New York City would be the granite, the schist. What you want is a city block of bedrock. And how long has it been there? Millions of years it's been. And how fast do you want it to move? You don't. In fact, the single thing that's most important is that it not deflect. If it deflects a foot in 100 years, it's too much. If it deflects an inch in 100 years, you might not want that. So the layer one coin is a foundation upon which you put weight. How much weight can you put on it? You put 1 trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion, a quadrillion. How much weight's on the bedrock in Manhattan, right? Think about 100-story buildings. So the real key there is the foundational asset needs to be there at all. So the fact that you can create $100 trillion layer one that would stand for 100 years, that is the revolutionary breakthrough, first time. And the fact that it's ethical, right? It's ethical and it's common property, global, permissionless. Extremely unlikely that would happen. People tried 50 times before and they all failed. They tried 15,000 times after, and they've all generally failed. 98% have failed, and a couple have been less successful. But for the most part, that's an extraordinary thing. Now,
just really quickly, Ross, just to define some terms, if people don't know, layer one is that Mike was referring to is in general what people know of as the Bitcoin technology originally defined, which is the blockchain. There's a consensus mechanism for proof of work, low number of transactions, but you can move a very large amount of money. The reason it's using the term layer one is now that there's a lot of ideas layer 2 technologies built on top of this bedrock that allow you to move a much larger number of transactions. Um, so sort of higher frequency, I don't know how the terminology would use, but basically be able to use now something that is based on Bitcoin to then buy stuff, be a consumer, to transfer money, to use it as currency, just to define some terms.
Yeah. So the layer one is the foundation for the entire cyber economy, and we don't want it to move fast. What we want is immortality, immortal, incorruptible, indestructible. Right? That's what you want. Integrity from the layer one. Now there's layer two and layer three. And layer two I would define as an open, permissionless, non-custodial protocol that uses the underlying layer one token as its gas fee.
So what's custodial mean, and how does the different markets, like how is Lightning Network?
So Lightning Network would be an example of layer two, non-custodial. So the Lightning Network will sit on top of layer one. It will sit on top of Bitcoin, and it solves what you want to do is solve the problem of it's well and fine. I don't want to move $1 billion every day. What I want to move is $5 a billion times a day. So if I want to move $5 a billion times a day, I don't really need to put the entire $1 trillion of assets at risk every time I move $5. All I really need to do is put $100,000 in a channel or $1 million in a channel, and then I do 10 million transactions where I have $1 million at risk. And of course, it's kind of simple. If I lower my security requirement by a factor of 1 million, probably move the stuff 1 million times faster. And that's how Lightning works. Non-custodial because there's no corporation or custodian or counterparty you're trusting, right? There's the risk of moving. But Lightning is an example of how I go from 350,000 transactions a day to 350 million transactions a day. So on that layer two, you could move the Bitcoin in seconds for fractions of pennies. Now, that's not the end all be all, because the truth is a lot of open protocols. Lightning probably won't be the only one. There's an open market competition of other permissionless open source protocols to do this work. And in theory, any other crypto network that was deemed to be property, deemed to be non-security, you could also think of as potentially a layer two Bitcoin. Right? There's a debate about are there any and what are they, and we can leave that for a later time.
But why do you think of them as layer two as opposed to contending for layer one?
Yeah, sure. If they're using their own token, then they are a layer one. If you create an open protocol that uses the Bitcoin token as the fee, then it becomes a layer two. Right? Bitcoin itself, right, incentivizes its own transactions with its own token. That's what makes it layer one.
Okay, what's layer three then?
Layer three is a custodial layer. So if you want to move Bitcoin in milliseconds for free, you move it through Binance or Coinbase or Cash App. This is a very straightforward thing. I mean, it seems pretty obvious when you think about it that there are going to be hundreds of thousands of layer threes. There may be dozens of layer twos. It might be Lightning is A1, but it's not the only way, but you can invent something. Right? And we can.
I forget his name, but he might be the funniest bucket full of. He's the guy who's hauling horses and causing. Not that guy. That's somebody. Yeah. I like the guy who says, "I'm hauling horses and causing horses." I've watched them all. It took me like 3 months to watch all 700 episodes, but yeah, no, but I don't like the stadium shows. I don't like. I don't think David Lucas is very funny. I don't think that. A lot of people don't. Yeah, no, I'm not going to talk about Rick. He, I think that guy. So I don't think that's no. Could just be personal preference, but I don't think he's funny. I think that guy from Houston, the newest bucket ball, I maybe second newest bucket ball after that guy from Houston. Yeah, he has been on like two. Yeah, I think he's pretty funny. Um, I think that Cam can be funny, but he also can he hit and miss. Um, William Montgomery. I mean, I'm not saying that I think it's like completely funny. Like they did that thing at that Poke restaurant or whatever, the sushi restaurant, like a couple weeks ago, and that was okay. Um, I think that I think William Montgomery is up in the air. He's the highlight of the show. I think that Ivy Rodgers is pretty funny. I think that who else do I think is funny? I think he sucks. Doug, I'm in his subreddit just to see people rip on him. He sucks. Dude, he lost. He lost that stadium thing. And it's rigged because I'm sure you're aware, like whenever they do any of those, like, do you think number one won? And then people cheer, or number two, it's always number two. It's like that for the. It's like that for if you've ever seen the drum off. Exactly. And did you watch the ones when they did in LA? No. I mean, like, when did you start watching? Like, just when they've been in Austin? Yeah, did you watch? Have you seen the one like in LA? Yeah, exactly. Um, it was a different kind of show, but when I first saw the ones Like I only had seen the ones that were like more recent, but then I saw the ones where they did that when the band would do things, and then I actually thought they were really fun. And did you ever see? These are real, where they had the Iron Patriot. Yeah, exactly. Those ones are fucking deep cuts, but they're hilarious. And the Iron Patriot actually came on stage, like he rushed the stage at episode like 200 something, and it like freaked Tony out like crazy. It was just really funny. And yeah, so he rushes the stage. Yeah, he rushes the stage and then just does this little wave, and Tony was literally like, "I just saw my life flash before my eyes." And he thought he was like gonna have a gun or something, and he pretty easily could have. Um, I I very much enjoyed, believe it or not, the Iron Patriot because he gave a little background on the guests, so he would read their Wikipedias, and then ask them really awkward things about their Wikipedias, which I kind of thought was funny. Like, nobody else is going to press you on your Wikipedia like this guy did, and um, he was really creepy too. I'm not saying he wasn't creepy, but there was just something about him that like I just thought was really interesting that he would. Um, he would just. Yeah, and he promotes Kill Tony, even though they want nothing to do with him. And like he promoted the most recent Nashville shows. I don't know. I'd like him to come back. Actually, he's weird though. He's weird. And if you okay, so the lore of him was this: he was in the first episode, and if you've ever seen the first episode, it's like really bare bones. And he offered, he said like, "Hey, I got this suit that I'd like to wear. That cost $6,000. I imported it from Norway. Would you let me come on?" And they're like, "Okay, well, we guess you could do like security or something like that, like whatever." And so he was on the first like 50 episodes or something. And he would read. He really was like a third part of the show. He was the band before the band, and he would read the people's Wikipedias and then ask them about like weird things on their Wikipedias. Sometimes the people didn't want to answer or whatever. Um, it was kind of funny. So he had this suit that was like $6,000 that would like smell because he couldn't like wash it. It was like a plastic Iron Man suit, and it could be the Iron Man suit because if it was the Iron Man suit, it was um, it was a copyright infringement. So basically, he had to like be the Iron Patriot instead of Iron Man. And what the reason why he lost his job was he was annoying. Like he would annoy people. He would chime in when he shouldn't have chimed in or whatever. But that's fine. He was just kind of feeling out. Right. So they brought him on another podcast. Have you ever seen Getting Doug with High with Doug Benson? So they were on that show, and um, the Iron Patriot didn't smoke pot, or like he did at one time, but he didn't anymore. And then they like got him high, or like it was just like I don't know if they got him high purposefully. If I recall, it was like just secondhand, but he just kept talking and like interrupting the show. And then after the show, he went up to Doug and he was like, "Hey, I could drop Kill Tony and just be a full time sidekick to you." And Doug was like, "Yeah, no, like thanks, but no thanks." And then Doug, of course, told Tony about that, And then Tony was like, wait a second. You mean to tell me that you felt that you told Doug that we were holding you back and that you could be a lot bigger than you currently were? You're like basically, I don't want you on the show if you think we're holding you back. So then he moved it, and that's kind of the end of that. Yeah, definitely. He was. Right, and he could have been really, really big. He could be like a multi-millionaire, like Red Band or Tony, if he would have just played along with. I don't know if they would have let. I don't know if they. Yeah, do you see it now? Exactly. Um, I don't know if necessarily he'd be a millionaire, but he'd be probably quite a wealthy individual if they would have let him. If they would have let him. If they would have let him continue, because there's the question like they fired kind of a lot of people, um, or got I don't know if they fired them, but like they got rid of the old band. They just said that it wasn't working out, and they didn't take them to Austin with them. Although they allowed some people to come, like Jetski, Johnson. Yeah, I think she's pretty cool. She had a she had a really big she she had a really big episode, like where she said a bunch of funny stuff. 3 episodes ago, worse than like she just is not bad. Um, I think it's cool that she plays an instrument, and she's a girl. Girls are just very comedy, so I get why they're they, they basically take her. I think that the old band, I think, had to get really creative because they would wear like different costumes every episode, which cost them money and time and everything. And they were doing other things too. I mean, like nobody made Kill Tony their full time job. They all had other stuff going, and like now they can. Um, and then they had in the really early days, they had this is what they had regulars, but they were only women, and they had Kim Condon. They had this other girl, I forget her name. Last name such McNulty or something. And then they had this other girl on who just never could get comedy right. She was just really scared and just couldn't do it. And then they had this one girl. You can look her up on Instagram. This girl's hot as fuck. Her name's Violet Jones on Instagram. And she actually got too big for Kill Tony and started working full time at HBO. So she kind of was like, she got big for it. Very attractive. Even like Joe Rogan, he normally wouldn't make comments about chicks like that. I don't think he was already pretty big. And he didn't have to reach it. Like you are and she was pretty funny. So her name was Vanessa Johnston or something like that, and she goes by Violet Johnson. Anyway, and then they started. Then they had this other guy, this guy from North Carolina, who was maybe the funniest person they've ever had on the show. Unfortunately, what happened, and they never talk about it anymore, but what happened with him was he moved from North Carolina and he was living in this car. And it was really sad because all his guys' stories were about being homeless, basically. But he was very, very, very funny. I mean, I'm like, you watch his old stuff, he comes through and he's very, very funny. And they loved him. He was the first male Rabbi. And he started doing tours with Tony a little bit and like opening up for people. And he actually got into video games. He was starting to become big. But the saddest thing happened, he was living in his car and he was like living in like a gym parking lot, always having to dodge cops and stuff. And one night he was out and about and he got jumped. And they got him good to the point where he had like brain damage. And he was never the same. He was never as funny as he was. And then he went back to being homeless. And apparently, like he moved out of LA. I mean, it's just like a really sad story. And there was a yeah, it's like not talking about that, but he was on like maybe he was on I maybe like 50 episodes or so. He was on like episodes 100 through 150, but he was so funny that I remember Red Band saying, you know, we've had a lot of people on here, and no one aside from you has ever come up and killed every single time. He's like, you've not never not killed. I remember it was like 25 in a row. He just killed, and he was really funny. He was before William Montgomery.
Yeah, later.
Dude, the goat, man. So funny. So funny. What a tragic story. But his memory lives on.
This is pretty sad. I think that's what's happening for some of you there.
It was really sad. Yeah. She's pretty hot and pretty funny. And yeah, it's sad. Um, it is sad. No doubt. You know, Michael Mayer was
But then I can also show that it's pretty intense.
right. You know, when I first started watching the show, I watched like I think it was just the way that it came on where it was like a bunch of people with like brain injuries or autism or MS, and I thought the show was like, hey, let's bring people on here who have developmental disabilities and make fun of them. And I was like, this is terrible. Like, I can't believe that this is allowed. But then I pretty quickly saw like, oh no, he's giving people who normally wouldn't get an opportunity to be funny, and that's pretty cool. And Michael Lehrer,
Like the way sometimes he's Superman.
yeah, exactly, saying that. But at least with Michael, I don't know a lot of other people who would have given him such an opportunity, and he would tear the place apart. The only issue is you couldn't understand what he was saying sometimes, but if you understood what he was saying, his jokes were so fun. I mean, I'll never forget his first joke, which is, what the fuck happened to all that ice bucket challenge money? That is just a killer joke. And, you know, like, he's just a very funny individual. And if you've ever seen, they showed it one time. They showed a clip of him before MS, and it was like, oh, dude, this guy was not only really funny in improv and stand-up, he was a good-looking dude too, and just like it makes you think that this could happen to anybody. Yeah. So I watched all of them from episode 1 to episode 700 or whatever. And now, now let's talk about guests. Who your favorite guests are? For the longest time, Tony wouldn't always be able to fill the guest spot, so they would have Dom Irera on, who was quite funny. But Yeah. They also had Doug Benson on a lot. Dude, somebody who I didn't. Some. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Um, are you talking about the episode where that guy rushes the stage on mushrooms? That's right. That's right. That's right. Um, that's right. And could sense something was going to happen. Um, there was Brody Stevens, who I actually appreciated a lot more after his death. All his positivity and all that, and just like and yeah, I mean, he's from LA and living in LA. He a lot of his humor was like LA based. So if you're here, you like he, he had all kinds of issues. He wasn't that good. He just had like severe depression, and he was just like one of those guys who could never like he played baseball at Arizona State and like wasn't good enough to make the major leagues and was always trying to make these teams and like he got into stand up and then started doing he was the opening comic for he was like the warm up guy for Chelsea Lately and it was in the Hangover and he was just a funny person and he had a lot of catchphrases. The biggest one is "Eat when eat till I die," which is the area code for the valley, and kind of sad that he did die. And he's just a he was just a really funny person. I think not really funny, but there were aspects of him that I found funny. Now, yeah, definitely, he was a lawyer and then became a stand-up comedian. Yeah, definitely, definitely, he would be so big today. He would be big today, and what's his name? Oh, it's very funny. Patrice O'Neill would be huge today too. They even say, I mean, I've even heard them say, Patrice O'Neill, if he was alive today, he'd have the biggest podcast in the world. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it'd be bigger than Joe Rogan Experience, but I think it would be very big. And I also think that it would be he would have had other roles as well. He was on The Office as a warehouse worker. He was on Chappelle's Show. Just gone too soon. Another guy who's gone too soon. That's I got a question. It's like it's a different person. Yeah, dog. I thought the same thing. So I've looked into this one pretty deeply, and allegedly, didn't he say that they killed him? Exactly. Yeah. And I heard they killed his wife and kids as well, and did the same. Whether whether that's true or not, it would be the perfect person to test out that kind of technology because he does not look this right. Exactly. Like this is deep on the iceberg chart. Yeah, dog, that's the 1954 Edwards Air Force Base and Hollywood Air Force Base ending treaties, basically allowing for alien abductions in exchange for advanced technology. Oh no, no, I thought you were talking about when he was in Australia. Oh, Antarctica. The German one, yeah. So, yeah, he made it over the North Pole, and then all of a sudden, like, some cracks, like, basically guided him down a little bit, and it started to be green and lush, and they did. Okay. All right, tell me about it. Okay. Yeah, it's back to Dave Chappelle. That story. There's somebody else who talks about it. Oh, it's Jim Brewer. If you've ever seen Jim Brewer talk about it, he's kind of made. He's kind of, he okay. Well, the Jim Brewer that they discuss is, or he discusses Dave Chappelle, and he's like, yeah, it's not the same person. Like, he's not the same guy that was when we did. What movie did you? Half Baked, yeah. Um, I'm gonna look at this Jim Brewer. Jim Brewer, Dave Chappelle. We had Jim Brewer's question about the Dave Chappelle who returned from Africa. The real winner of the speculation began after Chappelle's trip to Africa, which Brewer might have changed Chappelle's significance. There's no doubt about that. Brewer's comment made in the YouTube video published April 29, 2021, just like a year ago. Some people think that they suggest that Chappelle had a crisis of conscience and he deserved to. Okay, so just for that people in the video and see what the rest Jim Brewer, what happened to Dave Chappelle? So, I mean, he says that he has doubts that they signals and so does the bank.
Yeah.
Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. All I know is that he came back jacked and nobody talked about it. And it was like, why would people? Oh, this is ball. That's some weird shit. He talks about it, and he had pictures of it, allegedly, whatever.
We can have this debate about custodial, non-custodial.
Don't you think there's a monopolization possibilities at layer 3? So, Coin, you mentioned Binance, Coinbase. What if they start to dominate and basically everybody's using them, practically speaking, and then it becomes too costly to memorize the private key in your brain,
Yeah, and you
right? Or like a cold storage of layer technology.
The idealists fear the layer 3s because they think, and especially they would detest it a bit. There's almost like a layer 4, by the way. If you want to, a layer 4 would be I've got Bitcoin on an application, but I can't withdraw it. So I've got an application that's backed by Bitcoin, but the Bitcoin is sealed. It's a proprietary example, and I'll give you an example of that. That would be like Grayscale. If I own a share of GBTC, and so I own a security, actually, you can own MSTR. If you own a security or you own a product that has Bitcoin embedded in it, you get the benefits of Bitcoin, but you don't have to go to withdraw the asset.
So you got a security market at layer 4. My understanding is correctly.
I don't know if I would say not all securities are layer 4, but anything that's a proprietary product based upon with Bitcoin embedded in it, where you can't withdraw the Bitcoin, is another application of Bitcoin. So if you think about different ways you can use this, you can either stay completely on the layer 1 and use the base chain for your transactions, or you can limit yourself to layer 1 and layer 2 Lightning. And the purist would say we stay there and get your Bitcoin off the exchange. But you can also go to the layer 3. When Cash App supported Bitcoin, they made it very easy to buy it, and then they gave you the ability to withdraw. When PayPal or I think Robinhood let you buy it, they wouldn't let you withdraw it. There was a big community uproar, and people want these layer 3s to make it possible to withdraw the Bitcoin, so you can take it to your own private wallet and get it off the exchange. I think the answer to the question of, well, is corruption possible, is corruption is possible in all human institutions and all governments everywhere. The difference between digital property and physical property is when you own a building in Los Angeles and the city politics turn against you, you can't move the building. And when you own security, it's like a U.S. traded security, and you wish to move to some other country, you can't take the security with you either. And when you own a bunch of gold and you try to get it through the airport, they might not let you take it. So Bitcoin is advantageous versus all of those because you actually do have the option to withdraw your asset from the exchange. And if you had Bitcoin with Fidelity and you had shares of stock with Fidelity, and if you had bonds and sovereign debt with Fidelity, and if you own some mutual funds and some other random limited partnerships with Fidelity, none of those things can be removed from the custodian. But the Bitcoin you can take off the exchange, you can remove from the custodian. So
it's still possible.
There's a deterrent. There's an anti-corrupting element, and the phrase is an honest society is a polite society, right? Because you have the optionality to withdraw all your assets from the crypto exchange, you can enforce fairness. And at the point where you disagree with their policies, you can, within an hour, move your assets to another counterparty or take personal custody of those assets. And you don't have that option with most other forms of property. Maybe you don't have as much optionality with any other form of property on Earth. And so what makes digital property distinct is the fact that it has the most optionality for custody. Now, coming back to this digital energy issue, the real key point is the energy moves in milliseconds for free on layer 3s. It moves in seconds or less than seconds on layer 2s. It moves in minutes on the layer 1. And I don't think it makes any sense to even think about trying to solve all three problems on the layer 1 because it's impossible to achieve the security and the incorruptibility and immortality if you try to build at that much speed and that functionality and performance. In fact, if you kind of New York model, you really wanted a block of granite, a building, and a company. That's what makes the economy, right? If I said to you, you're going to build a building, but you only have one company in it for the life of the building, it would be very fragile, like very brittle. What company 100 years ago is still relevant? You want all three layers because they all oscillate at different frequencies, and there's a tendency to think, well, it's got to be this L1 or that L1. Not really. And sometimes people think, well, I don't really want any L3. But companies, it's not an either or. Companies are better than crypto asset networks at certain things. If you want complexity, you want to implement complexity, or you want to implement compliance or customer service, right? Companies do these things well, right? We know you couldn't decentralize Apple or Netflix or even YouTube. The performance wouldn't be there, and the subtlety wouldn't be there. And you can't really legally decentralize certain forms of banking and insurance because they become illegal in the political jurisdiction they're in. So unless you're a crypto anarchist and you believe in no companies and no nation states, which is just not very practical, not anytime soon. Once you allow that nation states will continue and companies have a role, then the layered architecture follows, and the free market determines who wins. For example, there are layer threes that let you acquire Bitcoin and withdraw Bitcoin. There are other applications that let you acquire but not withdraw it, and they don't get the market share, but they might give you some other advantage. There are certain layer threes like Jack Dorsey's Cash App where they just incorporated Lightning, an implementation of it. So
It's your Cash App.
so that makes it advantageous versus an application that doesn't incorporate Lightning. If you think about the big picture is 8 billion people with mobile phones served by 100 million companies doing billions of transactions an hour, and the companies are settling with each other on the base layer in blocks of 80 million at a time, and then the companies are trading with the consumers, right, in proprietary layers like layer 3, and then on occasion people are shuffling assets across custodians with Lightning layer 2 because you don't want to pay $5 to move $50. You want to pay a 20th of a penny to move $50. And so all of these things create efficiency in the economy. And Lex, if you want to consider how much efficiency, if you gave me $1 billion in 20 years, I couldn't find a way to trade with another company or a counterpart. Like no amount of money. Give me $10 billion. I couldn't do it because you get shut down at the banking level. You can't link up a bank in Nigeria with a bank in the U.S. You get shut down at this credit card level because they don't have the credit cards and they're clear. You get shut down at the compliance FCPA level because you wouldn't be able to implement a system that interfaced with somebody else's system if it's not right from the jurisdiction. On the other hand, 3 entrepreneurs in Nigeria on the weekend could create a website that would trade in this Lightning economy, open protocols without asking anybody's permission. So you're talking about something that's like 1 million times cheaper, less friction, and faster to do it if you want to get money to move.
What do you think that looks like? So that now there's a war going on in Ukraine. There's other wars, Yemen, going on throughout the world. In this most difficult of states that a nation can be in, which is a war, civil war or war with other nations. What's the role of Bitcoin in this context?
I mean, Bitcoin is a universal trust protocol, a universal energy protocol, if you will. English is one. Okay. What I see is a bunch of fragmentation of applications. For example, the Russian payment app is not going to work in Ukraine. The Ukraine payment app is not going to work in Russia. The U.S. payment apps won't work either of those places, as far as I know. So, in Argentina, their payment app may not work in certain parts of Africa. So what you have is different local economies where people spin up their own applications compliant with their own local laws, or in war zones not compliant, but just spinning up.
So how do you build something that's not compliant? What is the revolutionary act here? When you don't agree with the government, or you want to free yourself from the constraints. So here's the thing: when a nation is really at war, especially if it's an authoritarian regime, it's going to try to control the populace, lock everything down, and spread information. How do you break through that? Do you do the thing that you mentioned, which is you have to build another app, essentially, that allows the flow of money outside the legal constraints placed on you by the government? So basically break the law.
Metaphorically speaking, if you want to break out the constraints of your culture, you want to speak English. For example, it's not illegal to speak English, but even if it is, it doesn't matter. But English works everywhere in the world if you can speak it, and then you can tap into a global commerce and intelligence network. So Bitcoin is a language, so you learn to speak Bitcoin, or you learn to speak Lightning, and then you tap into that network in, whatever manner you can.
Because the problem is it's still very difficult to move Bitcoin around in Russia and Ukraine now. And there was to me that cryptocurrency in general could be the savior for helping people. There's millions of refugees that are moving all around. It's very difficult to move money around in that space to help people.
I think we're very early. Like we're very embryonic here. If you look at
who's we? Sorry, and we as a human civilization, we operating in the cryptocurrency space.
I think the entire crypto economy is very embryonic, and the human race of it is embryonic. We're like 1-2% down that adoption curve. If you take Lightning, for example, the first real commercial applications of Lightning are just in the last 12 months. So we're like year one. We might be approaching year 2 of commercial Lightning adoption. And if you look at Lightning adoption, Lightning's not built into Coinbase. It's not built into Binance. It's not built into FTX. Cash App just implemented the first implementation, but not all the features are built into it. There's a dozen Lightning wallets circulating out there. So I think that, we're probably going to be 36 months of software development at the point that every Android phone and every iPhone has a Bitcoin wallet or a crypto wallet in it of sorts. That's a big deal. If Apple embraced Lightning, that's a big deal.
So the adoption is the thing. Like in a war zone, adoption. The people who struggled the most and more are people who weren't doing that great before the war started. They don't have the technological sophistication. The hackers and all those kinds of people find the way. It's just regular people who are just struggling to make day-by-day living. So if the adoption permeates the entire culture, then you can start to move money around in the digital space. What if if you can psychoanalyze Jack Dorsey for a second? So he's one of the early adopters, or he's one of the people pushing the early adoption, this layer 3. So inside Cash App, what do you make of the man of this decision as a business owner, as somebody playing in the space? Like why did he do it, and what does that mean for others at this scale that might be doing the same? So incorporating Bitcoin into their products.
I think he's been pretty clear about this. He feels that Bitcoin is an instrument of economic empowerment for billions of people that are unbanked and have no property rights in the world. If you want to give an incorruptible bank to 8 billion people on the planet, that's the same as asking the question, how do you give a full education through PhD to 8 billion people on the planet? And the answer is a digital version of the 20th century thing running on a mobile phone. And Bitcoin is a bank in cyberspace. It's run by incorruptible software, and it's for everybody on Earth. So I think when Jack looks at it, he's very sensitive to the plight of everybody in Africa. You look at Africans, right? Like, you're going to give them banks. You're not going to put a bank branch on every corner. That's an obscene waste of energy. You're not going to run copper wires across the continent. That's an obscene waste of energy. You're not going to give them gold, So how are you going to provide people with a decent life? But the metaphor, I think, is relevant here. The biological metaphor, Lex, is type 1 diabetic. If you're a type 1 diabetic, you can't form fat. And if you can't form fat, then you can't store excess energy. So that means that fat is the ultimate organic battery. And if you've got 30 pounds of it, you can go 60 days without eating. But if you can't generate insulin, you can't form fat cells. If you can't form fat cells and store energy, then you can eat yourself to death. You will eat and you will die. You'll starve to death. So the lack of property rights is like being a type 1 diabetic. And so if you look at most people everywhere in the world, They don't have property rights. They don't have effective bank, and their currency is broken. Like, what are the two things that, in theory, would serve as the equivalent of an organic battery or an economic battery in civilization? Would be, I have a currency which holds its value, and I can store it in a bank. So a risk-free currency derivative. I pay you your money, you take your life savings, you put it in the bank, you save up for your retirement, you live happily ever after. That's the American dream, right? That's the idyllic situation. The real situation is there are no banks, you can't get a bank account, so I give you your pay in currency, and then I double the supply and I give it to my cousin, or I give it to whatever cause I want, or I use it to buy weapons, and then you find a loaf of bread costs triple next month is what it costs, and your life savings is worthless. And so in that environment, everybody's ripped back to Stone Age barter. And the problem with that, even Stone Age barter, is you're going to carry your life savings on your back, and what happens when the guy with a machine gun points it at your head? It just takes your life savings. So I think from Jack's point of view, he thinks that life is, this is maybe too strong, but these are my words, life is hopeless for a lot of people, and Bitcoin is hope. Because it gives everyone an engineered monetary asset that's a bearer instrument, and it gives them a bank on their mobile phone, and they don't have to trust their government or another counterparty with their life force. So there's a secondary thing I think he's interested in, which is the first thing is the human rights issue, and the second thing would be the friction to trade cross borders is so great. Like, you like AI, so I'll give you a beautiful notion. Maybe one day there'll be an artificially intelligent creature in cyberspace that is self-sufficient and rich.
Like that, we would have sovereignty.
Can a robot own money or property? How about, can a Tesla car actually put enough money in a car for it to drive itself and maintain itself forever? Or can I create an artificially intelligent creature in cyberspace that is endowed so that it would live 1,000 years and continue to do its job? Right? We have a word for that in the real world: institution. Harvard, Cambridge, Stanford, right? There are institutions with endowments that go on in perpetuity. But what if I wanted to perpetuate a software program? And with something like digital property, with Bitcoin and Lightning, you could do it. And on the other hand, with banks and credit cards, you couldn't, right? You couldn't ever. So you can create things that are beautiful and lasting. What's the difference in speed? Well, so I can either trade with everybody in the world at the speed of light, friction-free, in 24 hours writing a Python script, or I spend $100 billion to trade with a few million people in the world after it takes them 6 months of application. The impedance is like a 10 million to 1 difference, right? And the metaphors are literally like launching something in orbit versus almost orbit, or vacuum sealing something. Does it last forever, and does it orbit forever, or does it go up and come down and burn up? Right? And I think Jack is interested in, putting freedom in orbit, right? Putting freedom in orbit. And he said it many times. He said, this is the internet needs a native currency, right? And no political construct or security can be a native currency. You need property, and you need a property that can be moved 1 million times a second. Can you oscillate it at 10 kilohertz or 100 kilohertz? And the answer is only if it's a pure digital construct, permissionless and open. And so I think he's enthusiastic as the technologist and he's enthusiastic as the humanitarian. And what he's doing is support both those areas. He's supporting the Bitcoin and the Lightning protocol by building those products, but he's also building the applications which you need at the Cash App level in order to commercialize and deliver the functionality and compliance necessary. And they're related.
And I should also say he's just a fascinating person for a random reason that I couldn't even explain if I tried. I met him a few days ago. I gave him a great big hug in the middle of nowhere. There was no explanation. He just appeared. That's a fascinating human. His art, the world, the technology is fascinating. I don't know what his path looks like, but it's interesting that people like that exist. And in part, I'm saddened that he no longer is involved with Twitter. And directly because I was hoping something inside Twitter would also integrate some of these ideas of what you're calling digital energy, to see how social networks, something I'm really interested and passionate about, can be transformed. Let me ask you, just for educational purposes, can you please explain to me what Web3 and the beef between Jack and Mark Andreessen is exactly? Did you see what happened? Sorry to have you analyze Twitter like it's Shakespeare, but can you please explain to me why there's any drama with this topic?
First of all, Web3 is a term that's used to refer, the part of the economy that's token finance. So if I'm launching an application and my idea is to create a token along with the application and issue the token to the community so as to finance the application and build support for it, I think that that's the most common interpretation of Web3. There are other interpretations, so I'm just going to refer to that one. And I think the beef, in a nutshell, not articulated, but I'll articulate it, is whether or not you should focus all your energy creating applications on top of an ethical digital property like Bitcoin, or whether you should attempt to create a competitor to it, which generally would be deemed as a security by the Bitcoin community. So I'm going to put on my Bitcoin hat here.
Yeah.
Right? All the tokens that have been, if it's driven by a venture capitalist, well, it's a security. If there's a CEO and a CTO, it's a security. So all these projects, they're companies. Foundations are companies, right? If you call them a project or a foundation, it doesn't make it not a security. They're all, in essence, collections of individuals that are issuing equity in the form of a token. And if there's a pre-mine, an IPO, an ICO, a foundation, or any kind of protocol where there's a group of engineers that have influence over it, then to a securities lawyer or to most Bitcoiners, and definitely to anybody that's steeped in securities law, you look and say, well, that passes the Howey test. It looks like a security. It should be sold to the public pursuant to, disclosures and regulations. And you're just ducking the process, right? And so now we get back to the ethical issue. Well, the ethical issue is if you're trading it as a commodity and representing it as a commodity, while truthfully it's a security, then it's a violation of ethics rules and it's probably illegal.
Well, you keep leaning on this. Let me push back on that part.
Yeah.
Maybe you can educate me. You keep leaning on this line of CP's law as if it, with all due respect to lawyers, as if that line somehow defines what is and isn't ethical. I think there's a lot of correlation, as you discussed, but I'd like to leave the line aside. Right? If the law calls something a security, it doesn't mean, in my eyes, that it is unethical. There could be some technicalities, and lawyers and people play games with this kind of stuff all the time. But I take your bigger point that if there's a CEO, there's a project lead that's fundamentally, well, that to you is fundamentally different than the structure of Bitcoin.
It's not that creating securities is unethical. I created security. I took the company public, right? That's not the unethical part. It's completely ethical to create securities. Block is a security. All companies are security. The unethical part is to represent it as property when it's a security, and to promote it or trade it as such.
This whole promotion, that's also a technical thing, because you're like what counts and not as promotion is a legal thing. I mean, you get in trouble for all these things, but that's the game that lawyers play. There's an ethical thing here, which is like, what's the right to promote and not? To me, propaganda is unethical, but it's usually not illegal.
And if you roll the clock back 20 years, right? All the boiler room pump and dump schemes were all about someone pitching a penny stock, selling swampland in Florida. And if you roll the clock back forward 20 years and I create my own company and I represent it as the same thing and I don't make the disclosures, right? You're just one step removed from the boiler room scheme, and that's what's distasteful about it. There are ways to sell securities to the public, but there are expectations. Maybe we could forget about whether the security laws are ethical or not, right? We'll leave that alone. We'll just start with the biblical definition of ethics. Don't lie, cheat, or steal. So if I'm going to sell something to you, I need to fully disclose what I'm selling to you, right? And that's a matter of great debate right now. And so I think that's part of the debate. But the other part of the debate is whether or not we need more than one token. Like, we need at least one. Right, we need at least one digital property because zero means there is no digital economy.
Yes.
And by the way, the conventional view of maximalists is they think there's only one and everything else isn't. That's not the point I'm going to make. I would say we know there is at least one digital property, and that is Bitcoin. If you can create a truly decentralized, non-custodial bare instrument that is not under the control of any organization, that is fairly distributed, then you might create another or multiple, and there may be others out there. But I think that the frustration of a lot of people in the Bitcoin community, and I share this with Jack, is we could create $100 trillion of value in the real world simply by building applications on top of Bitcoin as a foundation. And so continually trying to reinvent the wheel and create competitive things is a massive waste of time, and it's diversion of human creativity. It's like we have an ethical good thing, and now we're going to try to create a third or a fourth one. Why?
Let's talk about it. So, first of all, I'm with you, but let me ask you this interesting question. Because we talk about properties and securities. Let's talk about conflict of interest. You said you could advertise public. You have a popular Twitter account. It's hilarious and insightful. You do promote Bitcoin in a sense. I don't know if you would say that. But do you think there's a conflict of interest in anyone who owns Bitcoin promoting Bitcoin? Is it the same as you promoting the farming?
I would say no. There's an interest. I think that you can promote a property or an idea to the extent that you don't control it. I think that the point at which you start to have a conflict of interest is when you're promoting a proprietary product or a proprietary security. A security in general is a proprietary asset. So, for example, if you look at my Twitter, you will find that I make lots of statements about Bitcoin. You won't ever see me making a statement that, say, MicroStrategy stock will go forever. I'm not promoting security MSTR, because at the end of the day, MSTR is a security. It is proprietary. I have proprietary interest in it. I have a disproportionate amount of control and influence on the direction.
Control is the problem. Control is the problem. Because you have interest in both. You can if Bitcoin is successful, as you were talking about, you are very possibly become the richest human on earth, given how much you own in Bitcoin, right? The wealthiest, not the richest. I don't know what the
I would benefit economically.
You would benefit economically.
That's true.
So the reason that's not conflict of interest is because the word property, that Bitcoin is an idea and Bitcoin is open.
I don't control it. In essence, the ethical line here is, could I print myself 10 million more Bitcoin or not? Right?
I can anyone. Right? It's not just you, can anyone. Because can you promote somebody else's? Yes, I guess you can. Like if you can promote Apple.
You could have a Twitter account where you promote oil, or you promote camping, or you promote family values, or promote, a carnivore diet, or promote the Iron Man, right?
You're not going to get wealthier if you promote camping, because you can't own a stake. I mean, you own a lot of Bitcoin. What is that? Don't you own a stake in the idea?
Yeah, I would grant you that.
But the lack of control is the fundamental ethical line that you don't have. All you are is you're a fan of the idea. You believe in the idea. You power the idea.
I think
you can't take that idea away from others.
Let's come back to. Let me give you some maybe easier examples. If you were the head of the Marine Corps, right, and someone came to you and said, "I created Marine." And the twist on Marine coin is I want you to tell every Marine that they'll get an extra Marine coin, when they get their next striker. And then I'm going to give you, I'm going to let you buy Marine coin now. And then after you buy Marine coin, I want you to promote it to them, right? At some point, if you start to have a disproportionate influence on it, or if you're in a conversation with people with disproportionate influence, it becomes conflict of interest. And it would make you profoundly uncomfortable, I think, if the head of the Marine Corps started promoting anything that looked like a security. Now, if the head of the Marine Corps started promoting canoeing, you might think he's kind of wacky, that's kind of a waste of time and distraction. So, but to the extent that canoeing is not a security, not a problem unless ultimately the issue of decentralization is really a critical.
So not having a head.
One.
So is it something? Can Bitcoin be replicated? So all the things that you're saying that make it a property, can that be replicated?
I think it's possible to create other crypto properties.
Does the having a head like object a thing that limits its ability to be a property if you try to replicate a project? Is that the fundamental flaw?
I think the real fundamental issue is you just never want it to change. If you really want something decentralized, you want a genetic template that substantially is not going to change for 1,000 years. So I think Satoshi said it at one point. He said the nature of the software is such that by version 0.1, this genetic code was set. If there was any development team that's continually changing it, on a routine basis, it becomes harder and harder to maintain its decentralization, because now there's the issue of who's influencing the changes. So what you really want is a very, very simple idea, right? The simplest idea. I'm just going to keep track of who owns 21 million parts of energy. And when someone proposes big functional upgrades, you don't really want that development to go on the base layer. You want that development to go on the layer threes because now Cash App has a proprietary set of functionality and it's a security. And if you're going to promote the use of this thing, you're not going to promote the layer three security because that's an edge to a given entity and you're trusting the counterparty. You're going to promote the layer one or at most the layer two.
Okay, so one of the fascinating things about Bitcoin, and sorry to romanticize certain notions, but Satoshi Nakamoto, the founder is anonymous. Maybe you could speak to whether that's useful, but also I just like the psychology of that, to imagine that there's a human being that was able to create something special and walk away. So first, are you Satoshi Nakamoto?
I sort of don't know. No, I think the provenance is really important. And if I were to look at the highlighted points, I think having a founder that was anonymous, pseudonymous, is important. I think the founder disappearing is also important. I think that the fact that the Satoshi coins never moved is also important. I think the lack of an initial coin offering is also important. I think the lack of a corporate spawn is important. I think the fact that it traded for 15 months with no commercial value was also important. I think that the simplicity of the protocol is very important. I think that the outcome of the block size wars is very important. And all of those things add up to common property. They're all indicators of a digital property as opposed to security. If there was a Satoshi sitting on top of $50 billion worth of Bitcoin, I don't think it would cripple Bitcoin as property, but I think it would undermine its digital property. And if I wanted to undermine a crypto asset network, I would do the opposite of all those things. I would launch one myself. I would sell 25% or 50% to the general public. I would keep some of the initial, I would pre-mine some stuff, or early mine it, and I would keep an influence on it. Those are all the opposite of what you would do in order to create common property. And so I see the entire story as Satoshi giving a gift of digital property to the human race and disappearing.
Do you think it was one person? Do you have ideas who it could be?
I don't care to speculate.
So do you think it was one person?
It was one person. Maybe in conjunction with a bunch of others. I mean, it might have been a group of people that were working together, but certainly there's a Satoshi.
I think it's just so fascinating to me that one person could be so brave and thoughtful. Or do you think a lot of it's accident, like the block size wars, the decision to make a block a certain size, all the things you mentioned right up to the characteristics that make Bitcoin property. Do you think that's an accident, or it wasn't deeply thought through? Like, how does this is almost like a history of science question?
People tried it. They tried 40 of them, right? I mean, I think there's a history of attempting to create something like this, and it was tried many times, and they failed for different reasons. And I think that like Prometheus tried to start a fire 47 times, and maybe the 48th time it sparked. And that's how I see this. This is the first one that's sparked, and it sets a roadmap for us. And I think if you're looking for any one word to characterize it, it's fair. Right? The whole point of the network is it's a fair launch, a fair distribution. Like, yeah, I have Bitcoin, but I bought it. In fact, at this point, we've paid $4 billion of real cash to buy it. If I was sitting on the same position and I had it for free, then there's always this question of, did I, or I bought it for a nickel a coin or a penny a coin. The question is, was it fair? And it's a very hard question to answer, right? Did you acquire the Bitcoin that you own fairly? And if you roll the clock back, you could have bought it for a nickel or a dime, but that was when it was a million times more likely to fail. Right? when the risk was greater, the cost was lower, and then over time, the risk became lower and the cost became greater. And the real critical thing was to allow the marketplace, absent any powerful interested actor, right? It's almost like if Satoshi had held 1 million coins and then stayed engaged for 10 more years, tweaking things in the background, there'd still be that question. But what we've got is really a beautiful thing. We've got a chain reaction in cyberspace, or an ideology spreading virally in the world that that has seasoned in fair, ethical fashion. Sometimes it's very violent, brutal fashion with all the volatility, right? And there's been a lot of sound and fury along the way.
How do you psychoanalyze? How do you deal from a financial, from a human perspective with the volatility? You mentioned you could have gotten it for a nickel and the risk was great. Where's the risk today? What's your sense?
We're 13 years into this entire activity. I think the risk has never been lower. If you look at all the risks, right? The risks in the early years is the engineering protocol proper? Like 1 megabyte block size, 10-minute clock frequency, cryptography. First, will it be hacked or will it crash? 730,000 blocks and it hasn't crashed. Will it be hacked? Has it been hacked? It's a lengthy thing, right? You wait 13 years to see if it will be hacked. But on the other hand, with $1 billion, it's not as interesting a target as it is with 100 billion. And when it gets to be worth $1 trillion, that is a bigger target. So the risk has been bleeding off over time as the network monetized. I think the second question is, will it be banned? You couldn't know. It literally could have been banned at many times early on. In fact, 2013, I tweeted on that subject. I thought it would be banned. I made a very infamous tweet. I thought it was going to be banned. In 2014, the IRS designated it as property to give it property tax treatment. Okay, so they could have given it a tax treatment where you had to pay tax on the unrealized capital gains every year, and it probably would have crushed it to death. Right, so it could have been in any number of places banned by a government, but in fact it was legitimized as property. And then the question is, would it be hacked or would it be copied? Will it be something better than that? And it was copied 15,000 times. And you know the story of all of those, and they either diverged to be something totally different and not comparable, or someone trying to copy non-sovereign bearer instrument store of value found that their networks crashed to be 1% of what Bitcoin is. So now we're sitting at a point where all those risks are out of the way. I would say that year one of institutional adoption is it started August 2020. That's when MicroStrategy bought $250 million worth of Bitcoin, and we put that out on the wire. We were the first publicly traded company to actually buy Bitcoin. I don't think you could have found a $5 million purchase from a public company before we did that. So that was like a gun going off. And then in the next 12 months, Tesla bought Bitcoin, Square bought Bitcoin. And I'd say now we're in year 2 of institutional adoption. And about 24, should be 24 publicly traded Bitcoin miners by the end of this quarter. So you're looking at 36 publicly traded companies, and you've got 50, at least in the range of $50 billion on the Bitcoin balance sheet of publicly traded companies, and hundreds of billions of dollars of market cap of Bitcoin exposed companies. So I would say the asset, decade 1 was entrepreneurial, experimental. Decade 2 is a rotation from entrepreneurs to institutions, and it's becoming institutionalized. So maybe decade 1 you go from 0 to $1 trillion, and decade 2 you go from $1 trillion to $100 trillion.
What about governments? Government adoption and institutional adoption. Is our government supporting this, making it, some governments incorporating it into as a currency, to the banks, all that kind of stuff? Is that important? And if it is, when will it happen?
It's not essential for the success of the asset class, but I think it's inevitable in various degrees over time. But the most likely thing to happen next is large acquisition by institutional investors of Bitcoin as a digital gold, or they're just swapping out gold for digital gold and thinking of it like that. And the government entities most likely to be involved with that would be sovereign wealth funds. If you look at all the sovereign wealth funds that are holding big tech stock, equities, the Swiss, the Norwegians, the Middle Easterners, if you can hold big tech, then holding digital gold would be, not far removed from that. That's a non-controversial adoption. I think there are opportunities for governments that are much more profound, right? If a government started to adopt Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset, that's much bigger than just an asset investment. That's 100x bigger. And you could imagine that's like $1 trillion opportunity. Like any government that wanted to adopt it as a treasury reserve asset would probably generate trillions of dollars, trillion or more of value. And then, the thing people think about is, well, will oil ever be priced in Bitcoin or any other export commodity? I think it's like $1.8 trillion or more of export commodities in the world, and right now they're all priced in dollars. I think this is a colorful thing, but it's not really that relevant. Like you could sell all that stuff in dollars. The relevant decision that any institution makes, whether they're a nonprofit, a university, a corporation, or a government, is what's your treasury reserve asset? And if your treasury reserve asset is the peso, and if the peso is losing 20% or 30% of its value a year, then your balance sheet is collapsing within 5 years. And if the treasury reserve asset is dollars and currency derivatives and U.S. treasuries, then you're getting your right now it's probably 15% or more monetary inflation. We're running double the historic average. You could argue triple. Some of it's double and triple depending upon what your metric is. So, do I think it will happen? I think that they're conservative, but they have to be shocked, and I think there is a shock. The late Russian sanctions are a big shock. That when the West sees $300 billion worth of Russian gold and currency derivatives, I think you got the famous quote by Putin that we have to rethink our treasury strategies, and that pushes everybody toward a commodity strategy. What commodities do I want to hold? I think that's got a lot of people thinking. I think it's got the Chinese thinking. Everybody wants to be the reserve currency, right? So if I buy $50 billion worth of dollars every year, then I buy 500 billion over a decade, and I probably pay $250 billion in inflation cost on the backs of my citizens in a decade. So
inflation could be one of the sources of shock, and you wonder if there is a switch to Bitcoin, whether it will be a bang or a whimper. Like, what is the nature of the shock, the transition?
I think that the year 2022 is pretty catalytic for digital assets in general, for Bitcoin in particular. The Canadian trucker crisis, I think, educated hundreds of millions of people and made them start questioning their property rights and their banks. I think the Ukraine war was the second shock, but I think that the Russian sanctions was a third shock. I think all three of them, and I think hyperinflation in the rest of the world is a fourth shock, and then persistent inflation in the U.S. is a fifth shock. So I think it's a perfect storm, and if you put all these events together, what do they signify? They signify the rational conclusion for any person thinking about this is, I'm not sure if I can trust my property. I don't know if I have property rights. I don't know if I can trust the bank. And if I'm politically at odds with the leader of my own country, I'm going to lose my property. And if I'm politically at odds with the owner of another country, I'm still going to lose my property. And when push comes to shove, the banks will freeze my assets and seize them. And I think that that is playing out in front of everybody in the world, such that your logical response would be, I'm going to convert my weak currency to a strong currency. Like I'll convert my peso and lira to the dollar. I'm going to convert my weak property to strong property. I'm going to sell my building downtown Moscow, and I'd rather own a building in New York City. I'd rather own in a powerful nation than be stuck with a building in Nigeria or a building in Argentina or whatever. So I'm going to sell my weak properties, my strong properties. I'm going to convert my physical assets to digital assets. I'd rather own a digital building than own a physical building. Because if I had $1 billion building in Moscow, who can I rent that to? But if I have $1 billion digital building, I can rent it to anybody in any city in the world. Anybody with money, and its cost is almost nothing, and I can hold it for 100 years. And so it's an indestructible building. And then finally, I want to move from having my assets in the bank with a counterparty to self-custody assets. Right. So, and this is not, it's not just Ukraine, but this is like the story in Turkey, Lebanon, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, South America. You don't really want to be sitting with $10 million in a bank in Istanbul. The bank's going to freeze your money, convert it to lira, devalue the lira, and feed it back to you over 17 years, right?
So self-custody assets would be layer one.
Self-custody assets, it's like if I got my own hardware wallet and I've either got your highest form of self-custody would be Bitcoin on your own hardware wallet or Bitcoin in your own self-custody. The other thing people think about is, how do I get crypto dollars, like Tether, like some stable coin? Like I'd rather, if you had a choice, would you rather have your money in a bank war zone in dollars or have your money in a stable coin on your mobile phone in dollars? Right? I mean, you take the latter risk rather than the former risk.
So definitely, yeah.
And you can see that happening. And we've gone from 5 billion in stable coins to 200 billion in the last 24 months. So I do think there's massive demand for crypto dollars in the form of a US dollar asset. And everybody in the world would say, yeah, I want that. Well, unless you're just an extreme patriot. But most people would say, I want that. And then a lesser group of people would say, I think I want to be able to carry my property in the palm of my hand, so I have self-custody of it.
So Bitcoin price has gone through quite a roller coaster. What do you think is the high point it's going to hit?
I think it'll go up forever. I think the Bitcoin is going to climb in a serpentine fashion. It's going to advance and come back, and it's going to keep climbing. I think that the volatility attracts all the capital into the marketplace. And so the volatility makes it the most interesting thing in the financial universe. It also generates massive yield and massive returns for traders. And that attracts capital. Like we're talking about the difference between 5% return and 500% return. So the fast money is attracted by the volatility. The volatility has been decreasing year by year by year. I think that it's stabilizing. I don't think we'll see as much volatility in the future as we have in the past. I think that if we look at Bitcoin and model it as digital gold, the market cap goes between 10 and 20 trillion. But gold is defective property. Gold is dead money. You have $1 billion of gold that sits in a vault for a decade. It's very hard to mortgage the gold. It's also very hard to rent the gold. You can't loan the gold. No one's going to create a business with your gold. So gold doesn't generate much of a yield. So for that reason, most people wouldn't store $1 billion for a decade in gold. They would buy $1 billion of commercial real estate property. And the reason why is because I can rent it and generate a yield on it that's in excess of the maintenance cost. So if you consider digital property, that's $100 to $200 trillion addressable market. So I would think it goes from 10 trillion to 100 trillion as people start to think of it as digital property.
What does that mean in terms of price? Per
At 500,000, right? That's a $10 trillion asset. At 5 million, that's a $100 trillion asset.
Do you think it crosses $1 billion or higher?
Yeah, it's going up forever. It's always looking to go 10 million, right? Because digital property isn't the highest form, right? Gold was that low frequency money. Property is mid frequency money, but when I start to program it faster, it starts to look like digital energy, and then it doesn't just replace property. Then you're starting to replace bonds. It's 100 trillion in bonds. There's 50 to 100 trillion in other derivatives, and these are all conventional use cases, right? I think that there's 350 trillion to 500 trillion dollars worth of currency derivatives in the world. And when I say that, I mean things that are valued based upon fiat cash flows. Any commercial real estate, any bond, any sovereign debt, any currency itself, any derivatives to those things. They're all derivatives, and they're all defective. And they're all defective because of this persistent 7 to 14% lapse, which we call inflation or monetary expansion. Can we switch? So I'm just going to talk about the energy side of it, like the innovative piece.
Yeah.
Let's just start with this idea that I've got a hotel of $1 billion with 1,000 rooms. When it becomes a dematerialized hotel,
I love that word so much, by the way, dematerialized.
We're across the fountain flow here. Imagine the fountain flow is dematerialized. The problem with the physical hotel is you got to hire real people, moving subject to the speed of sound and physics laws and Newton's laws, and I can rent it to people in Miami Beach. But if it was a digital hotel, I could rent the room to people in Paris, London, and New York every night, and I can run it with robots. And as soon as I do that, I can rent it by the room hour, and I can rent it by the room minute. And so I start to chop my hotel up into 100,000 room hours that I sell to the highest bidder anywhere in the world. And you can see all of a sudden the yield, the rent, and the income of the property is dramatically increased. I can also see the maintenance cost of the property falls. I get on Moore's law, creating a cyberspace. So I got rid of Newton's laws. I got rid of all the friction and all those problems. I tapped into the benefits of cyberspace. I created a global property. I started monetizing at different frequencies. And of course, now I can mortgage it to anybody in the world, right? I mean, you're not going to be able to get a mortgage on a Turkish building from someone, in South Africa. You have to find someone that's local to the culture you're in. So when you start to move from analog property to digital property, it's not just a little bit better, it's a lot better. And what I just described, like the DeFi vision, right? It's the beauty of DeFi, flash loans, money moving at high velocity. At some point, if the hotel is dematerialized, then what's the difference between renting a hotel room and loaning a block of stock? Right, I'm just finding the highest best use of the thing.
It feels like the magic really emerges though when you build a market of layer 2 and layer 3 technologies on top of that. It's like, then maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but for all these hotels and all these kinds of ideas, it's always touching humans at some point, and consumers or humans, business owners, and so on. So you have to create interface. You have to create services that make all that super efficient, super fun to use, pleasant, effective, all those kinds of things. So you have to build in a whole economy on top of that.
Yeah, I happen to think that won't be done by the crypto industry at all. I think that'll be done by centralized applications. I think it'll be, the Citadels of the world, the high-speed traders of the world, the New Yorkers. I think it'll be Binance, FTX, and Coinbase as a layer 3 exchange that will give you the yield and will give you the loan and the best terms. Because ultimately, you have to jump these compliance hoops. It comes like BlockFi can give you yield, but they have to do it in a compliant way with the United States jurisdiction. So ultimately, those applications to use that digital property and either generate a loan, give you a loan on it, or give you yield on it, are going to come from companies. But the fundamental difference is it could be companies anywhere in the world. So if a company in Singapore comes up with a better offering, right, then the capital is going to start to flow to Singapore. I can't send 10 city blocks of LA to Singapore to rent during a festival, but I can send Bitcoin to Singapore. So you've got a truly global market that's functioning in this asset, and it's a second order asset. For example, maybe you're an American citizen and you own 10 Bitcoin, and someone in Singapore will generate 27% yield of the Bitcoin, but legally you can't send the money to them or the Bitcoin to them. It doesn't matter, because the fact that exists means that someone in Hong Kong will borrow the 10 Bitcoin from somebody in New York, and then they will put on the trade in Singapore, and that will create a demand for Bitcoin, which will drive up Bitcoin, which will result in an effective tax-free yield for the person in the U.S. that's not even in the jurisdiction. There's nothing in Singapore to drive up the price of your land in L.A., but there is something going on everywhere in the world to drive up the price of property in cyberspace. If there's only one digital, and so there's a dynamic there which is profound because it's global. But now let's go to the next extreme. I'm still giving you a conventional idea, which is loan the money fast on a global network, and let's just rent the hotel room fast in cyberspace. But let's move to maybe a more innovative idea. The first generation of the internet, brought a lot of productivity, but there's also just a lot of flaws in it. For example, Twitter is full of garbage. Instagram DMs are full of garbage. Your Twitter DMs are full of garbage. YouTube is full of scams. Every 15 minutes, there's a Michael Saylor Bitcoin giveaway spun up on YouTube. My Office 365 inbox is full of garbage. Millions of spam messages. I'm running 4 different email filters. My company spends $1 million a year to fight denial of service attacks and all sorts of other. There are denial of service attacks everywhere against everybody in cyberspace all the time. It's extreme. And we're all beset with hostility, right? You've been a victim of it in Twitter. You go on Twitter and people post stuff they would never say to your face. And then if you look, you find out that their account was created like 3 days ago. And it's not even a real person. So, we're beset with phishing attacks and scams and spam bots and garbage. And why? And the answer is because the first generation of internet was digital information. There's no energy. There's no conservation of energy in cyberspace. The thing that makes the universe work is conservation of energy. Like, if I went to a hotel room, I have to post a credit card, and then if I smash the place up, there'd be economic consequences, maybe there'd be criminal consequences, there might be reputational consequences, a lamp might fall on me. But in the worst case, I can only smash up one hotel room. Now imagine I could actually write a Python script to send myself to every hotel room in the world every minute, not post a credit card, and smash them all up. Anonymous. The thing that makes the universe work is friction, speed of sound, speed of light, and the fact that it's ultimately it's conservative. You're either energy or you're matter, but once you've used the energy, it's gone, and you can't do infinite everything. That's missing in cyberspace right now. And if you look at all of the moral hazards and all of the product defects that we have in all of these products, most of them, 99% of them, could be cured if we introduced conservation of energy into cyberspace. You could do with high-speed property, high-speed Bitcoin. And by high-speed, I mean not 20 transactions a day, I mean 20,000 transactions a day. So how do you do that? Well, I let everybody on Twitter post 1,000 or 10,000 Satoshis via Lightning wallet, a Lightning badge. Give me an orange check. If you put up $20 once in your life, you could give 300 million people an orange check. Right now, you don't have a blue check box. You're a famous person. I don't know why you don't have a blue check. Have you ever applied for a blue check?
No.
There are 360,000 people on Twitter with a blue check. There are 300 million people on Twitter. So the conventional way to verify accounts is elitist, archaic.
Yeah, how does it work? How do you get the check? I mean,
You got to apply and wait 6 months, and you have to post, like 3 articles in the public mainstream media that demonstrates your personal interest. Generally, they would grant them to CEOs of public companies, or the whole idea is to verify that that you are
who you are.
You say you are.
Right.
The question is, why isn't everybody verified?
Right.
And there's a couple of threads on that. One is some people don't want to be doxxed; they want to be anonymous. But there are even anonymous people that should be verified, because otherwise you're subjecting their entire following to phishing attacks and scams and hostility. But the other
What's the orange verification? So that this idea may actually level a little bit more if you put up $20.
I think everybody on Twitter ought to get an orange check if they could come up with like $10.
And what is the power of that orange check? What does that verify exactly?
You basically post a security deposit for your safe passage through cyberspace. So the way it would work is if you've got $10 once in your life, you can basically show that you're credit worthy. And that's your pledge to me that you're going to act responsibly. So you put the $10 and the $20 into the Lightning wallet, you get an orange check. And Twitter, it just gives you a setting where I can say the only people that can DM me are orange checks. The only people that can post on my tweets are orange checks. So instead of locking out the public and just letting your followers, comment, you look out all the unverified, and that means people that don't want to post dollar security deposit can't comment. Once you've done those two things, then you're in a position to monetize malice, monetize motion or malice. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, you post something and 9,700 bots spin up, and pitch their whatever scam. Right now, you sit and you go report, and if you spend an hour, you get through half of them. You waste an hour of your life. They just spin up another 97 million because they got a Python script spinning it up, so it's hopeless. But on the other hand, if you report them and they really are a bot, Twitter got a method to actually delete the account. They know that they're bots. The problem is not they don't know how to delete the account. The problem is there are no consequences when they delete the account. So if there are consequences, Twitter could they could just seize the $10 or seize the $20 because it's a bot. It's a malicious criminal act or whatever. It's a violation of the platform rules. You end up seizing $10,000. Give half the money to the reporter and half the money to the Twitter platform. And
it's a really powerful idea, but that's tying it, that's adding friction akin to the kind of friction you have in the physical world. You have consequences, real consequences. Conservation of energy.
There's no friction. No nothing on this earth. Right? I mean, you can't walk across the room without friction. Right? So the friction is not bad. right? Unnecessary friction is bad. So in this particular case, you're introducing conservation of energy, and in essence, you're introducing the concept of consequence or truth into cyberspace. And that means if you do want to spend up 10 million fakeless fragments, right? It's going to cost you $100 million to spin up 10 million fake Lexes.
The thing is, you could do that with a dollar. For your case, you're saying that it's more tied to physical reality when you do that with Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, let's follow up on that idea a bit. If you did do it with the dollar, then the question is, how does 6 billion people deposit dollars? Because what you're doing is, yeah, could you do it with a credit card? Like, how do you send dollars to dox yourself? Like, it's not even so. You're about inputting a credit card transaction, doxing yourself, and now you've just eliminated the 2 billion people that don't have credit cards, who don't have banks. You've also got a problem with everybody that wants to remain anonymous. But you've also got this other problem, which is credit cards are expensive transactions, low frequency, slow settlement. So do you really want to pay 2.5% every time you actually show a $20 deposit? And do a kludgy version of this for a subset of people. Like, it's 10% as good if you did it with conventional payment rails. But what you can't do is the next idea, which is I want the orange badge to be used to give me safe passage through cyberspace, tripping across a platform. So how do I solve the denial of service attacks against the website? I publish a website, you hit it with 1 million requests. Okay, now how do I deal with that? Well, I can lock you out and I can make it a zero trust website, and then you have to be coming at me with a trusted firewall with a trusted credential, but that's a pretty draconian thing. Or I could put it behind a lightning wall. A lightning wall would be, I just challenge you, Lex. You want to browse my website, you have to show me your 100,000 satoshis. Do you have 100,000 satoshis? Click. Okay. Now you click away 100 times or 1,000 times, and after 1,000 times, well, now Lex, you're getting offensive. I'm going to take a satoshi from you, or 10 satoshis, a microtransaction. You want to hit me 1 million times? I'm taking all your satoshis and locking you out. What you want to do is you want to go through 200 websites a day, and what you want every time you cross a domain, you need to be able to, in a split second, prove that you've got some asset. And now when you cross back, when you exit domain, you want to fetch your asset back. So how do I, in a friction-free fashion, browse through dozens or hundreds of websites, post a security deposit for safe passage, and then get back? You couldn't afford to pay a credit card fee each time. When you think about 2.5% as a transaction fee, it means you trade the money 40 times, and it's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah. So you can't just start hopping around on the internet with kind of verification across physical reality. It's a really, really interesting idea. Why haven't that been done?
I think you need two things. You need an idea like a digital asset like Bitcoin as a bearer instrument for final settlement. And then you need a high-speed transaction network like Lightning, where the transaction cost might be a 20th of a penny or less. And if you want to clock back 24 months, I don't think you had the Lightning network and a stable point. It's really just the past 12 months, about this year. And I think you need to be aware of Bitcoin as something other than like a very speculative asset. So I really think we're just the beginning.
Yeah, we are at stage. I have to ask, Michael, you said before, there's no second best Bitcoin. What would be the second best? Traditional proof of stake, Polkadot with internal probability to blockchains. Dogecoin has equal power of the meme. Privacy, Monero. I just can keep going. This, of course, after the blockchain wars, the different offshoots of Bitcoin.
I think if you decompose or segment the crypto market, you've got crypto property. Bitcoin is the king of that. And other Bitcoin forks that want to be, a bearer instrument, store of value, would be a property, Bitcoin Cash or Litecoin, something like that. Then you've got cryptocurrencies. I don't think Bitcoin's a currency because a currency I define in nation state sense. A currency is a digital asset that you can transfer in a transaction without incurring a taxable obligation. So that means it has to be a stable dollar or a stable euro or a stable coin. So I think you've got cryptocurrencies, Tether, Circle, most famous. So I think you've got crypto platforms, and Ethereum is the most famous of the crypto platforms, the platform upon which, with smart contract functionality, etc. And then I think you got just crypto securities. It's just like my favorite whatever meme coin, and I love it because I love it, and it's attached to my game or my company or my persona or my whatever. I think if you pushed me and said, well, what's the second best? I'd say the world wants two things. It wants crypto property as a savings account, and it wants cryptocurrency as a checking account. And that means that the most popular thing really is going to be a stablecoin dollar, right? And there's maybe a fight right now, might be Tether, a stable dollar, because I feel like the market opportunity, it's not clear that there'll be one that will win. The class of stable dollars is probably a $1 to $10 trillion market easily. I think that in the crypto platform space, Ethereum will compete with Solana, Binance Smart Chain, and the like.
There's certain characteristics of any of them that kind of stand out to you. Don't you think the competition is based on a set of features? Also, so the set of features that a company provides, but also the community that it provides. Which is the community matters, sort of the adoption, the dynamic of the adoption, both across the developers and the investors.
I'm looking at it, the first question is what's the regulatory risk? How likely is it to be deemed property versus security? And the second is what's the competitive risk? And the third is what's the speed and the performance? And all those things lead to the question of what's the security risk? How likely is it to crash and burn? And how stable or unstable is it? And then there's the marketing risk. There are different teams behind each of these things and communities behind them. I think that the big cloud looming over the crypto industry is regulatory treatment of cryptocurrencies and regulatory treatment of crypto platforms. And I think that won't be determined until the end of the first 5 years. For example, there are people that would like only U.S. FDIC insured banks to issue cryptocurrencies. They want JP Morgan to issue a crypto dollar backed 1-to-1. But then in the U.S. right now, we have Circle and we have other companies that are licensed entities that are backed by cash and cash equivalents, but they're not FDIC insured banks. There's also a debate in Congress about whether state chartered banks should be able to issue these things. And then we have Tether and others that are outside of the U.S. jurisdiction. They're probably not backed by cash and cash equivalents. They're backed by stuff, and we don't know what stuff is. And then finally, you have UST and DAI, which are algorithmic stablecoins, right? That are even more innovative, further outside of the compliance framework. So if you ask who's going to win, the question is really, will the market decide or will the regulators decide? If the regulators get out of the way and the market, well, then it's an interesting discussion. And then I think that all bets are off if the regulators get more heavy-handed with this. I think you get the same discussion with crypto properties, like the DeFi exchanges and the crypto exchanges. The SEC would like to regulate the crypto exchanges. They like to regulate the DeFi exchanges. That means they may regulate the crypto platforms and at what rate and in what fashion. And so I think that I could give you an opinion if it was limited to competition under the current regulatory regime. But I think that the regulations are so fast moving and it's so uncertain that you can't make a decision without considering the potential actions of the regulators.
You still make the case that Dogecoin is, I guess, the second best cryptocurrency if you don't consider Bitcoin a cryptocurrency, but instead of crypto property.
I would classify it as crypto property because the U.S. dollar is a currency. So unless your crypto asset is pegged algorithmically or stably to the value of the dollar, it's not a currency, it's a property.
So then, can you amend the case that Dogecoin is the best cryptocurrency? Because Bitcoin is not even being listed.
The debate is going to be whether it's property or security. And there's a debate whether it's decentralized enough. So let's assume it was decentralized. Well, it's increasing at not quite 5% a year inflation rate, but at 5% exponentially. It's like plus 5 million, 5% something. Captain is less. I forget the exact number. But it's an inflationary property. It's got a lower inflation rate than the U.S. dollar. And it's got a much lower inflation rate than any other fiat currency. So I think you could say that.
But don't you see the power of the power of ideas, the power of fund or whatever mechanism is used to captivate a community?
I do, but there are stocks. But it doesn't absolve you of your ethical and securities liabilities if you're promoting it. So I don't have a problem with people buying a stock. It's just the way I divide the world is right. There's investment, there's saving, and there's speculation, and there's trading. So Bitcoin is an asset for saving. If you want to save money for 100 years, you don't really want to take on execution risk or the like. So you're just buying something to hold forever. For you to actually endorse something as a property, like if you said to me, Mike, what should I buy for the next 100 years? I say, well, some amount of real estate, some amount of scarce collectibles, some amount of Bitcoin, right? You can run your company, right? But running your company is an investment. So the savings are property. If you said, what should I invest in? I'd say, well, here's a list of good companies, private companies. You can start your own company. That's an investment, right? If you said, what should I trade? Well, trading is like a proprietary thing. Like I don't have any special insight into that. If you're a good trader, you know you are. If you said to me, what should you speculate in? We talk about meme stocks and meme coins, and it kind of sits up there. It sits right in the same space with what horse should you bet on and what sports team should you gamble on and should you bet on black 6 times in a row and double down each time. I mean, it's fun, but at the end of the day, it's a speculation, right? You can't build a civilization on speculation. It's not an institutional asset. And in fact, where I'd leave it, right, is Bitcoin is clearly digital privacy, which makes it an institutional grade investable asset for a public company, a public figure, a public investor, or anybody that's risk adverse. I think that the top 100 other cryptos are like venture capital investments, and if you're a VC and if you're a qualified technical investor full of capital and you can take that kind of risk, then you can parse through that and form opinions. It's just orders of magnitude more risky because of competition, because of mission, and because of regulation. And if you take the meme coins, when some rapper comes out with a meme coin, it's maybe the peak when I hear about it, right? It's like, SHIB was created as a coin such that it had so many zeros after the decimal point. You looked at it on the exchanges, it always showed 0, 0, 0, 0. And it wasn't until like 6 months after it got popular that they started expanding the display so you could see whether the price had changed.
That's speculation. You've been, maybe you can correct me, but you've been critical of Elon Musk in the past in the crypto space. Where do you stand on Elon's effect on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in general these days?
I believe that Bitcoin is a massive breakthrough for the human race that will cure half the problems in the world and generate hundreds of trillions of dollars of economic value to the civilization. And I believe that it's an early stage where many people don't understand it and they're afraid of it, and there's FUD, and there's uncertainty, there's doubt, there's fear, and it's a very noisy crypto world, and there's 15,000 other cryptos that are seeking relevance. And I think most of the FUD is actually fueled by the other crypto entrepreneurs. So the environmental FUD and the other types of uncertainty that's around Bitcoin, generally, they're not coming from legitimate environmentalists. They don't come from legitimate critics. They actually are guerrilla marketing campaigns that are being financed and fueled by other crypto entrepreneurs because they have an interest in doing so. So if I look at the constructive path forward, first, I think it'd be very constructive for corporations to embrace Bitcoin and build applications on top of it. You don't need to fix it. There's nothing wrong with it, right? Like when you put it on a layer 2 and a layer 3, it moves a billion times a second at the speed of light. So every beautiful DeFi application, every crypto application, everything you can imagine you might want to do, you can do with a legitimate company and a legitimate website or mobile application sitting on top of Bitcoin or Lightning if you want to. So I think that to the extent that people do that, that's going to be better for the world. If you consider what holds people back, I think it's just misperceptions about what Bitcoin is. So I'm a big fan of just educating people. If you're not going to commercialize it, then just educate people on what it is. So, for example, Bitcoin's the most efficient use of energy in the world by far. Right? Most people don't necessarily realize that, but if you were to take any metric, energy intensity, you put like $2 billion worth of electricity in the network every year, and it's worth 850. There is no industry in the real world, right, that is that energy efficient. Not only that energy efficient, it's also the most sustainable industry. We do surveys. 58% of Bitcoin mining energy is sustainable. So there's a very good story. In fact, every other industry, planes, trains, automobiles, construction, food, medicine, everything else, less clean, less efficient. So I wouldn't say there is a debate. I would just say that to the extent that the Bitcoin community had any issue with Elon, it was just, just environmental, uncertainty that he fueled in a couple of his tweets, right? Which I think just is very distracting.
Well, that was one of them, but I think the Bitcoin maximalists, but generally the crypto community, what you call the crypto entrepreneurs, are, is also they're using it for investment, for speculation, and therefore get very passionate about people's kind of celebrities, including you, like famous people, saying positive stuff about any one particular crypto thing you could buy in Coinbase. And so they might be unhappy with Elon Musk because he's promoting Bitcoin and then not, and promoting Dogecoin and then not. And it's kind of that there's so much emotion tied up in the communication on this topic, and I think that's where a lot of that.
I don't have a criticism of Elon Musk. He's free to do whatever he wishes to do. It's his life. In fact, Elon Musk is the second largest supporter of Bitcoin in the world. So I think that the Bitcoin community tends to eat its own quite a bit.
Yeah.
It tends to be very self-critical And instead of saying, well, Elon is more supportive of Bitcoin than the other 10,000 people in the world, with serious amounts of money, they focus upon,
Yeah, this is strange. Eating your own is just.
That's right. I mean, I think he's free to do what he wants to do. And I think he's done a lot of good for Bitcoin and putting it on the balance sheet of Tesla and holding it, and I think that sent a very powerful message.
Do you have advice for young people? So you had a heck of a life. You've done quite a lot of things. Started before MIT, but started with MIT. Is there advice here for young people in high school and college? How to have a career that can be proud of, how to have a life that can be proud of?
I was asked by somebody for his young children. He had twins when they enter adulthood. He said, "Give me your advice for them in a letter. I'm going to give it to them when they turn 21 or something." So then he handed it. I thought I was like, party. And then he handed me this sheet of paper. Oh, he wants me to write them. And I sat down. I started writing, and I figured, what would you want to tell someone at age 21?
You wrote it down.
And I tweeted it, and it's sitting on Twitter. But I thought I said my advice to entering adulthood: focus your energy, guard your time, train your body, think for yourself, curate your friends, curate your environment, keep your promises, stay cheerful and constructive, and upgrade the world. That was the 10.
Upgrade the world. That's an interesting choice of words. Upgrade the world. Upgrade the world.
It's like an engineer.
It's a very engineering theme. Keep your promises. It's an interesting one.
I think most people suffer because they don't focus. You got to figure out. I think the big risk in this world is there's too much of everything. Like you can sit and watch chess videos 100 hours a week, and you'll never get through all the chess videos. Right? There's too much of every possible thing, too much of every good thing. So figuring out what you want to do, and then everything will suck up your time. Right? There's 100 streaming channels to binge watch on. So you got to guard your time, and then train your body, train your mind, and control who's around you, control what surrounds you. So ultimately, in a world where there's too much of everything, then you're
like those laser eyes. It's like those laser eyes. You have to focus on just a few of those things.
Yeah, I mean, I got 1,000 opinions we can talk about. I can pursue 1,000 things, but I don't expect to be successful. And I'm not sure that my opinion in any of the 999 is any more valid than the leader of thought in that area. So how about if I just focus upon one thing and then deliver the best I can on one thing? That's the laser eye message. The rest get you distracted.
Well, how do you achieve that? Do you find yourself where you are in life and kind of say no a lot? Or it's just focus comes natural and you just ignore everything. So how do you achieve that?
I think it helps if people know what you're focused on.
So everything about you just radiates that people know.
If they know what you're focused on, then you won't get so many other things coming your way. If you dally, or if you flirt with 27 different things, then you're going to get approached by people in each of the 27 communities, right?
You mentioned getting a PhD and giving it at MIT. Do you think there's all kinds of journeys you can take to educate yourself? Do you think a PhD or school is still worth it? Or is there other paths in life that...
Is it worth it if you pay for it? Is it worth it to spend the time on it?
The time, and the money is a big cost.
I think
Time probably is a bigger one, right?
it seems clear to me that the world wants more specialists. It wants you to be an expert and to focus on in one area, and it's punishing generalist, jack of all trades, especially people that are generalists in the physical realm. Because if you're a specialist in the digital realm, you might very well you're the person with 700,000 followers on Twitter, and you showed them how to tie knots, or you're the banjo player, with 1.8 million followers, and whenever we touch banjo, it's you, right? And so the world wants people that do something well, and then it wants to stamp out 18 million copies of them. And so that argues in favor of focus. Now, I mean, the definition of a PhD is someone with enough of an education that they're capable of or have made. I guess to get a PhD, technically, you have to have done a dissertation where you made a seminal contribution to the body of human knowledge. And if you haven't done that, technically, you have a master's degree, but you're not a doctor. So, if you're interested in any of the academic disciplines that a PhD would be granted for, then I can see that being a reasonable pursuit. But there are many people that are specialists. You know the Agitator?
Yeah.
The Agitator on YouTube?
Yeah.
He's the world's greatest chess commentator.
Yeah.
And I watched his career. He's gotten progressively better, and he's really good.
It's gonna love hearing that.
If the Agitator, you're a big fan of the Agitator, I had to cut myself off because otherwise you'll watch the entire Paul Morphy saga for your weekend. But the point really is, YouTube is full of experts who are specialists in something, and they rise to the top of the profession. And Twitter is too, and the internet is. So I would advocate that you figure out what you're passionate about and what you're good at, and you do focus on it, especially if the thing that you're doing can be automated. If the problem is, back to that 500,000 algebra teacher type comment, the problem is if it is possible to be automated, then over time someone's probably going to automate it, and that squeezes the space of everybody else. It's like after the lockdowns, it used to be there are like all these local bands that played in bars, and everyone went to the bar to see the local band. And then during the lockdown, you would have like these 6 super groups, and they would all get 500,000 or 1 million followers, and all these smaller local bands just got no attention at all.
Well, the interesting thing is, one of those 500,000 algebra teachers is likely to be part of the automation. So it's an opportunity for you to think, where is my field, my discipline evolving into? I talked to a bunch of librarians, just happen to be friends with librarians. That's libraries will probably be evolving, and it's up to you as a librarian to be one of the few that remain in the rubble.
If you're going to give commentary on Shakespeare plays, I want you to basically do it for every Shakespeare. Like I want you to be the Shakespeare dude, because once just like what you're like.
I don't know what kind of.
You're the deep thinking podcaster, right? Or you're the podcaster that goes after the deep intellectual conversations. And once I get comfortable with you and I like you, then I start binge watching Lex.
Yeah.
But if you changed your format through 16 different formats so that you could keep 16 different other personalities on YouTube, you probably wouldn't beat any of them, right? You would probably just kind of sink into you're the number 2 or number 3 guy. You're not the number 1 guy in the format. I think that the algorithm, right? The Twitter algorithm and the YouTube algorithm, they really reward the person that's focused on a message, consistent. The world wants somebody they can trust that's consistent and reliable, and they kind of want to know what they're getting into because this is taken for granted, maybe, but people vying for every hour of your time. So the fact that anybody gives you any time at all is a huge privilege, right? And you should be thanking them, and you should respect their time.
It's interesting. Like everything you said is very interesting. But of course, from my perspective, and probably from your perspective, my actual life has nothing to do with it. It is just being focused on stuff. And in my case, it's like focused on doing the thing and being myself and not getting anything out. Like I don't care about views or likes or attention. And that just maintaining that is just the way, from an individual perspective, you live that life. But yeah, it does seem that the world, the technology is rewarding the specialization and creating bigger and bigger platforms for the different specializations. And then that lifts all boats actually, because the specializations get better and better and better at teaching people to do specific things, and they can educate themselves. And it's just everybody gets more and more knowledgeable and more empowered.
The reward for authenticity more than offsets the specificity with which you pursue your mission. Like another way to say it is like nobody wants to read advertising. Like if you were to spend $100 million advertising your thing, I probably wouldn't want to watch it. But you see the depth of that. And so the commercial shows are losing their audiences, and the authentic specialist or the authentic artist are gaining their audience.
Speaking of deep thinking, you're just a human. Your life ends. You've accumulated so much wisdom, so much money, but the ride ends. Do you think about that? Do you ponder your death, your mortality? Are you afraid of it?
When I go, all my assets will flow into a foundation, and the foundation's mission is to make education free for everybody forever. And if I'm able to contribute to the creation of a more perfect monetary system, then maybe that foundation will go on forever.
The idea, the foundation of the idea. So that's each of the foundations.
It's not clear we're on the S curve of immortal life yet. Like that's a biological question, and you asked that, on some of your other interviews a lot. I think that we are on the threshold of immortal life for ideas, or immortal life for certain institutions, computer programs. So if we can fix the money, then you can create a technically endowment, and then the question really is, what are your ideas? What do you want to leave behind? And so if it's a park, then you endow the park, right? If it's free education, you endow that. If it's some other ethical idea.
Does it make you sad that there's something endowed, some very powerful like digital energy you put out, you help put in the world, that your mind, your conscious mind, will no longer be there to experience it. It's just gone forever.
I rather think that the thing that Satoshi taught us is you should do your part during some phase. I think Steve Jobs said something similar to that effect in a very, very famous speech. It was death is a natural part of life, and it makes way for the next generation. And I think the goal is you upgrade the world, right? You leave it a better place, but you get out of the way. And I think when that breaks down, bad things happen. I think nature cleanses itself. It's a cycle of life.
And speaking of one of the great people who did also get out of the way is George Washington. So hopefully when you get out of the way, nobody's bleeding you to death in hope of helping you. What do you think? A bit of a callback. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life? Why are we here? We talked about the rise of human civilization. It seems like we're engineers at heart. We're doing cool stuff. Better and better use of energy, channeling energy to be productive. Why? What's it all for?
You're getting metaphysical.
Very. There's a beautiful boat that left to us. Like, why do we do that? This boat sailed the ocean. Then we built models of it to celebrate great engineering of the past.
To engineer is divine. You can make lots of arguments. This is why we're either here to entertain ourselves, or we're here to create something that's beautiful or something that's functional. I think if you're an engineer, you entertain yourself by creating something that's both beautiful and functional. So I think all three of those things is entertaining, but it's ethical. You got to admire the first person that built a bridge crossing a chasm, the first person to work out the problem of how to get running water to a village, the first person that figured out how to dam up a river, or mastered agriculture, or the guy that figured out, how to grow fruit on trees or created orchards, and maybe one day have like 10 fruit trees. So
that's functional. There is also something to that, just like you said, that's just beautiful. It does get you closer to, like you said, the divine. Something when you step back and look at the entirety of it, a collective of humans using a beautiful invention or creation, which is just something about this instrument is creating of music. That seems just right. That's what we're here for. Whatever the divine is, it seems like we're here for that. And of course, love talking to you, to your perspective. The functional is ultimately the mechanism of beauty.
Isn't there something beautiful about making the world a better place for people that you love, your friends, your family, or yourself? And when you think about the entire arc of human existence, you roll the clock back 500,000 years, and you think about every struggle of everyone that came before us and everything they had to overcome in order to put you here right now. You got to admire that. You got to respect that.
That's a heck of a gift they gave us, but it's also a heck of a responsibility. Don't screw it up.
If I dropped you 500,000 years ago, I said figure out steel refining, or figure out silicon chips, fabric production, or whatever it is.
Why?
So now we're here, and I guess the way you repay them is you fix everything in front of your face you can, right? That means to someone like Elon, it means get us off the planet, right? To someone like me, it's like I think fix the energy in the system.
And that gives me hope. Michael, this is an incredible conversation. You're an incredible human. It's a huge honor you would tell me. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael Saylor. Support this podcast. Please check out our service in the description. Now, let me leave you a few words from Francis Bacon. Money is a great servant, but a bad master. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
If you get into the sauna the way I just described, not the 2 hours a day, but 30 minutes, twice a week, or 3 times per week, you reduce the likelihood of dying of a cardiovascular event by 27%. If you do it 4 or more times per week, you reduce the probability of dying by 50%.
Is there any scientific evidence that
He was like a mix of Leslie Jordan and Kirk Irving. This next one is from C2 from Australia. And I just I tried to conspiracy for the podcast. It is I find it to be very factual, my opinion, and fun to listen to. I'd imagine a lot of effort goes into one episode that you want to do. Effort goes into one episode that you want to do. Wait, what? And keep them coming. Keep them coming. Thank you so much. Appreciate the love. Going up Australia. Hope you have a great day. This next review is on the numbers. This process is as I said, in the US, after running the deep and the great sugar 5 stars, I usually like to see this podcast because I listen to everything you guys say. When you to the top, so respectful with each other, so it's not just like going to the shows. And all the topics that we cover, first off, with one of those podcasts, to the topics that it's a good show. Thank you. Appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Yep. Alright, this next review is from Q. It's from BTBNC. They give us 5 stars with the second comment and from Q. They go on to say, love you guys, and you guys are fucking unbelievable. Keep doing what you guys do and smoke weed every day. Nice. BTBNC, thank you for the 5 stars and let you guys. Smoke weed over there.
Amazing, gives 5 stars. I love this podcast. I first started listening to this when it first started speaking, and I loved it. I went back and listened to every single episode. I love this show. I'm sorry. Oh, I love this show. I love this show so much. Thank you, exclusive BPTS. I appreciate the love. You guys even know those stories from me.
Thank you, and very much. Actually, the next one is a very cheap knowing how to do CME, and then this is the major course. So I come up the show, so it's the shit's best. Thank you, and JP and thank you. With you. Okay, so the last review for this week is from Side Pixel Racing Over. It's from May 1st. It is 5 stars. It's 7.2. They go on to say the reviews don't show up. You wouldn't be the first one that the reviews that took them submitting a review for the customers for the review show up. For some reason, that's the one. Thank you for the review and thank you.
I appreciate all the reviews you guys send in. They help us so much. And it gives us great feedback. And you guys know that we always want to hear what you have to say. So I better each and every week if you're listening.
Thank you for all your great ratings and reviews. Those we have social this week.
So I'm going to shout out my friend Anna. She was awesome. Has a special recovery and a beautiful life together. Good soul. I super appreciate meeting her. And very recently met my new friend Caitlin, who is my first Latino friend who those of you who don't listen to Take Murder, Shame. But if you know, you know. So stay sexy and don't get murdered, Caitlin.
Yeah, if you people that's want it, meet super cool. Also, Kelly Jenny, she lives up in New Hampshire. She's the best. Carla, super cool dude. And shout you out. Another time, he has a really great name. And that's it. This week, if you want to shout out, just go on the school information. So many something cool. Say this. I do. Thank you for all the love on Instagram. Thank you for all the messages. That you Facebook. Facebook. Share. So the organization raises leadership after the instructions. The business should go over and just to show it. Just really we can support you. She's actually a human. She looks at she's like out to the customers of being to her friends and the stuff. I wish I would have so good. Can't stop listening. She's so funny. That's the thing that her past. The attention span of 2 people. I was trying to still those about 30 people that are just to do the basis to do a prescription for vision. But what happens in that when you say that it's something like the field and the field, I think really good question and get to experience. I think the podcast goes for years to come. Really good. She says, the general actions that we use it. So it's going to get her shot for the kind of energy. What is your connection? If you know anybody that could force a person out of it, you can take out something. video of the
Nope.
news.
Have you ever read like
So they do it. So reach out to drop in to related. If there's any context or something, do you feel exactly for picture or something? It's just fine. It's always good talking with you. Always think these things and stuff. It's very in the streets, she did read this Facebook message as well. There's a good kind of topics and stuff and that is really you can find the right person to do. It's still that's the important places. There's so much for people in life that feel as consciously each of the times that you feel people that know people I like you.
I wanted to shout out Rachel Peterson on Facebook. I appreciate the message talking about your experience between over extra traveling and the scenario that led to you feeling like you had to explore each other. Sometimes you might meet people. You're not going to meet everybody for this, but sometimes you meet someone so very easy. It changes everything for you. And so I love that you have that community. Appreciate the conversation. Keep sending messages. Jackie, you're awesome. Remember my pizza beer card that you sent me was really good. I didn't show that to you, but you said nice and I don't remember what her name was. She did nice. So I apologize if I misunderstood it, but you guys have been getting my notes of your life on Twitter. I super appreciate it. I'm not really on Facebook because today's like I don't use Facebook personally, so I just don't put on there. But I'm making an effort to do it as far as the church and message on here for me. Everything else is good. You specifically said something to me that I was saying, but everything else is good on Facebook. How are you keeping? I don't see what's going on Facebook. You were like tumbleweeds going on Twitter. I mean, just
Anyway, thank you everybody for your support now. For the any connections on the last episode before we roll out.
So I noticed that I said two things in the episode. It's a horrible format, so I didn't catch it. One, I just remember mistakenly saying Eric's name instead of Richard. Richard. I said it back to Eric instead of Richard. I accidentally called Craig Scott. Yeah, I just wanted to apologize for that. I didn't know he was a victim or anything like that, so I'm sorry I didn't catch it, but leading up to it, my bad.
Alright, that's the end of today's episode. If you haven't, check out our merch, check out our Patreon, we do all episodes. I want to thank you for listening to us today. Again, thank you for your support. You are all amazing. So with that being said, anyone here in the whole side, it's okay if you're not this way.
Because you know,
Wonder how peaceful start with understanding how you can use this financial and all sorts of programs to help you grow with benefits. Fragrances are flavors, just pure beauty backed by science. From skincare to deodorants to ton-of-based products, Fake Artist Nature's Healing Powerful Beauty Results. Thousands of five-star reviews agree this is beauty that works. Ready to grow? Head to PrimaryPure.com to make the switch. That's PrimaryPure.com and experience skincare that nourishes your brain.
Today's episode is the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson and the Texas City Chemical Codes. Before we hop into it, like always, let me do a quick announcement. We don't want any ads for just emails and corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, we're going to review on iTunes, helps the show tremendously. If you don't want to read an ad, that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, babies, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, chupacabras, ghosts, milkers, whoever, whatever you want, to enjoy the show. Also, if you'd like to reach out to us, you can choose us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, or you can go to our website and click the contact button if you will find our email address. Also, on our website, you can give us a voicemail. That being said, today's episode is the disappearance of Kelly Wilson and the Texas City Chemical Code. So strap in and strap on in, because this one is going to be crazy. So to get into this Texas satanic chemical codes, we have to talk about the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson first, because it all starts there. So, Dave, let's talk about exactly what Kelly Wilson is. 17-year-old Kelly Wilson, East Texas girl, which is basically in the 80s. No extra VHS tape and so right now, Tony's waking up his roots from outside. Joe and Kelly first. Joe laughed and asked me to say something. Look fortunate. Before we continue, let me explain something. So in case you're wondering, most small businesses that have a lot of cash each day, they usually have a way to compile all the money each night in these letters. Then that quickly takes the cash and puts it into a deposit bag, and then they go and drop it off at the bank. Now these banks aren't good lenders, but they do have an area where you can slide their deposit back in, and then in the morning the bank comes, pick it up, they have the money, deposit that cash with the person's business. They already have that explanation of the money gain and continues. That way, Joe and Tony got started. So they went to a club and to the bank to make a meeting of the bank. Now, there was surveillance video at this bank that showed Kelly going through the drive-thru to make the deposit. But the video was so grainy because back then it was 120p resolution. It made it hard for the investigative people to actually try to make out if it was actually her in the driver's seat. Also, another side of that, the deposit bag was in the bank drop-off room this morning, so she wasn't grabbed. So that's like a question. Anyways, back to the story. So pretty much the video is like a bunch of images of Bigfoot. It's all orange, you can't see every excellent comparison thing. I would have to say yes. Imagine the oil-less footage of Bigfoot is exactly what Kelly Day Wilson's video footage is like. So Kelly had told her parents that she was going to spend the night at her friend's house. However, on that day, it got word that she never showed up to her friend's house. And of course, that was parents were quite pissed about too late and decided to have the bus. At 6 a.m. this evening, the bus. Of course, this is the number 2 hours. The
Kelly's parents proceeded to contact the local police to report the missing and then to the local.
So Kelly's mother, Kathy Paulson, and her stepfather, Robert Paulson, alongside the Gilmore, Texas police, they ended up finding Kelly's car parked in the front of her workplace, which was videos on the camera. However, Kelly was not inside. The police ended up searching the vehicle, and a bush was found inside of the vehicle, but it was untouched. And a bunch of other things were found too, so the rest of the belongings, but they weren't touched either. However, something weird here. The keys to Kelly's vehicle were not inside of it, and the tires had been slashed. Giant stores.
So the next morning, on June 27th, the New Police Sergeant contacted the unit, who asked if they had the notified department that Kelly was missing. Also stated that the unit with any information contacted the New Police Department. Over the next week, hundreds of volunteers directed by the sergeant spent thousands of hours searching for Texas to see if they could find any clues even with the high.
So for the next 2 years, the Gilmore Police Sergeant James Brown made it his mission to find Kelly Wilson. He spent evenings and vacation time trying to track her down. He took vacation. So this police sergeant in that town was absolutely dedicated to it. He ended up becoming super obsessed with the case. Spent hundreds of hours of his own time tracking down leads outside of his work in the police streets. It was even said by former Gilmore police, and I quote, "We have never worked harder on any case than we did with that. 3 people know what happened to Kelly Wilson, and 2 of them are still alive." End quote. By the way, the 2 identities of individuals were understood. So this seems like your typical disappearance case, right? I mean, it's your normal person disappears, everybody searches for him, you never find him. And that's the end. Well, this case is unique because it takes a gigantic turn straight out of left field and smacks you right across with conspiracy theory funding. So to better understand what happens next in this story, we need to talk about what happened in 1990 first. So let's go ahead and discuss that. Dave, can you tell us something about that?
So here in 1990, kids were playing Twitter, duck games, obviously, pictures. However, back in Virginia, Texas, another hit, which wouldn't give up the kids there.
Yeah, I know what some of the listeners need to say. Okay, but back in the time, you can repeat 2 different things. But what the heck we wanted to see what they put up to do with anything. And our kids having the simple time, well, we need to talk about these people because they connect to Kelly Wilson's disappearance. But let's first talk about Wendell Kerr. So, in early 1990, Wendell Kerr was then married to his wife, Loretta Kerr. But Wendell was unhappy with their marriage. He told Loretta that he wanted a divorce. So shortly after telling her this, Wendell started dating a woman named Wanda Davis. A few weeks later, someone called CPS, which is Child Care Services, and reported that Wendell had been sexually abusing his own children. Wendell complied with the so their case next after CPS is not long after the operations of sexual abuse prevention.
Texas opened up a case against Wendell Kerr inside 2 state child welfare officers, led in Florida and government information to investigate operations. Back in doing it, Wendell Davis and Northern Government Department of Texas and this compound is primarily reports that had multiple traits. Wendell's parents, which he was in Geneva, and the not together, two family friends, Robert and his wife,
And it's a lot of people. So, okay, I feel like we need to backtrack. What is a lot of people? Okay, so one thing is that back in Texas, like, window code gets the Russian is right for that. Window ends up leading wrong with this. The Reddit calls CPS. Sexually abusing his own children. So the state of Texas opened up a CPS case on window code, and Ann Gore and Debbie Minchin were the investigators that were assigned to window code. And then they talked about the compound, which they all lived on, with Windows parents, Eugene and Peter, and his brother Danny, and two family friends, Brad. So since Window and Wanda were dating and living together, Wanda's children from a previous marriage was also included in the question by the CPS workers and Deb. So I question those children, Windows children and Wanda's children. They begin to tell the investigators and Deb that they were being tortured, molested, and sodomized by their parents, grandparents, and various strangers that lived or that came over to the compound. They also told stories of murder, dismemberment, post-mortem rape, and cannibalism of babies and children by the abusing adults. They also told of abuse including satanic rituals involving masks and knives. And also, here's something else. The initial medical examination of the children found genital and anal swab consistent with sexual molestation. We are not going to go over in more detail what these accounts of what the children said, but I kind of agree with that. This is pretty graphic. If you want to wait about what was just said, you can not listen to the rest. But this is just what we're doing. So just let me know if you check it out. If not, venture forth. So, Ian, can you tell us some more detail of the accounts of what the children said?
So one child said that one day, I feel this. I feel friends. I feel like people's friends. All kinds of friends. I need to get them. Child said that to people who want to talk to people to friends. Child also was good at saying, I can out of here. We've got nothing.
Yeah, it is.
And also mentioned that people who have talked to I also said that so many parents feel bounces from white people's parents and black people's parents. And that's what we have to do. We've got so many parents that people have always had to be thinking about the bounces. This boy really told me could have really well laid out trying to see very little fight. Yeah, it's very kind of like I'm going to realize that something else.
Yeah, like, is that the same kid that was?
Yeah.
So another one of the children told, this is different from the Bible. He told about he was forced to watch a baby being killed, and the other told to kill it and himself. He then told how he watched his heart and brain, and in detail described how he felt the baby through the brain. The child went on to describe how this was done over the kitchen sink and how the blood was collected. The boy then traces the needle and felt frightened as he remembered being told by Wanda that if he hurt anyone, he would have been killed the same night. So all the children had a reference to a debtor's book in which blood was kept and they were cut. So they told of how Wanda cut their hands and made them bleed into these debtor's paws. So that was a crucifixion.
There was a reference to a pregnant woman, a large hole that one child had parents past ages. And I asked, you know my goodness, we don't know. What a particular time of day. Children go to sex as different things. This is what the customers for. Like how these different kids really serve coffee.
Right? Speaking of kids, if your kids go down,
It's
you know, it's sure. Really gets. So let's continue. So after hearing all this, what did get through state? If you had to get state, what do you think they sat down with regular phone and they heard one kid talk about Zara begging to get killed and describe how he got it moved around baby. Who do you think these workers did?
they can just take the kids out of here. Just doesn't make sense. But
You would think that, right? You would think that would be the way to go. But instead, they went and recruited two private occult investigators. Yeah, they were division investigators. These investigators were Brooks, Flood, and Steve Bowers. They were to assist in an investigation of these attacks by the children. You know, just like King or most of the teenagers there in Anyways, there is some oddity. So in total, 15 children connected to this family. They would end up being removed from their homes and end up being placed in foster care. And the county ended up assigning a special prosecutor to this case, Scott Rothschild. He participated super close with this investigation. So let's get into the Scott Rothschild.
the prosecutor, like Sergeant Surgeon, and the evidence, experience description of these we can realize let's go into their lives. That was children's children. Items were retrieved from the courthouse as well. These were devices for children. Finally, plastic bags were found buried in their hut containing the bone fragments. The boy life took his evidence to the grand jury. Justice spoke to the issue of which stating that the ransom was poorly dated. And then another report from the Denver Grand jury found months after the indictment was issued concluded that the ransoms were not.
So 50 reports, huh? Yeah. I mean, 50 reports like last big companies open and closed. Case you find all this shit that all the kids property that were asked against the that kids switching the and over children babies, find torture devices. Anyways, this is where the story of Ken Wilson's disappearance that we spoke about earlier, and this whole satanic child abuse shit started to overlap and get really deep. So this is where the crossover is. Do you remember talking about the Sergeant Jim that got obsessed with investigating the disappearance of Billy Wilson? The one who was doing his free time and everything. So he was to get his foundation actually do the investigation of the disappearance he was obsessed with. So here's the special prosecutor. He was investigating the killer case. So they were both investigating at the same time. So just kind of keep that in mind. So in 1993, one of the children taken from the care home and placed into a foster care was only identified as Oliver S, as in Romeo Scale. He claimed that Kelly Wilson had been abducted, raped, and murdered by the killers. So, of course, as a result of his claim, Sergeant James Brown. His investigation began to overlap the investigation occurs. He started looking into the satanic cult and his claim that was committed.
So Sergeant Brown started investigating things and since disappearance. The focus started on the first, a key suspect, who quickly concluded that he was not in State of Texas at the time of his disappearance. In fact, he was in New York. Sergeant Brown met with Special Prosecutor Scott Hartford and decided to put the case to discuss his case. Sergeant Brown told Hartford that he recorded the warrant at the time of his disappearance, and he expressed his skepticism about the satanic story. This pissed off Prosecutor Hartford. Serious. This protest was likely to baby new life.
So Special Prosecutor Radford decided to tell Sergeant Brown, quote, I have investigated the disappearance of Terry Wilson. I don't want to know anything to do. We are going to have a problem. Oh yeah. So you remember that we talked about earlier that RS radio experience, the one that claimed Kelly Wilson may have adopted So a few days after Special Prosecutor Radford told Sergeant Brown that he would come out with that kid at RS, he ended up having additional details to his account of
Serious honest. So basically, my Sergeant Brown was a part of this. He saw the country. I got it. I looked at it. He then went on to say that the police were that they were awesome. He described them in terms of personal opinion about us and participate in sexual abuse. Adding more comment to Sergeant Brown, who had debated when he first started dating also said that Sergeant Brown could drive people including too. She made a very last statement, which said, and she did do that, yes.
No, actually, keep looking. I will keep. Okay.
I don't think that's right.
Okay.
My name is Tom. I am a German person with Daily Curve. We are not married. I was president of Wendy Curve, Daily Curve, Don Holman, Wanda Curve, and me, Joe Winter.
Dude, I think you have to do that. And me, drove him into Gilmore, Texas, in Danny's van. We picked up Kelly Wilson at a video store on the square. We drove back out to Eugene and Janine Curve's compound. Jean, Tammy Smith, and her senior and my two sons, Danny and Dan, were there. Danny and Linda led us all back to the woods. They made me and Wanda have sex with each other. She didn't want to. They made her. Danny and Linda made have sex with her. So did Geneva, Eugene, and Doggo. Tammy Smith was there. They kept her quiet for a bit. After they were through and they gave Wanda temperatures back in the house, I don't know what they did before they did.
That's pretty news. This game is a different.
Yeah.
I feel sorry. Even though there was no forensic evidence to support this theory, the case was entirely unreliable witness testimony. Murder indictments were never attached to the trial. One of them to Jimmy Jr. their son Linda and son Wanda Woods. And was probably definitely the two family people back then. It's like, hey, what just said? That's why speaking of police sergeant James.
This was kind of convenient one with James Brown and life with conflicts, but all of a sudden that RS gave an additional statement and said that Sergeant was involved in the girlfriend of Danny Wilson died. She was there. Anyways, but I guess we'll get to that. This is the final act. This is the final bit of it. So, what did Special Prosecutor Scott Radford do after he quote unquote solved the case? Well, he went to Rabbi Wilson, which is Kelly's father, am proud after many years I finally solved your daughter's disappearance. Now, this turned out really bad for life because Connie Martin ended up recanting her statement and said she had can we take it back? You don't have to do that. I don't. That's a good question. This last special prosecutor offered the only other evidence that I had, which was the social worker report that the child with MS said that they were murder. Faced with a shaky shake face, the judge in the office reversed life order that the court dismissed all the murder evidence. Recently, the Child Protective Services Transport Plan reached any device in the investigation of the conduct in and improved seniors. Sergeant Brown was reinstated from his position as a police officer and ended up quitting so that he had lost confidence in the justice system. Rightfully so, I would have done the same thing like this. So in 2001, Brown and his lawyers filed separate civil lawsuits against Scott, which is the prosecutor, and the CPS workers involved. Their suits were dismissed by a federal district court on what were essentially grounds of qualified immunity, is what they call it. It's basically government officials cannot be sued unless certain grounds can be met, such as the denial of civil rights. That's what I would too. Yeah. So that's the case in all that happens, but it doesn't end there. Now we're going to go over some strange facets in both of these cases. And then afterwards we'll go over some suspects, and then we'll wrap it all up with the facts of the case. But Dan, you want to do some first huge facts? Yes, of course. So how do we address one of the questions that we normally follow? Question about the parents address another difference. That another address is those two different. Yes, let's start address which shows education. Yeah, you can kind of speculate if they want to get educated, obviously they're not going to be that much better, right? So maybe they can easily influence the story that someone else. Another strange fact is that Terry Ray Wilson's vehicle, it was never fingerprint. So that's like one of the things they should do. Yeah, I mean, isn't that like the very first thing they do? So that's nice. Roger down. Here's the thing with the a lot of people living in the town it's part of the first job. But at one time, he had been a reserve police officer. The big Frantic Police Department. Roman was accused of sexually abusing a child in Republic, Texas. But those charges were eventually dropped. Roman was known to be religious fanatic and quote scripture by being questioned by tradition, which can be worse. You can imagine that if you're sitting down and so sorry. And the Lord say that I get that. Another strange fact is that there is a room when you dig with the interwebs, start digging this up, you will find that there's a rumor that Sergeant Brown, he had been dating or seeing Kelly Wilson at the time of her disappearance. Now, this is just a rumor, okay? And Sergeant Brown was ever actually meeting or knowing Kelly Wilson, even though he did say that she had served him coffee when she was at a building program which is odd because he knew specifically that she served him coffee. This strange facts like these that make switch your position in the case for right? I felt sorry for him how I treated him, that special prosecutor, because it's like, why would Kelly mean where she go with the girls and the sergeant with them, and she was dating him, trusted him, went with him to even he was dedicated to the case, and he looked over there. So there's something interesting to add to this theory of this rumor of Sergeant Brown dating Kelly Anderson was that before Kelly's disappearance, Sergeant Brown put in his resume for a position at the Greensboro Police Department, but he was denied. So the chief of police at Greensboro was quoted saying, and I quote, "We do not want to hire someone who is known to associate with high school girls." Oh, look at look at that. That's the this baby spit in the water. Cut that. November 16th, 1994, the Florida police released a statement that 5 boxes of evidence from the messages were stolen in the stage. Boxes contained copies of the methods in the case. The originals were forwarded to the Florida police. Guess what? These are assholes. Happens to this shit. Is there a bad chain of custody when it comes to most of these cases we come across? Because of a lot of things that are stolen or taken away, evidence always mysteriously disappearing. Yeah, kind of pisses me off. Yeah. So those are some strange facts, but all of this still leaves the question of what happened to Kelly Anderson. So let's discuss the suspects. So suspect number one, Chris Dickman. Chris Dickman was Kelly's boyfriend at the time. He was known for having a hot temper and was seen having an argument with Kelly the night before she disappeared. He sold his car only 1 month after Kelly went missing by traveling to Louisiana and had a dealer ship his car to Mexico. So when investigators tracked down the car, they found strange hairs on those the truck was missing. Chris also had a shaky alibi until he disappeared, and he took a polygraph test and failed it. But, I mean, none of that really matters now if we're talking about solving case because he died of cancer in 2004. Yeah, that's the first suspect, Chris Dick. So who's the second? Second suspect. Which one is Chris Dickens? Who told me I didn't need a pickup truck to make Kelly was he also called but after being found, he's convicted and faced 3 years of prison for Ricky and the grand jury about being at work on the day of Kelly's disappearance. Charge sheet showed Will was lying, and the supervisor testified that Will asked him to drive the office and provide him to cross highway. Will supposedly told his supervisor in the face and at the video store. He said around, but Kelly took to the list of police. He grew child. Let's go to the next step. BB was a 17-year-old high school friend in St. Kelly's who was trying to slash the tire out of the car. He eventually admitted to this tire slashing and served 3 days in jail. But he claimed it was just a regular act of vandalism and all knowledge was short of his disappearance. And that's all we have on him is that he just slashed the tire. And that's it. But that puts him as a suspect. So I'm going to shift such a term. In front of the other suspect, Jim Fowler, areas. He's the owner of West Texas Video. He was the last person to see Kelly. He's the most fellows and was arrested for possession of child pornography in 2003. But all these illegal reports never considered a serious suspect. And so there's a lot about that story. All that was that he was taken to his mother and was very nice. Those are suspects. But I don't have a personal theory about what happened. We're going to get into it. So after researching this case for hours, for weeks, for months, which seems like sometimes years for researching for a yeah, we're sitting there looking at the on that list. Nobody really talks about it. But one day, there'll be reputable investigation on people, right? Investigation journalists. People that need to talk. Anyways, alright, so this is my guess of what happens. Are you ready? So it's the night of Kelly's disappearance. She gets out of bed, she gets into a car, and she realizes her tire is slashed. So she continued on to drop the receipts off at the bank nearby, and at some point, ran into her boyfriend with Mia to drive it around with his cousin, possibly offers to help with the tire, but after heading back to the video's her car. Tracy's mom giving her fight before he was possibly still upset, sees the evidence of what happened, killing her, which that is my guess. And his boyfriend who did this first thing killed her, ended up disqualified and losing the site. Assaults, ended up shipping the car to Mexico, where the investigators then tracked it and noticed that was missing. Inside of it that left the net, but all the polygraph, the shaky alibi, the diet of cancer, the agriculture, never the truth. That is my guess.
I mean, it can be serious. There was one thing that catch my attention though, about what was this. He said that they were at the site for 15 years, basically not the
Yeah.
even if the manager and the manager can remember that too,
You hit a plot hole, reopen the investigation, reopen the reopen.
so you have to show them and Sergeant Brown and Sergeant Brown posted last season and John Cleary with his well qualified. He was just talking about his charge of possession of the so the problem that and some more. Also, if he is a song, and you have 17-year-old from the working for you, wouldn't you make sure she actually is talking about and such a thing? He just heard up freezer by the car and next. I feel like that is just the tire smashed. I really would. I'm sorry, but I'm giving her a function assignment to still know. And I got Richard Cruz, but I was able to make it 2 days down the road. You definitely got that. So her making it to the bank and back is hard to do. I feel like she probably dropped off the deposit, went back to her boss stand, get back to her and completely little beauty, saw a car all alone, and tire that had just picked up around this tire and kicked them off. So why do I think Sergeant Coop, Sergeant Brown Donner? He's always sick. I'm sure he probably stopped by a few times to check out the underage camera, which was seeing the interest Jay has as well, pretty positive he noticed the same thing himself. So they having to work together to keep each other from getting caught. So Brown Donner made sure that the search in the case would be conducted. This close. The other sergeant was charged with the murder, and he knew they didn't have much to go with. And the general attorney was more focused on the central courts, so the case was already well, let's just say, it was totally free.
Yeah, the whole entire case was completely messed up from her. Absolutely crazy. I mean, that's all we really have. That's where it sits right now. But this whole disappearance of her is weird. And this that whole thing, you don't even know where to go. That's why this is such a big story for us to talk about. You don't know where to go in this story. It's so much information. It goes so many different ways. It's weird.
And I would have to tell you, the corporate set it up perfectly. Small town, satanic points, everybody communication. No, this was it's upset with them. And I think the training there of companies, even babies and kids and different things.
But I mean, at that time, it was kind of the same thing. And so, whoever set it up, like you said, set it up perfect. So everyone even look at it just to sit in the court. But then it makes you question what the kids talking about. With all of the babies being born and disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson and the Texas safety Kansas. But do you have any final things you want to say before we move on from this thing? We did it. To be continued, we don't know. We don't know what happened. We never really know what happened. So all we can do today is speculate. But nice, we'd love to hear your thoughts, your opinions on it. And if you find out any information, of course, let us know. So with that being said, yes, let's move it to other voicemails we go over. Here will be iTunes reviews and ratings. Alright, so this first voicemail is from United Store Seafood Trading. So we're going to play that right now.
You might learn anonymous and people are comfortable and from now to be known as you texted 64 Smith. And let me guess, you would receive messages, especially recaps of keep it easy and stay breezy someday.
You can say it's exactly. So were you here when you called and left the voicemail last time? Yeah, so you had a great voicemail 2 weeks ago. A little bit, pretty difficult people. And you can't find it different when you guys have you passed your 64 training. You passed your 64 training. Thank you for the voicemail. You love. Stay safe out there. Keep playing. Company. It's nice when he's from anonymous. So we'll play that right. You don't want to go to your shirt. This is dead. You can't look. You can't really just do it. You look. You feel on your heartbeat, but it's not supposed to. Probably. Yeah. Like I said, we don't. They actually make it extra easy for the key. Okay? Yeah. They'll tell you what they do. You're two. You're three. So thank you for your support. Thank you for your love. Sorry, I can't get back to you. So we'll take the voice of my life just as much. Thank you for saying that. So thank you. Only that's the voices. Now we go to the voices. So the first one we got this week is from Ricky underscore. Like a 5-star review. With the subject line reads, if you're listening, if you don't have a stick up for your boss. He goes on to say, hey, it's Ricky. Thanks for putting me on Ghost 3. You guys are awesome. Don't change nothing. But I have a request on the subject. If possible, the fourth round of the camps that they had at Nazi Italy in South Argentina and the human experience of the camps. So, first of all, thank you for the 5 stars. Thank you for the love and those 3. Really so but now I've heard about the fourth round. I've heard about Nazis because I've been in I've not heard of human experiences. I can tell that human experience is very specific to the Indeed. So it's something we have to look into. Yeah, it's on the list. So thank you, Ricky, for that, the support. You will add that to the list. This next one is from Squad over the Events. It was left on March 15th, and it's 5 stars. It's such a one that reads best podcast I've heard. They go on to say, hey guys, I love the podcast. Keep up the great work. I love listening while working because it keeps me thinking while unloading project items. I love the intros because it shows off Billy McCarthy's personality. I hope that y'all can touch on the topic abilities or emergency approaches. I like to think that we're all connected in a way, and specifically in some things we feel, maybe take the story of emergency approaches. But it is something we have to review and go over. It's something we have to go over. We get pictures in a lot, but they're also good. It's definitely nice for each of the others to that would be that they would have a original people to use the picture. So just deep breath and relax. If we didn't, this next one is from 233 4. It was up at March 17th. It's 5 stars and 6 points. It's 11 guys. The goal was that I'm so glad I discovered this podcast. Where can I find a pick of you guys? With your sexy voices. Especially kids. So, thank you for your love, Ricky. Thank you for your 5 stars. Pictures of us, we were going to really show pictures of ourselves just for privacy reasons, but maybe in the future. Maybe. Yeah, it just be. Oh, yeah, you. How many times did we have just the top section. When you face it, you feel like it's a nice cup of coffee. I got some nice. You do. You said you do. See, that's the next one. Okay, the next one is No Long Day, left on March 18th for this past watch. Subject line that was great podcast. They go to say, just came across this podcast. I love the podcast and the class is great as well. Kate's voice is super sexy. Thank you, little number. You really got to do that, and that seems to be popular. I'm like this. You have the continue serving knowledge. Alright, this next one is from City of Angels that got March 19th. It is 5 stars. The second one that weeks ago. They go on to say, great show, and the fans and the ignorance. Keep up the good work. And not letting out the scary stories of your fathers and mothers. Hopefully I can share some of you guys can get. Well, hey, City of Angels, thank you for your love, thank you for your 5 stars. Go ahead and submit it if you want. You can go to newsletter.com/contact, right? You just go to our website, click on the contact button, excuse me, and you can find our email addresses there, which is or you can go to our social medias, like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and you can DM us on there, send your personal stories in there, this form will post stories forward, which is, it'll be a few months until you understand, so just like, unless you have some Egypt stories, that would be good, because it's probably but send them in, and cover it, but if you give the love and 5 stars, do it. Right. So next one is April. The focus that I really like to cover a range of topics and discussion, and key person needs opinions, and for the conflict and domestic business. Let's see some hate for the aggression in episodes, but real conversations to the point. Thank you. I agree. Sometimes there's we got less in some episodes, but I think it's got a lot better. Thank you, Richard. Love your support. Nothing passes expectation. It is so good. You have to watch this. Yes, the faster episode named thank you, and for 5 stars for that. If you like that, some people say, what's the breakdown? Yeah, we kept him in the contract. So it was the guy who arrived with Jeffrey and Garrett. But there was a hundred. But the very good always said about him, which we picked up one day. But thank you, Adam, for suggesting. Alright, this next one is from Kinsey Sway from International Persons, 5 stars. He said, we'd like to say I'm a huge conspiracy producer level. I just stumbled across this podcast from searching for new conspiracy podcasts. It's my new favorite podcast. I love you guys for finding feel like I'm just listening to some fun stuff. I heard on the podcast someone say that you had a website that about her, and actually she's my favorite of her voice. Don't listen to haters when you don't get your voice. Thank you for the love, Kinsey Sway. Hopefully we can keep up that love. Next one is from Killer B7. But then they go on to say, I really enjoyed the podcast. I stumbled upon it. I've been binging for 2 days. Thanks for the hassle. Anyway, thank you. Killer B7. 5 stars. Alright, this next one, of course, it's 1 star. Yeah, great fun. So this next one is from Bigfoot Stacy. It's 1 star. This is subject line never get that comeback. They go on to say, they listen to the allocated not going to bash you. It takes a lot to get these things going. However, the dude who's trying to be funny started. You're very annoying, not actually funny. Okay, let the sound of your voice. Do your own show. I listen to the but I can't deal with the one very, very dude. Just shut up. Take even if the next one to get out of the way. Good luck. Okay, so she's talking about, clearly talking about in the abstract. You could stop it, catch it. Really, it's on the go to just be thank you for the review. We will separate. Alright, next one is from awesome. I want to say great podcast these last 2 weeks. Finally, all caught up. I just want to let you guys know. Anytime soon in the Las Vegas show, that was our message that keep being great and we're all thank you for the 5 stars. The Las Vegas shooting is episode list. And it may seem like you guys have suggestions that you don't say that, but if you're completely honest, we have a giant list of what episodes are next, and they get moved up and down depending on the suggestion. If someone's like, hey, I'm listening to that, and you can't go back and listen to that. So keep suggesting what you want to suggest, and we'll keep on that. Really appreciate it. Nothing's stopping us from keep on that series. That's the goal. That's the description. Alright, so this next one is from 46. Seems like I'm 25th. Hey, everyone, I just want to say that I really love the podcast. I love the blend of seriousness and humor. It's really refreshing. I'm always looking for new episodes. Thank you for listening to the platform. Please support it. His next one is from Sweetie Bowers. Select our national subject is five-star. Subject line reads, pick wood, and it's clever. They want to say, you guys were my first pick when I searched conspiracy podcasts, and you did not disappoint. Doing a fantastic job. I'd love to listen to an analysis of patents. Keep IP as your book doesn't keep it. That's it. So thank you, Sweetie Bowers. So the suggestion is, if I recall correctly, go back to this one. Because the company was in the industry and they committed suicide. But before he did, he was saying they were built on the house. The industry and all these people so they put all these individuals saying that they were educated. He was quote-unquote suicide. So he will add him as my comments, but we'll definitely have suicide. Thank you, Sweet Girls, for the service. Alright. This next one is from P1PH. Subject great podcast and they go on to say, I really enjoy the idea of thanks for making it 90 minutes to check out or thank you, PH, for 5 stars. And glad we could be right there with you as you do quests on the RPGs. Yep, you keep forming. Listen to us. It's greatly appreciated. Know that we're always there cheating. And you fucking do that for us. You gather with those 4 apples and kill those 5 pillars. You collect that skin first. And you collect that nice mace that you can stand to metal. But thank you. Awesome. So this next one is from 6 cents. This is hands down my favorite podcast. We all have big questions. Thank you, 6 cents. You're amazing. Thank you for the 5 stars and love. This next one is from Good. It's 5 stars. Such a long one. My favorite. They want to say, just found out that I love y'all's podcast. Thank you for the 5 stars. I love. We love you. Only the last one is left April 4th in this 9 week is 5 stars. Subject to experience. They go on to say, I came across this podcast after being caught up with all my shows. I took a chance and listened. There was no disagreement. It's been a couple of months and now I'm doing new favorite shows. I went back and listened to past episodes and now I get through my each week to say thank you guys for all you do. Stay safe, stay healthy. Your faithful follower. Thank you, for 5 stars. Thank you for the love. We'll continue throwing these episodes out and we'll continue trying to do what we can do. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, so that's all the ratings for you. That's all the voicemails. Please click down, shout outs real quick. Let me see. I'll do instruments first. I want to give a shout out to Chipper Dante, Jessica Cecilia, Hermit, Tex, Sydney Mayor Ford, Left Booties, Jason, Kinsey Ray, Brad Fixer, Earl, Jennifer, Zach, Samir, Chapman, Shay, I think I'm they can write, I think it's about 30 or 40 messages and all for some reason. But yeah, thank you everybody for the love and support and keep saying good stuff. If you got any Twitter shout outs or anything on Twitter, they get a bunch of followers. And I said a bunch. Welcome to the family. So I encourage people to read that. So another thing too, I wanted to say something about the Facebook Messenger. We are super backed up on Facebook Messenger. Backed up so much that we're in Facebook messages or something. People like they have a response on Facebook. So if you've got any messages, I'll start taking up those messages and start responding to them. So just to let you know, your message has not been fallen on deaf ears. We will respond to Facebook messages as well. So that being said, I apologize for the Facebook shout outs. Yeah, so that's the end of the episode. You got anything you want to say before we wrap it up? Stay safe out there. Keep on social distancing. We're here on school conferences and everything. Practice with it. Thank you for listening to us today. Practice your social distancing. Practice your love with one another as well. If you reach out to us, you can go to our social medias. You can go to theories.com and voice note us. We will review it. And with that being said, Jamie, what is that? It's okay to be listening to because you're not. Welcome to Theories of the We got a post on the Wednesday website. Today's episode, of course, is deep and but before we get to it, let's do a quick announcement. We don't want any calls to anyone from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, you can leave a written email to us that helps us out. If you don't want to leave a note or you can't leave a note, that's fine. We just want you guys to know some names with trains, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, alligators, whatever you want. We play the show. Also, if you like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram and Facebook. Or you can go to our website, which is theoriesofthegirlfriend.com, and click the contact button. There you will find all of our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can leave a voice note after a phone anonymously and leave a review. So, with that being said, how this episode will go today is that we will quickly go over what exactly DMT is, a brief history behind it, individuals' experiences, and personal stories on taking it, the machine themselves, theories about you, to give you a rough guide of our own thoughts and feelings about that. Are you ready to go? With that being said, anytime can you tell us what DMT is? DMT or directly to the actually communicated from at least 60 species of parts of the body. And this is Japanese, Justin, and pretty much anything. Depending on the dosage and mechanisms, the effects of DMT can range from non-psychedelic states to powerful immersive life functions experiences, which can increase in state. They experience spiritual realms, alternate dimensions, and interact with. So DMT is DMT is legal in 184 out of 195 countries in the world. However, unlike some illegal substances, DMT is not considered to be addictive or toxic by scientific means. In no way whatsoever are we telling people that should go out and do DMT. This is just for entertainment purposes, right? So now we're going to jump into what this week behind DMT.
Traditional use of content dates back as far as the organization is that it is naturally promoted supplements. Like that particular, a very proven also in the Japan Japanese Japan message. The very ritual ceremonies of the China, during the Ashton people used to take the seeds of this adobo tree, and put out use this giant ancient pile to store it in mazes. Why this is done, Joe proposed out just 2 words, which translate to Australian.
We think this got hurt, drying some seeds and taking better monsters. That's interesting.
And that's why it's not
So we talked about the tea group earlier. So DMT is the psychoactive ingredient in ayahuasca. And evidence of ayahuasca's use dates back to at least 1,000 BC. Researchers found that not only contained the residue of ayahuasca as the famous universal substances inside Western Colombia, and that was discovered in 2002, which I thought was really interesting.
now it's your using DMT alcohol, everyone has to interaction. Very much of it. Stephen Zach, chemist and psychiatrist, and analyst, patient, and read about trials into a spiritual group. Two, as long as it is intuitive capacity, which was impossible to experiment to the subject effects.
So, what are the effects exactly? What does it feel like taking DMT? Well, there's a researcher who suggests that you probably already felt its effects. His theory is that in times of extreme physical stress, some near-death experiences, even during the REM sleep, the body releases DMT. The name behind this theory is Rick Strassman, who will cover later.
Studying their functions and DMT when any subjects make experimental conditions. As a result of his research, Strassman appears to today's spirit, because its effects include many features of religious experience, subject visions, blessings, powerful emotions, not outside the feelings of every one of the subjects. During the project's 5 years, he administered approximately 100 doses of DMT to nearly 5,000 common body types.
Damn, 400 doses.
And what did he do?
Well, yeah. So this Strassman, he was legit. He did all of this stuff legit. So yeah, they were actually volunteers. These volunteers, more than half of them, reported profound internal interactions with these non-human beings while in this DMT state. So now we're going to hear a few stories from individuals involved in the study and their experiences as they went the times and years ago. All three said that this was the most profound experience in their life. Now, while you're listening to this, keep in mind that all of these individuals are non-typical people who live and portray as unemployed drug users. These individuals had this experience at a fairly young age. All of them are under the age of 25 and have since have become successful in life, such as doctors, yoga instructors, lawyers, and shamans, to name a few. Now, this next audio clip is going to be 10 minutes long, but hurry up, it is completely worth the listen. So make sure you listen to it all and come back, and then we'll discuss the machine models and the entities and what they can possibly do. So we're going to play that right now. Start to grow and extend the skin behind the forehead and the fingers. Really, it's very complex. It's very physical. Some of the tensions are very split. The cups are down in the second. So they can stop high powers. The aerosol type of sides. Some reaches really there's like the last layer of that which defines you as a human being. You no longer there's no concept. It's so disordered. I was so terrified. I never been so terrified. Lost on my heart. To leave my life to be going warp speed backwards through my own decay. I feel like I'm in the universe. So I got right into this part. So they went into it. I lost three things to do. Different with things. When I was 35, I was in the future. I was and before it, I was going. Together, I was everything. He was in essence a separation of shadows, no differences, no past, future, or present. But then felt myself holding the big and I felt good. I could feel the light, will, the center of flames. I left it out. I could already start to feel this weird separation. I reached across and all of a sudden I knew the universe was huge big. With these beings on the other side, and I put out my hands in this incredible rainbow in a way, which would be me and these entities. And I was trying to make it feel like a light, but it was this completely pink light, this energy of love that moved this passing the world. All these human beings I was trying to just stand for them. This really trip to infinite space of European consciousness is absolutely wasn't ever done. And really into this, I just realized nothing. It just trying to. But now I know because of the things. The present time world is the farthest reaches of your humanity. This is the doorway into the value of human being. When you go past that, you stop being human to the degree that you're able to ask this privilege further away from being human being. The language speaks better than everything. It's everything. It's what defines you as human being. This is real. This picture present pattern what is real. This is like the actual core of all reality. This is where we stimulus for intertwined every single word and letter and every language is fully
civilization, the life forms, or whatever they want to be, they're so far advanced with the human form.
There's one state in articulated vibrating hobby. I use that. Once you can see that the internet and and then you're in the inside, outside, inside, every side. So it's an animated it was no problem. People just the group. There was something since
Until I got to the space where I realized that I was in the very cycles away from people. When I was in it, I had been so many times before, I recognized it as corporate executives and felt such peace. Everything was stripped away because of the fear of attachment to material was completely stripped out of me. It was for me to just be the essence of the self.
recognize work. Wisdom. No sensation. So know your roots and actions. And I and it turns it like 15 minutes. So when it shut the guy who has to kind of catch up because now the whole cognitive distance to actually a 1,000 years of experience in 15 minutes. Well, say the least. All of those individuals are part of the instructions that all of them got injected with DMT and were observed by Dr. Strauss and the nurse that they studied. All those stories were completely mystic. But none of that, thousands of years of experiences in 15 minutes. Think about it.
not scary. Scary, of course, is very good and very bad and people try to. The good thing is, why is the need to Dr. Schwarzer was emphasized that the original is very which is how the people I realize meaning of scientists is real life just not like the living your sense of time and the fact that every bit of it is
But despite DMT being naturally produced in the body, sadly it is classified as a scheduled drug, which by law makes it equivalent of magic mushrooms, which is also good for peyote cactus, which and opiates like which. So I have a theory as to why DMT is illegal, but we'll get to that in my thoughts and theory section. So we have touched on that. So let's go ahead and move on to the neutrinos. So David, what can you tell us about these neutrinos?
Neutrinos is a term coined by medical philosopher Charles Leclerc to describe non-earthly entities that are often referred to as however, the intention of it is very bad further references to such terms as educations, development, and business strategies. So what is it like experiencing these machines?
Well, according to Katz McKinnon, about 1 minute to 2 minutes into the DMT trip, one may burst through a crystalline metal and find there's a whole bunch of entities waiting on the other side, saying, how wonderful that you come so rarely. We're so delighted to see you. They're like true self-driven basketballs. So they come running with I mean, the start and they jump into the body and they jump back out again. And this whole thing is going on at a high-speed mode where you're being presented with thousands of details per second and you can't get a hold of them. And these things are saying, don't get into astonishment, which is exactly what you want to do. You want to go nuts with how crazy this is. And they say, do not pay attention to what we're doing.
We're doing this with cellular structures into the systems. The microphone is to you saying, look at this, look at this. And as your attention goes towards these objects, you realize that what you're being shown is impossible. It's not simply impossible, it's hard to get fashion. It's impossible to make these things. And here's the analogy where these hypergenic things. These things are like tools that are studying and emotions in the earth. Celestial tools. And the tools themselves appear to be somehow you can see what produces into existence. So what's happening is this proliferation of entities which are moving around the scene and they're saying, do it here. Yes, very existent. And they say, do it. Feel like a paper inside your brain and you to do it. And when it comes out, it's a sound. It's a vision. Instead of jump stuff and you know, as soon as the urgent is to do this, they say, that's it, keep doing it.
At about 4.5 minutes into the trip, you speak at the kind of which there's spontaneous outcry of rage and words and phrases unaccompanied by what is normally called meaning. After a minute or so of this, the whole thing begins to collapse in on itself. They begin to physically move away from you. Usually the phone child as if they wave goodbye and say, they call you. And this is Prince McKinnon's interpretation of what he's seeing when he's referring to machines. There's a lot of different interpretations of what people see and all. And here's what those stories about these beings tell me. Many other people have experienced very similar things. So now we're going to cover some personal stories of individuals experiencing these sort of things. So this first listener submitted experience is from someone very close to the show. Me and Dave decided to split up playing this week so that we guys have conditions and this. So Dave said you can start off with.
stories from this next sheet. I now just realized that when I could be called machines. I personally didn't really understand why they did some machine. I didn't see much of interest. But after that I started, overall I feel like the hatefulness during the universe is good. For me, they were coach figures filled with the brightest white and the victory that provoked real energy they were. They talked during the sunlight deep rich leaves that they realized and moved out there. With very directed animations, I feel like the more closer and more eyes so that I so that could also solve co-op as generalized with college and also solving co-op the brain starts to create definitions. This was just one aspect. I'm also
It's an interesting story that would be absolutely terrifying. Being worked on by something or someone who was, and their mother was strong and
and they don't feel the ground you didn't stop them for doing what you just said.
I mean, when you think about the hippie story in the 50s and 60s and 70s, you know, with the productive and grow and work on, it almost makes me wonder if
When color you don't use people when you see it.
yeah,
That's how
yeah, yeah, but I was going on mines, but you know, like the humans that's going back in the day, in the 60s and 50s, 70s, they took LSD to give it to people, and we knew they were actually getting LSD. I can't remember if that was an actual experimentation episode, but it's real early. We covered that. And, makes me wonder if these early encounters were actually people on DMT and knowing, and the government was like, hey, we need some test subjects. Let's go and inject some brain people with DMT. Let's see how they react. And basically. Alright, so we'll go to the next one. So this next story is from a listener that goes by the name of Ethan. I have witnessed an entity of DMT. It can be as human as you are, or as alien as anything you have ever witnessed in sci-fi. In other times, you felt astral things like aliens, like gestures, and reality is wiped away and replaced with source. By that, I mean you enter a place where everything that ever was, is, or will be. We are limited by our senses. They give us this illusion we perceive in reality. There's nothing like the DMT world. Nothing. Well, maybe we are experiencing itself subjectively. I didn't mean to get off on a tangent. I witnessed a crash of some sort once that was under the impression from who it was working. Not metal and steel, but living tissue that would hold anything made of. All communication, if you want to refer to it as that, is in short motion. I don't know how much it is a level of understanding that only can be illustrated in experience. Truly, language is no limits to the things you can do. It's very
pretty much what you imagine.
if some people think, some people think it's all in their head, if you imagine that would be one thought to it. But, okay, so this next story is an overview. We go and look at the theories and stuff. So theorizing. So, you want to play this next one?
So of course, the basic practice can be done. Yes. But in the there is also a practice. Anyways, that's what we do. We have mentioned this in the times. And they said that his experiences of what he saw was not from machines, but something different. He said he could, in 90 designs, the last vintage of the hands that were strange. And with these gestures that were giving a finger, they kept with them. I think it's very
don't know, you have to take yourself seriously. You got to be the first time you take it. You got to do some really emotional work for you. Like, you're having to strip yourself from your ego, your wherever you go. You can be just a good for once. Go smoke a little. You think you're gonna have this breakthrough, all of a sudden you see these jokers dancing around looking at your finger. Somebody gave us a bad deal. Alright, now we're going to go over some potential theories. This is the fun part. These potential theories as to what these entities could be. Yeah. So the first one we're going to cover is that there are no living spiritual entities at all. And it is just merely hallucination. Really that. And it's awesome. You know, brain is pretty crazy when it comes to being able to cope and deal with things that make it tough. So I can see that. So what's the next one?
That's what deity allows beliefs and anything that points to the process.
Well, that's deep. I could see that. You know, that's another possibility. So, this next one is as a neurotransmitter, DMT causes the overpass of the reptilian brain to dominate consciousness, resulting in a state that appears totally different. Now, okay, so I could see this because so our brain is a section of the pre-reptilian basically it drives diseases like self-preservation because of its immune production and spread of trials. And it helps us distinguish truth correctly. I could see argument being that DMT somewhat with the enhances that reptilian part of the brain and if it flows, you become freaking book or having but everything else is just evolved through. I have to see it, but I have no scientific proof to back that up. So it's just a theory. What's the next one?
Next one is psychedelic hypnosis. And I can't believe that this comes up witches. And
I don't discredit much stuff. I think anything's really possible. So the next one is DMT provides access to the afterlife or world of the entities or the souls or personalities that they cover. Now, my personal thoughts and theories is this. So I'm going to save my thoughts on this when I get into personal thoughts and theories in a minute. So keep that in mind. So we can go to the next one.
here we go. Next one. So DMT is a beings who are mastered by intellectual communicate with humans not physically achieve.
I like it. I always love myself. Come back. I think that as far as our culture, they probably get okay. Imagine computers back in the day, right? Our mom taught you exchange. Okay, our mom taught you early beginnings computers exchange. People in the future, their mom taught you it's just going to be like a little computer chip, very small computer chip, the size of your pinky, and it just puts your pinky out, and that's how they talk. See, that's what they do. Yeah, it is country. Alright, so this last one is the entities or rogues from an extraterrestrial or an extra-dimensional species set out to make contact That's how oh, you got no problem with each other, sit and need to. Yes, those are some of the theories about the case. Now they're 1 and 2% guys. Alright, so my first theories are about ghosts. It's similar to what we talked about. Okay? The what if when an individual takes DMT and experience these quote-unquote beings, that they're actually being blasted off into another dimension of their soul. This is under substitute degrees of it's being blasted out into another dimension that we will walk around in that dimension and see as ghosts. Right? This is where it takes time. What if when people in this dimension we see ghosts, they're actually other beings from other dimensions are being teachers in our dimension in ghost form. So we don't see ghosts, we're seeing ghosts, we're seeing species or other beings or other people are being teachers from other dimensions. Yeah, that's a good question. I've never even considered this until I researched this out. It's what that's what it is. So what theory do you have?
Well, I was reading some sensitivity research. Also, it talks about some things that have the own experience, and they were all experiencing the same sort of that. Two experiences, two people have this, and these machines, since there is no truth for each of them, and I can only say it's very impossible. Maybe just use a representation of self-love. And whenever you decide to picture it, it's a police station. And then you will see you choosing the street. And that just happened to be then, pretty much them being different things and folks in this picture. That maybe the world won't be different.
That's why it seems familiar. Or somewhat familiar, somewhat not familiar. Right? She said, those are sorts of those are the existence that like being familiar with being in that place. If you agree that you experience a DMT or a trip and you die, you don't do that later. You go to sleep, you how long is it? It's 12 hours, when 5 hours, when you die, there's a theory that your brain releases a small amount of DMT that stage does actually slow yourself and everything. So whenever you start to die, you realize that you're about to die, your body dumps all of this DMT from your then it's so much that it slows down time for you. You live in this bliss of euphoria, which feels like to you thousands and thousands and thousands of years within eternity, but for others it's a second. But for you, you're still in the early, but you're still in that state of your ego is stripped away from you, you're gone. It's just one theory that I've heard of. I don't know if I truly believe it because
The reason I put my time to that to the pockets. And they say that you pretty much know that they can stupid that you see this memories and flashbacks.
yeah,
They're like if your life comes back to you. That kind of many things that you can like I said, you this is possible. So maybe it's just connects with you and see and before you then can show.
I mean, it all fits. I like that a whole lot. previous world. They are ancient patterns. They always have been and always will be. They are a pattern ourselves. And elves are ourselves, just in a higher dimension. It's actually as good as just seeing right? But these elves are just a higher dimension ourselves. I went to the neighborhood and pushed it into the new and I'm not sure that was you know, she got the fusion and for the gap that I had. It's so much. So we was talking about being illegal. I said I would go back to it's illegal. So DDT is not illegal because of any scientific research which states that DDT is illegal because LSD was illegal in the United States in 1968, which gave communists the United Nations blanket ban on all psychotropic compounds in 1971. The United Nations Convention put LSD and DMT in particular form. Now this is even higher than lithium amphetamine, which is on Schedule 2, stating that these compounds in Schedule 1 pose a serious risk to public health and have no therapeutic value. LSD is not dangerous as many people think it is, as extremely few people who take it actually die, compared to a very large number of people who are taking it locally. However, the establishment in the United States clearly considers LSD dangerous due to its cultural, disabling effect. So under its influence, like during 83, a lot of people took LSD, and these individuals began to reject the status quo. They started protesting against the foreign wars like in Vietnam. So LSD was perceived to promote social unrest. That's why LSD is illegal. Put a blanket ban on psychotropics, which come to as well. But there are no reported deaths from anyone smoking DMT, and neither have I heard of anyone becoming physically injured from smoking DMT. DMT is a non-addictive and no physical harm has ever been shown to be demonstrated with the administration of DMT. So why is DMT still illegal? That was my personal opinion, but I would say it is still illegal because it is perceivably easier and convenient for governments to maintain its legality, and there is a lack of lobbying to make DMT legal. DMT is illegal in my personal opinion because drugs are illegal, and most governments maintain a redundant, backwards-ass policy against drugs. Dangerous. Abortion. That's my take, okay? Then I'll look that way. That's what the show's about. It's awesome shit. Yeah. So everything you want to add before you wrap up the DMT why would you not? We had a chips there. Someone went to yeah, I knew we had a chips there. That is not promoting taking or doing it whatsoever. What you do with your body and what you choose is we're not trying to influence your behavior. We just make you aware of what it is and study behavior and stories. So what you do is respect what you do, what decision you make, what you wish to make. It's just like being self-fixing. It needs someone who sits there and watches you while you I guess it's the end of the day. I guess it's moving on to voicemails. When we go to voicemails, hey, this is love you for yourself. So we have two voicemails today. Both of them are from an individual and we're going to play them back to back. So we'll play those right now. So it's not surprising that he was sent to the yeah, I mean, that sucks. But it's good for people trying to touch the look at that disgusting stuff, you know? It's interesting that the fast energy disappeared after it was on for a while. It's interesting. Yeah, probably saved it somehow. That's it. That research was okay. Alright, so see if we can pull this out. See if we can pull that. Tell me what comes up when you pull that. That's on TV, that's just that's exactly what it does for me. Okay, so we came across ICD.com and go to the topic dark web. And we go to that web page. All it has is dark web and web driven mental hospital pages, which tells me that the video was pulled. But let's see if we can go to this food. Wake up machine doesn't have what it's talking about. That is really nice. It's ICD.com. It's cheap. For some reason, the top of this book this would be what do we get? Alright, so let's move on to the second topic, the design of consulting. That's very you know, whenever a couple months ago, I was in academia, people started doing the things for the environment. But one guy brought it that seemed like everybody could find was design, and what you buy, discussing things. And one thing good at it, one thing I've seen that's maybe doing everything you think of design. Sounds disgusting. But it's something that you look into where to figure out what's in what's awesome that fitness. Critical is jump on it and look it and listen to your website. Filters it using the access of the user services. It adds shapes and lines to the users and music so just and cool studio. Yeah, that's it. What we do so we do influence direct growth. So so if you file for the controls, keeps we find out the information about the design of the graphic. And that was some get into ratings and reviews. So this first review was left on April 2nd. Great book. It is from the user who only is 5 stars. And said that it's great show. He said that I don't really like but it never miss episodes. Keep up the good work. Much love from Just English. Thank you. Next one was left on April 7th, and it's by Ruben. It's 5 stars. I love it. They're going to say, this is very entertaining. I was captivated the entire episode. You know it's spoiled. It's my first episode. Keep it up, you guys. I'll have to go back and touch it. It was all I had to say. Here was the backstory. Yes. So sorry. Anyway, thank you, people, for the 5 stars tonight. And then just keep in mind, when you go back to all of our episodes, early episodes, so just give you a heads up. Alright, so next review is left on April 8th. It's from AGTG. It's sponsored by Pacific Northwest. So looking for found friends. They don't say so much huge conspiracy of everything and strange thing. And you guys do just that. Love this podcast. Putting it on this. Keep it honest. The reason Chupacabra, Bigfoot 2020. Yeah, please, thank you, HETG, for 5 stars and for the love. I would agree. Bigfoot. Alright, this next one is from Best Health. It's from Canada. It is 5 stars. 6 yeah. They're going to say, well done, everyone. Stuff upon this podcast every day. I've been very intense so far. Let me intro this topic so much. It takes to outlet during most of the episodes. Starting from the newest episode with my weight on top, no change. It's great when a group of like-minded people can make you laugh and make you think at the same time. Thank you for all the content. Make all your worship live. Make all of your worship continue to back the ways you really do. Thank you, Dusty Head, for the love of 5 stars. No children. Thank you. And hey, since you're in Canada, you need to school up this. Make room for it. Yeah, well, alright. So we are. This next one is from Canada. We're back in the United States. It's left in April. It's 4 stars. It's 7 episodes. Big episode. This is my new favorite podcast. It's got great content. Great gratitude. The only thing that could be better is if Kate says, unlike Lauren that year. Well, they could be for 4 stars. Thank you for the love. We can pass that information on to Kate. Alright, since you left us for Kate, just review one of GSPSAE. Subject line is awesome. It's 5 stars. They're going to say you guys are great. Always thank people about this podcast. But they keep people on GSPSAE. You're awesome. Thank you for the letters. Ooh. No, if you like GSPSAE, I didn't even realize that was the rest of the screen. You know what? This one? So, whatever that's not something. So this next one is the left on the 10th. It's 1 star. Subject line is Pennsylvania. The ground says you guys cover all the topics I like, but your delivery is much needed. Hope you improve. Check out. P.S. Reviews are running this time. Well, thank you for the tip. Yeah, if you have a Twitter on Facebook, shoot us a message. Let us know if there's something we want to do. See if we can trust it's for the institution. It's for something that we can change back later. But you don't know this and let us know. Alright, this next one is left off people. It's from 1967. First song. It is 5 stars. Sick and papers. Back in childhood. I don't want to say boxing. I've tried it. I'm not sure how to do it. But I'm so happy. You guys are amazing. That was a trip. When I was younger, sometimes riding on long drives. We would always listen to coast to coast. I'm sure that's a fascination. So I love how you guys make it with the places. Even in the last podcast, we read that the world is the country that can. I don't remember the answer. It's fascinating. So I feel great to be able to listen to you guys talk about it. Keep up the good work. I love you guys. I love you guys. Thank you, Kylie. That is awesome. You're awesome. You were right. I looked Alright, so if you would be for love and this next one is from 8th grade. September 13th. It's 4 stars. The other one is that floats well and seems well researched. Hosts don't on each other, but it's pretty well balanced too. The shadow review section is the bigger, is the kind. They do let me talk after the subject presentation. The good stories is my main focus too. Thank you for taking to support. Yeah, I guess we got finished with that fact that the review chat sections were on. So that's all we got to do. But instead of chat rooms, you got any suggestions? Should we say so, yeah, we do look at last time. Alright, so this last review, this stuff I'm going to go ahead. It's by Vibes for 666. Yes, it's 5 stars. It's in the We're going to say, Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. I'm going to take back the sisters because it's about Aaron Dawn and keep up the fantastic stuff y'all are doing, even out of your eyeballs for a week. Keep spending is bigger than podcast environment. This environment was government. Can't make it make sense. Thank you, Pops, for 669 for the suggestion. 5 stars. Yeah. Alright, so that's all the ratings and reviews. Let's have more shout outs. So, do you have any shout outs for them? That's something glad to dive deep into. Maybe I could do it with lots of degrees. You should do that for the so let's move on to Instagram shout outs.
Danny, can you see the people in your lessons? You can use the safe out there. So how that means that they can stop. And because we what are the theories of the fund? You start to feel simply what apologize every time scheduled for short this week's episode. So much stuff this year discuss your author from the so it's the great episode. Stick around. Give it a listen. So the first I found is we don't do that show from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, our written review opportunities will help the show tremendously. If you don't have anything done, that's fine. I just want to keep that on these goals and use what activities like Sasquatches to office those who are not members and to bring some people whoever wherever you are to enjoy the show. Also, if you would like to reach out to us, you can choose us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, or you can go to our website, which is things.com, and you can click on the contact button and go to your phone or email addresses. Also, on the website, you can support sweet and sleep and go listen to. So with that being said, let's go over how today's episode will go. We'll start off with talking a little bit about who corporate organization is. We will talk a little bit about the UFO research and investigation, strange facts and findings, which will wrap it all up with my thoughts, theories, and the other topics. So let's go ahead and discuss a little bit about corporate belief. He was born on June 9, 1958 in Melbourne, Australia. He attended Campbell Heights High School up until his 10th year, when he decided to continue his studies at Rabbi college. So Frederick wanted to become a career in
aviation really bad. So he applied to enlist in the Royal Australian Air Force, but he was rejected. Not once, but twice. A little side note, the reason he was rejected was because of his inadequate educational qualifications. And there's also some other things that were flexible, which we'll discuss later on. Anyways, so Frederick was a member of the Air Training Corps, and on February 24th, 1977, at the age of 19, he received the Steward Pilot license. Then, in September of 1978, at the age of 12, he received his private pilot license. So that's just a little bit of a backstory of Frederick. And it's not much, but it kind of sums it up so that we can get into the event. On October 21st, 1970, Frederick fired a flight at Rabbi Airport in Australia. Now, real quick, if you don't know what a flight plan is, it's basically like a document that is filed by a pilot with the local air navigation service provider. This is done prior to the departure. It pretty much just maps out the flight path, destination, that they're using. And they can do that anytime before or for. So on this flight plan, he stated that he was to fly Kings Island in Alaska via Cape Cod to pick up passengers and merchants. Now, something to keep in mind while we go over this. The flight to Kings Island was around 125 miles. So it wasn't that hard of a flight. So at 6:19 p.m. on October 21st, 1978, Frederick hopped into a Cessna 121 and departed for California. He quickly climbed to a cruising speed of around 160 miles an hour. His visibility was good and winds were light. It was excellent flight control. So everything seems good so far. So now we're going to get into the encounter. At 7 o'clock p.m., 41 minutes into his flight, Frederick contacted the Melbourne Flight Service to inform them of his presence and his name, and reported reaching Cape Cod Road and he was on his way to Cape Cod. Now this is all, that's all normal, right? It's just relaying in Cape. On the same route I'm supposed to be, 10 minutes on place every day. So then 6 minutes later, 7:06 p.m., Frederick radioed into the Melbourne Flight Service. And this is like where the air traffic controllers are. Air traffic controller Steve Roby picked up the line. Frederick asked if there are any other aircraft in this area above 5,000 feet. Traffic controller Steve responded to Frederick and said there was no known traffic at that level. Frederick said that he could see a large unknown craft, which appeared to be illuminated by 4 bright green lights. He was unable to confirm this, but said it had passed about 1,000 feet overhead, but was moving at a high rate of speed. The radio fell silent for a moment, and Frederick responded. He said that the aircraft was approaching from the east, and said that it was probably another pilot purposely flying it. Then, 7:09 p.m., air traffic controller Steve asked Frederick to confirm his altitude and if he was able to identify the aircraft. Frederick gave his altitude at 3,500 feet. After that, Frederick stopped the transmitter for about 30 seconds, during which time the traffic controller Steve asked for an estimate of the aircraft size. Frederick said the aircraft was long, but it was falling too fast for him to describe it in detail. After that, Frederick stopped transmitting, this time for 20 seconds. And Frederick said the aircraft was orbiting above him. He had a shiny metal surface and a blue light on the radio fell silent. And Frederick reported the aircraft had crashed. There was a further 25-second break in communication before Frederick reported Rabbi Airport and was now approaching Cape Cod southwest. 29 seconds later, at 7:12 p.m., Frederick reported that he was experiencing engine failures and was going to proceed audio transcripts of the air traffic controller and Frederick. There's a couple of them on YouTube, but they're all remakes. The official audio from that night was never released. The only thing that was released was the sound, 17 seconds of the abandoned noise that was from the sound. So I'll play that right now so you guys can even listen to it. So here we go. So that's the thing. I tried using Adobe Audition, the audio program, to enhance the quality of it and see if it was anything that I could make it come out of it. I couldn't really make out anything besides it. It sounded like whatever it was wrong. It's weird that he said that what he said is happening, it's not, and then you heard that sound. So let's move into the search and investigation. At 7:12 p.m., the immediate air traffic controller Steve West detected the search and rescue organization QRAUX P301 and 8 civilian aircrafts searched over a 7-day period. Now, you know how many people are in the So the search encompassed over 1,000 square miles. During the search, a fuel slip was found roughly near Frederick last week. These identical fuel slip is much better. Elements of things. The sample of the fuel was taken and the results came back as aviation fuel. And also vessels and aircraft research no trace of this work. The search efforts continued for those until October 25th, 2007. That is when officials sustained a cooperative connection, and it was presumed that after that statement, all search efforts ceased. Others still people out there searching for telephones, but usually the official government searches, they presume that very so on the outside, the story is pretty usually typical for triangles, their converse missing. But this is a piece of UFO phenomenon just because of what Frederick had said. Something approached him that it was right outside. It's not an airplane, it's controlling high rates of speeds and better things. So there's a lot of strange facts in this story. That's very good. And we're starting from his childhood and what it these strange facts. So at the time of his disappearance, Frederick lived at home with his parents and 2 siblings and worked as a shop assistant at an auto disposal store. Frederick was studying part-time in commercial economics, but had 4 around to say honest. This is the best one. He had failed all 5 commercial licenses and examinations. Frederick had been involved in a lot of fraud instances. For example, I read that he actually screwed into a controlled zone in Sydney, Australia, and received a warning for that. But he got in real bad trouble twice because he deliberately flew the people out. I didn't know that flying lessons were not supposed to fly into a car, but he twice deliberately. So that's just a But here's something else that I found, which was odd. So on October 21st, 1979, of course the day he disappeared, Frederick told his family and his girlfriend and a few friends that he was leaving with crayfish, which on his flight plan, of course, he wrote down his friend came out of the ducks and the pigeons and stuff like that. But he told his family that he was leaving with crayfish. So during the accident investigation, He's learned that there was a group of passengers waiting for the and that they did not order any sort of so just adds to the mystery of the story itself. Something else that was amazing Frederick his father, Rabbi. He did an interview with the Associated Press. In this interview, Guido said, I hope my son was taken by a UFO and crashed. The fact that they found no trace of him presents a possibility that UFOs could be invisible. I mean, that is strange. Because Frederick's father then says another reason so used to study UFOs as using the information. He also said that he was not the kind of person who would be stories. Everything would be very good and possible. And that Frederick was a firm believer in UFOs. And prior to his disappearance, he had very good worry about this. Now, keep that in mind, that strange fact, because I touched back on it in the section where we saw this case, but we'll see. Let's move on to the next one. Now, you guys read in 1770s how it's so there was a researcher, he received a copy of this report from the database, and he had it analyzed by the World Memory Institute, and another was taken from the United States by Dr. Richard Davis, who is a fellow researcher at NASA and an associate professor of psychology at San Francisco University. So he was very accredited. He knew that he was doing. So after Dr. Haynes analyzed the sounds, he said the sounds were 36 separate bursts with very constant start and stop pulses bound to each one. He also said that there was no discernible patterns in time and frequency in the noise. So the significance of the sounds, it still remains undetermined, and nobody really can say that that's what it sounds like. Me personally, I think it sounds like a microphone going out the wall, which I have an extra microphone there, which I was sticking in the wall, which I don't think that's, but you gotta do so much. So on the day of Frederick's disappearance, there was a plane in the world of F. And this is just setting up a time-lapse camera and tripod on the shoreline in order to photograph the sunset over the water. So Roy took a whole bunch of pictures of the scene, and when he got the pictures together, he noticed that they appeared to show fast-moving objects. The water moved very quickly. So Roy gave the claim that the pictures were taken at approximately 6:47 p.m. 20 minutes before Frederick appeared with the pictures. I did get a copy of this photo. I was able to prove it. And I will post this photo on my Instagram with the story highlights. But for the listeners who don't have Instagram or unable to look at the photo, it is a picture of the sunset. And in the upper right, there is what looks like a bed of grapes, which is not the full thing. It looks like a penis. It could be something else. It could be something else. So there's a lot of different photographs of this image. But I was able to obtain this. And there's a group, a UFO group called Grand Saucer, and they analyzed all these photographs of this object. And this UFO group argues that the distance that the object moved between photographs, relative to the clouds in the cloud, indicates It wasn't really simple. People who did. You could be somebody like that. Well, you know what about the range, right? The nice about the we'll find out the pictures as well. And he said, based on computer models of the pictures, the images were issued in unknown flying versions of moderate dimensions surrounded by a cloud-like vapor or exhaust resin. Now, when I look at the picture, it looks like the wheels on the back. It looks like with the wheels. But it makes sense if it's the exhaust means computerized that in the story. And I can see that they got the this is orange shirt. The photos because it's more so like a square shirt rather than the color. So let's move on. So another strange thing we recognize is that the news Frederick's disappearance became public. A number of individuals reported witnessing unusual activity in the area. Some people claim to have seen or heard an rapidly moving green light in the sky. In one instance, witnesses located two clearly reflects followed by a door filled with dark green and turning a point which was sexy. And he was a so I would say that's still now some meteorologists reported said that there was a large amount of reports of UFOs being several years ago. So the last strange fact was that 5 years after Frederick disappeared, an ancient flag from 1752, which was the same one as Frederick, was found washed ashore in Flanders, which is located in Australia, which is the area known as the flag featured a partial silhouette. The range of this partial silhouette we fell into, well, it was the same range as Frederick's silhouette. Some look at to this day. That Steve Roby is talking about, he doesn't believe this means something. He knew how to look outside. If it was much closer to the area of I would consider it, but it's an extremely long way to the point that I can stand. Also, Roby said that there was a 95% of the weight, which can focus disorientation and you find a piece of an engine with a partial serial match. It's the same thing. Frederick is found. I would kind of even choose that just based on that, but I would like to see so those are the strange facts. Now, we're going to get to possible theories. There's quite a bit of different things, and some more popular than others. If we're still cover those, and we won't touch on as much because they've been covered ever since the but the first theory that I have is Frederick staged his disappearance. Now, this isn't an unreasonable suggestion. For example, during his disappearance, his aircraft still had enough fuel to fly over for months. Also, no combat aircraft brought it over. So this aspect of the river, it was even nearer. And something like noted here is that the number of most received reports right here and use This basically inexperienced person is deceived by the illusion of the through which he is compensates and ineffectively with his claim to a ground so-called graveyard spiral. So the new forces at this time of the spiral will decrease fearfully, resulting in the this downward spiral in that ultimately seen further into the ocean. But that's it. Well, and at that also the day of I'm not making this up. It's a is it that they were including the planets and its stars and I did see an astrologer on the very and if you those planets do not match to one of those planets extremely bright in that area. So in being the star and in being the US Air Force fighter, credentials to it. So that's what a lot of the news media still to this day do. We'll go to the next slide. It's one thing when it's called that. This one, of course, is the theory that I said was the unexplained with the green report was which was either conducted comes the destruction is permanent. I mean, you look at the reports of images as well as the stream from Alexander, photograph the world country, you kind of realize that, right? But why would it be does in any maybe let's just be now this next series is pretty interesting. This one is called the found and online source that has an effect control said that they were the ones who actually took the fall from Fred, not broken. This anonymous source that spoke of Fred for the third minutes. The Australian government did not understand how to transcripts. They go after any whole story what true. This source also said that just an example, what was left out of the transcript was that Frederick said he was in fact green, and in fact his skin was burning out his bones. It's pretty scary, but it's true. Alright, so now I guess we're going to go into personal thoughts and feelings. I think I saw this case, and I said that I thought as I was reading and searching this case, I thought, what could happen if we make you look at I want you to do this. Alright, so the title of the government funded secret the Australian government was developing new habitat one that capabilities to fly the high speeds in the street like weapons. Everything was going good with testing and it's still needed to test the power of weaponry on human subject, but couldn't or wouldn't get permission from the later stage. So then there comes another filter. Now the government already had a filter since they were planning to make victims for Australian forthright using. But he was the perfect scapegoat for them to get their charges in. So picture this. Weeks before this Frederick gets contacted by the secret branch of the Australian government. These officials who could be government officials hear of the secret branch, but they want Frederick to be the pilot for saving the world from photos, but to not tell people. Frederick accepts, and these officials fly the trees but to just tell everything, picking up friends, all. You tell me so weeks prior to this very information, Frederick starts studying carbon is the all of these facts just those viruses. So Frederick go out on October 21st for a soft the king's for his first mission to quote unquote save the world from hunger. Frederick gets in his plane and starts flying. The secret government officials are not and are monitoring Frederick's flight. They deployed a new concept. Frederick sees it and relays the information to the control. No one can the pilot immediately hides the aircraft as it used to be. Was already placed on that working flight. And then accidentally descends which caused a metal screeching sound. This, I say case solved, but it's a crazy theory. It's fun to think it is fun to think. But overall, it was pretty fun. I kind of reached it, but I'm a little bit confused. So I just wanted to say one last thing before we close this up, is that there's some things I do like the back stories. It's an extremely rough piece of art. One of the roughest in the world. Actually, there's one that's the straight, but the back straight is the second. When oats are beginning to split, which is not uncommon due to the currents, and the currents are extremely unpredictable. For an example, it was in the year 2001, the awkward she sank outside the backstory. While the search was carried out on the west side of it, the boat quickly brought up a swell east side. So that's just an example of how unpredictable it is. So overall, this story is definitely purposely about recovering the unfortunate criminal resolution with some definite part of Frederick's life. So with that being said, that is the end of this episode. I'm going to say reviews, ratings, voice, shout-outs, all that good stuff. True. Don't forget to read my reviews are still but I want to thank everybody who's left a review, who's contacted us on the screen. Like I said earlier, we have a lot of stuff that we do. So, that being said, I encourage all of you to support. Thank you guys for your love, support, and remember, it's a great job this road. your host today. Other restaurant name is Danielson. Today's episode is the very different. But before we get to it, first, I'm going to put what are any odds of corporations? So that's to help us out with the actions of society. If you don't want to read on that, it's totally cool. Just guys and ladies, children, speak for sex conscious, we're supposed to be actors, whoever, or whatever you want to do. Also, if you would like to reach out to us, choose Instagram, Facebook, or you can go to our website, you can use it. Also, the website, you can visit voicemail. So after this episode is over, is that we will tell you what is the Area 51 project, the call itself, what happens after the call, the theories about the call, they of course are not lined up with the person who so, James, are you ready for today's episode? I'm ready. Just like good business next week, this was good.
And I was thinking about trying to get the information on this really as we should.
Okay.
With the trench,
So you're like this campaign.
I wouldn't say campaign, but very the guy who did something that's very bad.
As I've been in this area for so what exactly is the area? Well, it all starts with an individual need. Now, you've talked about the boat before. You covered one of these calls a couple weeks ago, and the name was Otis. Well, if you don't know who Otis is, then let me know. He was a radio broadcaster in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. And he regularly showed similar to violations of conspiracies and all that kind of stuff. And the show was called Coast to Coast Radio. And it was very good. So that's a little bit about who Rabbi is and Coast to Coast Radio. So Dan, can you go into what happened with the area?
So, September 11th, 1997, on the Coast to Coast on radio show, Art instead of all calls for help individuals. All the phone calls were very loyal, discussing our questions, priorities, and their efforts. Back then, I would been changed. Art took a call from a man who previously lived in the His voice was strained. He stared back towards the man, and then he attempted to have specific information to us. Extra dimensional gains, deep thinking, drastically dimensional connection.
Yeah, it was a very strict call. I was able close to find a phone call. So instead of us talking about it, I figured we could listen to the real thing. Now, this call is only a few minutes long, so keep that in mind. It's going to be pretty quick. So let's play that right now. Right, so that's pretty good, right? Yeah. Yeah, the guy in my opinion, he sounds believable. I mean, what do you think about it, Dan? Do you think he sounds believable? Or does he sound like he's frantic? Right?
Like he's really hectic. He's really into it. And he does seem like he's here for that.
Yeah, it's very terrifying.
And I got to school there. I'm all with it.
So what else? What else?
This part might serve to be better. Yeah, there is something that has a connection. Now, what makes this thing so unique and complex is that internet satellite transmissions during the constituent state. Well, for example, it's 100% complete insurance, no explanation has to happen. So Alp is able to really show exactly what we need in 30 minutes without changing anything. He is absolutely happy once we do. And of course, many people listening to the planet who look down at the ground. Even our guys don't think as clear as I can imagine. And he said he's never seen anything like that.
So when we stopped that today, that they went off their data, the satellites, the whole show went off there abruptly. So that's what makes this scary. And something also pretty weird worth noting is that our fair that when the disconnection happened, that the caller had screamed in what Art perceived as genuine terror or fright. Now that scream was not broadcasted to the listeners since it apparently occurred after the disconnect from the satellite radio show, but not before the line of the caller on Art shut off. Well, with the caller, but the satellite did it, so it wouldn't broadcast it. And then Art heard the caller scream, and then the caller hung up.
And this way,
No, that was never broadcast. And he wasn't able to because the satellite already
oh, he was very is active in the so that's why that we go.
it was significant.
Another I'm going to be the so we have we could put this in
The east of the Rockies or on me? So that was obviously a little longer than he always had. That's what's happened. You know, we just were on the steps there. Anyway, yeah, you got on that train and I was very nervous for the party. I'm glad I turned up on the last week, honestly. And I just figured that he took 2 days. I'll just do this official story and go. Everybody in the area 51 is on. That's my take. You or whatever you care about. You put it in the 51. I live in that. How do you count the area 51? Part of the way through your skill, there's kind of like one thing. I have no idea that you can do that. Especially when you're doing different kind of key chapters and that's all that was supposed to be. And the clock had been completed, it would have been decent history by now. So what did it occur to you as Barbara Max Hubbard suggested to me? That perhaps, if you're really what you say you are, you created the reality of the rest of the situation. You took that on myself. That's contributed to that way because it means that what I was saying was somehow correct and it was fabrication kind of creating a reality. Yeah, if that was the case, I totally apologize to you because I love your show and the last thing I was going to do is not really love you. So
mean, they sell too, right?
Sort of.
I think pretty cool that somebody made it. You know, he was going to do acting something just second. I think it's seen as a person. It was super simple. It sounds pretty convincing when research. I saw a lot of individuals just putting information on using the same as tools.
Yeah, it's in the same exact thing. A lot of these individuals who say that this phone call, this area 51 phone call is completely on the site. The second caller called me as the proof that it didn't sit right with me. So I decided to go on a journey with my I was able to actually find some evidence that we could then started the election. But we're going to say anyways, there's still to this day a lot of debate about these calls. With both calls the same person. Was the first caller hoax? Was the second caller actually a government person trying to cover the first caller's tracks? Needless to say, there's a lot of theories behind both of these phone calls. But before we discuss those, let's talk about some strange facts. Some things that we can really look at these. So, first area 51 there's one rating. It's actually the first caller. Steve claims he was a current area 51 employee who was higher on the food chain than the company's black. He said he was ordered to call him to discuss certain key events that were not in book that were related to Area 51. It gives times and dates of these events, as well as generalized inconclusive information to cover events in his timeline. Steve also gave information about the alien, an alien based on the first and the origin of traditional species, which from Steve's explanation, that they were in fact humans from a parallel dimension. Little black. You see the movie in the back. Yeah, I've seen the first two. I read the first one. Jay, you know, the actually, he pretty much put his hands on that. And he's just like, what is this? And he's like, oh, you're going to do this. I just got to go. And we're going on it. And typically, it's kind of like, you know, not similar. I didn't think about it. I'm glad to get my phone. I'm just going to check it. I should have realized that typically I said, I should have realized that. Yeah, I think we're happy to finish up the rest of the fucking things. Yeah, I mean, it was so off the rest of the film. I wasn't ready for this session. Anyways, yeah, so this Steve guy, he had to do this semi-frequent college next year, so one day I did ask Steve what he thought his future would be. Steve said that strawberry video game, having that things captured by authorities, there was some killed, his name was students assumed, but now it was taken from a new program in Breckenridge. We call him his name for home, which which of course, somebody said it means that you can get more national statement about that just as Steve. Yeah, we will be together. He has a pretty easy prediction. Very specific. Yeah, I just think so. What's the next there's a very popular elevator. I honestly don't know what hold on. You've never heard of it. You never heard of it. Honestly, I can't because after you get done recording, I'm going to send you a link to the top 10 songs you can start off listening to and working. You guys are not going to use the album otherwise. I'm not always going to sing by 3 people. The song is the actual recording of Area 51 Court with music in the background. I also searched to try to find a translation of it. I found that in Iraqi language, which means like told you a little bit how he there. All right, so now that we've covered those strange facts, let's get into this stuff. Let's get into theories. So this first theory is called actual weapons of disaster. So it's theories. So the call was made on September 11, 1997 by the initial order 15. And the call talked about the disasters that are and the safe areas to live. That sounds like a prediction for something good. So this theory is that what if the caller was doing, but he was actually trying to warn us about the events of 9/11 and the upcoming slaughter of humans in the Middle East that has been happening from that very planet and continuing to happen into this day. I mean, it's a good theory. The dates exactly 2 years before 9/11. But it poses the question, if this theory was true, why? Why would these interdimensional beings, as it states in the book, want some type of being? It raises the questions. Did you want to cover us in the next theory? Because I mean, this is a possibility of why they would want population control. Which would be yeah. This theory is population. So what if the country actually the entire world secured that limit, interdimensional beings? Why do we say that they're not human? Talk it up. The whole goal of these beings is population control, and the universe needs to stay below 700 feet for everyone to stand off. So these beings cross worlds, land out viruses like COVID-19 to kill off most of the population so they can get across the line. And just think about that, and I like that. I like it because it kind of plays in as the good end of that plot. You kind of play these things, right? You're making sure that the human race stays below that population limit so everybody doesn't have expectations. And how they keep it below it is this viruses and rules. You know what that makes me think of? And this is pretty well off topic. Well, not really off topic, but it's something worth mentioning when we're talking about population. That's the Georgia Guidestones. Okay. So I'll finish with that. So the Georgia Guidestones are these permanent monolith stones that were erected in 1980s in Georgia. The structure was initially found in a small group of New Yorkers. Literally, that's what it said in the Rothschild mission. A small group of on the stones, as it said, 10 guidelines described. They're described in 8 guidelines. The guidelines are maintain humidity under 500 degrees, and that works with nature. High reproduction density, including fitness and diversity. Unite community with a living room. Rural culture, faith, tradition, and health and temple reason. Protecting nations with parallel features courts. All nations rule eternally, resolving external disputes in the court. Avoid petty witness, useless officials. Balance personal rights with social duties. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with infinite. Be not influencer, evil. Leave room for nature. Leave room for nature. Especially the culture. They basically want to keep humanity under fight and how do they want to impress the mass? Back to back to I love it. I don't know who the small people were. They probably did it. Probably does. They really did it. Oh, sorry, I got off on the tape there. That's good. It was something worth the thought, even though we were talking about the population. Yeah, I guess we can there was a student who was actually interviewing him, and he takes this Area 51 call, and all of a sudden satellites magically go out. And yeah, this or this and this, and you touches this, if you hold off and you so it's touching out the things. Okay, I'll hold off my feelings until the person that does it. So you will learn it. Yeah. So that's what there's an automatic thing. We talk about there's right. Seven months. Have you ever talked about those recent development? So this was really more fun. Even today, still go around we think show music energy, so we experience the story of the right? He has a very feeling that he is a kind of explanation for the society. Yeah, so I sent out to check the photo. Of course, the technology still is but one day we'll get there to people with respond. But once they put this in their eyeglass, they're going to recognize the shit. So we can't really know all the pieces. Anyway, so of course, movies are back. I did it. I spoke earlier about following the journey to find evidence of birds in this certain direction. And that was part of the trying to find evidence, just trying to get it to show up. But he did it on his own. I happened to find that. So I just happened to come across an expert in the field of voice identification. This expert was gracious enough to take both times the original and the also months later, the one who's following those. And this expert ran very quickly through this vocal input. This is what the expert can say. So you don't have that. No, this is the regular voice. I'm a part-time independent record producer. I went to the studio and heard recordings through the recording gear. The second quarter passed flying colors every category except for one. Vocal input. Vocal input is exactly what it sounds like. A fingerprint person's voice, just like a fingerprint. No two are alike. Police and FBI use common vocal inputs as a means to identify a speaker from unknown things. I'm no conspiracy theorist and have no reason why I'm doing the vocal input both of these claims. I have roots for 100% certainty that these two voices are not coming from the same set of vocal. What do you think of that? That's exactly right. They just decided so. So they sound similar. Sort of similar. Something was off there because I feel. And that's what vocal input. Keep that in mind when you're so do you ever this glass theory? Yeah. So the glass theory is the same. Certain explanations why the satellite technique is fair. And a good 25% of the time that playing the satellite on fire was because it was hit at the satellite's essential constants. And the satellite moved into an altitude where it only played at upwards has a quicker chance to get upwards on the I looked at this happening, the other stations of this day, and still playing. I did the same thing. I came across the same theory, and I couldn't find any other reports of other satellites that day or other transforming worlds. Anyways, I guess this means this one's a personal thoughts and feelings. So I'm really interested in what you're saying. Mine's nothing special. I definitely believe it's just it's got people interested in again, like Steve. People like the weather we're calling it. So we like doing listeners. Well, thanks for setting up the show. I get people to interact with it. And it's entertaining. That's what podcasts are for. It's entertainment and knowledge. That's what we do to listeners. Like any show. It's knowledge, which you thank you and everything.
it just worked out all too well.
Do you think hard, notified hard, and hard is doing it as well? Or do you think that kept the growth for me is only lose a big chance? I recognize this as a hoax, but we kept the growth and made it like this. Or do you think he was already in for the growth?
I think he's really people because he had such a plan like that. I feel like his reaction should be different. Like he should have been more excited about it. Like, hey, like, come on, give us anything or something like that. He's just like, no, really, like, come on, like, give us information from Turkey, or they get you. It's whether he didn't believe it or he already knew it. I think he already knew about it. What's easier than like stopping the program and like, signing up or some shit. I don't know, I mean, big tip between usually try to take charge and listen to
Did you break that in slogan yourself?
I do it.
That's a good case slogan. He's ready to take charge and to be a man himself. We're gonna make a t-shirt for that.
Let me hear your opinion.
Okay. So I do believe the call that they used in witness. Now whether it's delusional or paranoid or psychotic, that's probably true. We don't know. You know, we put it in all the players. We're gonna give you what if he wasn't. So if I'm gonna take a guess, I would tell you in certain directions. I don't believe the call was false. I genuinely believe that the person he was either mentally disabled or he was really saying some real shit. Because that's what the back did. Is not that was 100% flight terror and something not in his face. The second call, you already proved that was so you can put that in. Just on hearing the first call, I'm thinking it's real. I'm thinking about what this is. This is what previously before this call, I'm close to posting. That guy that he was dipping his toes in the end. He was dipping his toes in the places where he should not be. I think now, this is just me theorizing. What if Mark Bell had been previously visited by certain government officials saying, these are the topics you need this deal to work on. So Mark Bell saying, okay, let's still talk about some other things about terror and certain topics. He gets an area 51 call. It's granted call. Mark Bell is going to judge him out, trying to get a feel of him. He starts using terms of triangular position, such as in the military with area 51. I think Mark Bell recognizes, holy shit, because you gotta think Mark Bell took thousands of phone calls. So he's very good at communication. I think this is legit. Oh my god. And going to cut it off not to get anyone the attention of the media for this, but for his own sake and his family's sake. 50 bucks of it. And that's what I'm going to eat. I can see that being very much working. And so I believe that this work is like a Windows that goes to medical reasons. So I mean, we can add some kind of psychotic something or mental breakdown. So, yeah, and Marco recognizes that he is mental. Something that's telling the truth about something he truly believes in. And that is a different behavior. And that way the visit once. I think that happened again in the first day.
the only thing you can find in fact that they just released it. Because I mean, it's supposed to be a military hospital. Yeah, I don't think they would just release something just like that.
That is a good point. I mean, to get clearances at that level, you have to go through the course that you know. But I mean, hey, you could have passed it with flying colors and you got into areas that you own after months and months being subject to things you never thought existed until and then just told to go home and maybe sat there and thought about it and just exploded. And you know, some degree of disorders develop over time as you age. Maybe that was the case too, when this is spoken story.
said, I believe, a lot of people who guys don't I'm pretty sure that a beach ball, a bogey,
If it is the possibility of growth, I mean, aliens, you know,
I think we could have been tested. And we tested it, see what happened, and the last thing, first thing we did was check the state of beings.
I forgot about this thing that research. What if they are? What if there's some type of extra? We've talked about this before. These dimensional beings. What if that's what Bigfoot is? Some dimensional being, sort of like how Stranger Things is. Yeah, and what if these what we call demons, but they're actually beings from some other dimension come through, and then we try to conquer other worlds. And Area 51 just happened to be a place where they launched up. Well, that's just theorized for the story of the military brought them in, and Spanish took over the military, and these guys had plans and everything about what was going to happen in the future, and took them into court. That's just another little theory. You know. So whether or not it follows real and we will probably not true. But what we can say is that the urgency and seriousness and approach others for this, as well as the satellite, they all certainly benefit from that broadcast and show. So, we thank everyone for joining us for today's episode. We are saving 3 snaps, huge radio shout-outs for episode 50, which is next week. And we have a big announcement that I guess we'd like to say now. The end of season 1 is next week. Yes, we will have more things to come, announcements in the future regarding season 2. And I can tell you this though, season 2 is not it's not the season 1. The season 1 is a kind of feel out. Everything better. But you guys figured out. We'll keep improving. We'll be working on next week is the end of season 1. We'll have our voice reviews, radio shout out, and I hope you join us for that. And thank everybody again. I want this is just a reminder. I want to see them some jobs. First, we put 20 jobs. Like some chicken. Ooh, campaign. Yeah, okay. If you draw something good, we'll have a surprise for you. So, there you go. Anyways, with all this being said, I love all you guys. Thank you again for joining us. If you want to get in contact with us, all of our social medias, be sure to spread the message. Got it? And so, Daniel, can you roll us out? Sure. All right, guys. It's okay to be this way. Thanks. Because you and I. What we can use at the 13th, I have Andrew Brown, and the other host joining me is Daniel. So today is episode 50. Hearings Thursday. But before we get into it, of course, I have to do quick announcements. We don't want any ads or any money from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, you can leave us a review on iTunes and leave us out. If you don't want to leave them there, that's good. We just want guys, girls, and beings with kids, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Stupid Captain's Ghost, whoever, whatever you are, to encourage them. Also, if you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us you will listen to. So, today's episode is Thoughts and Theories Thursday. Episode 50. Can you believe it's been 50 episodes in? Episode. Today's 50 straight weeks. I love it. So, today's episode will look at the forces that me and Adrian each have an own theory that we'll be discussing and talking about. And I think at the show, we will be covering reasons, reviews, and ratings. So make sure you stick around for those because we have a lot of good theories and things that we're going to discuss. So we should go first with their theory. I'll let you know. Okay, my theory of this week is called the sentence of hell. I came across this theory, thought it was super interesting. There's no story behind it, so I started digging into it. We'll cover it. So my story starts way back in 1989. So in 1989, there was these Russian scientists, and they were wanting to do some studies on the Earth's crust. They decided, well, let's go to Siberia and start drilling some oil wells. So when they got there, they immediately started their drilling and started digging the oil. They started drilling oil, and after a while of drilling, they drilled 14.5 kilometers of 9 miles deep into the earth. It got 9 miles, 9 freaking miles into the earth. Yeah, so at that depth of 9 miles, the drill ended up breaking through into this kind of open channel. And the Russian scientists, they were intrigued. Hey, what is this thing like this? Let's stop the drilling. Let's investigate what the hell it is. So we decided to put the drill up and then switch to the picked up this shit with microphone and other equipment such as temperature parameters and a bunch of other stuff to figure out what was done. Now, they loaded this temperature probe and a heat power microphone, and the temperature that they picked up on the probe was around 2,000 degrees. This wasn't a real shock. Real shock with programs was that the microphone ended up catching on fire. Now, when it finally got down there, the heat was the microphone only taking 17 seconds to happen before the microphone melted. Now, I do have the audio, so let's go ahead and listen to something. And it's kind of disturbing, so we'll play that right now. That was pretty scary, right? I mean, I definitely kind of looked out there. Yeah, so we can do a little backstory real quick before I dive into this details of it. I was doing some research on this during my night shift time, and I decided to listen to this audio on drive home. And I hadn't listened to it all, just read the story, all that. And I thought, well, this audio. It was pitch dark. We drive home from night shift. The high volume, because I didn't think my audio was loud enough for my car. I didn't use speakers in my car. So yeah, it was scary, to say the least. So after the scientists heard this report, some of them were convinced that that was from hell. And there was reports that a lot of them decided to quit. But there were a few scientists who did stay there, and these scientists told a story that happened that night. They said apparently a big gas burst out of this borehole was flooding, and the scientists were out to look to see why it was doing it. And they said this shape living demon was formed by these flames coming out of this borehole, and then it dispersed, and the words I have conquered and flames flipped in there. Yes. So as a final touch to this weirdness, notes reported to give everyone on site a dose of a sedative that erased their short-term memory, but apparently not well enough for these scientists to blow the lid on this story and get exactly about it. That was a pretty interesting story, but it didn't feel right to me. I wanted to do some digging, right? Yeah. I wanted to know if there was an actual hole inside here that was around the same time from this is. And I found no evidence of such horrible inside, but I did find this as well. So the deepest wormhole in the world is the SG3, which is part of the Korea super deep world. So let me explain this real quick. In 1970, Russia started drilling this super deep wormhole, and they named it the Korea wormhole. This was like the main secret hole that they were digging. And then eventually they started branching off this manhole in other areas. One of the branches off of that was the SG3. So Korea was done in 1970, but get this, SG3, that was done in 1981. The same year as supposedly the story of the whole Siberia. Really? Yeah. I mean, there was an inside theory that the SGP was at, but it was in 1989. And to date, it is the deepest hole yet, at roughly 7.6 miles. It's not the 97 miles that was reported in Siberia, but it is 7.6 miles. That's deep as hell. I couldn't find any reports of these sounds coming from SGP, or anything coming from the cold super cold deep. So my tracks that I'm posted. But then our next mission was to find origins of this story. Who reported it first? Now this would tell me a lot about if the story was actually true. That's what I was digging into. I don't know the truth of this. Right? So I found out after reading that the appearance of the story is first appeared in a Finnish newspaper called Emily Asia. It is like the longest word. I looked it up to find translations of it. But it turns out that this Emily Asia was not a scientific journal, but was a small evangelical medical magazine published in Finland between 1974 and 1999. So in 1989, the evangelical newspaper business began R.W. He ended up coming across this Finnish newspaper article that talked about this book, and he sent this article to the Trinity Broadcasting. This is amazing. So this Trinity Broadcasting Network was a huge Christian network of television shows, newsletters, and podcasts. This network was stories and late both on the TV broadcast reports and newsletters about the super core world that they were trying to identify. And they titled it Scientists Discover. So that's how it started. In Finnish religious article newspaper, and a minister of Texas founded since the Trinity Broadcasting Network. They made a story about it in 1989. But when looking this up, this all happened without anyone ever hearing the English audio recordings of the sounds. Nobody ever presented one, broadcasted one, or anything. That paints the picture where the hell did the audio come from, right? Where did it come from? Well, it's in the and figured it out. 12 years later, in 2002, after this whole but someone in yes, who yes, someone in that was said, and I quote, I just recently began listening to radio show and cannot believe it when you talk about success for meditation. Now, after I told you this story a couple of weeks ago, I didn't believe it. One of your listeners who just found out the story is nothing more than just newspaper fabrication. The story about the kid entering the sounds from hell is very real. It did occur in Southern Happy clipped videos on the internet. It passed away for one reason. Yet the reason why he takes it here is he received his copy from a friend who worked at the BBC. Is that sound from Apple's of course, didn't make it into it. And that's what we heard earlier. That's where they came from. And ever since then, they've been writing circulated attached to this 1980 report of that Russian scientist. So do you know this might actually exist? Do you believe the sound is like a the people that was pointing so from 6 months ago. So I'm looking at the whole thing. Like this sounds, they all have sounds. And when I went through all that, I did some thinking. It is indeed a sound. I did find that, but I could not find a surface. Maybe it was the sound of the answer. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could easily reproduce it. But in 1989 photograph, probably not over time. The thing that gets me is it started and finished in Spain. That was probably a religious group. And the Trinity Broadcasting Network picking it up and spreading it. Was it just a product for the evangelical Lutheran magazine and think to kind of push people more towards the church? Possible. Possible. Yeah. But the bit of Martin found his way and found sounds and said, we need to protect the public from this. And you don't need to open it up because if you do, there could be aliens from the powers or some other beings coming out and invading our life. But that's another possibility of why they didn't look into it further. But overall, I thought it was a good story. I thought it was a good conspiracy. I wanted to share it with you. Look it up. Alright, so let's move on to yours. What do you have for us today? I wanted to, I'm a historical who got really in episode 50. What year is King David or something like that? Yeah, I tried to promote it, but I found a couple videos that I feel like they're just, it's slandered. Slandered? Yeah, it's slandered. I mean, this is like good for that word. And they're trying to make it sound like it's real. You're talking about the beef jerky flavors. That's how they make the beef jerky. He likes the beef jerky. He does mix it with everything. I don't know, this video is, oh yeah, it's like screaming at me. I didn't know it was screaming. Yes, he's screaming. You have something. Well, obviously you have something. I have a video the guys at mushrooms and so there's the says well, he doesn't say that all the comments are going to say that it's big. Okay, so let me get this right. You have a video of a guy who's mushroom who caught Bigfoot, caught screaming. Does it show Bigfoot or is it just the sound from screaming? Just the sound. Of course, you got to find out. And in the comments of this video, I guess it's on YouTube. In the comments of this video, they're saying that it sounds like Bigfoot. Whoa, I've never seen this video before. What the hell? I admit, that sound is scary. Sounds like something's happening. Whatever it is has a cool lens on it. Yes, it is screech right now. We'll link this video with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff. I'll be getting more comments of the post for episode 15. Do you want to describe the video? I mean, there's not much to describe. It's just a mushroom. And then he hears, well, I mean, he doesn't hear what he hears. And then he walks away. So,
The video happened in actually was mushroom doing ice mushroom. We did find a mushroom that we could find. It's a small bite. Definitely. But we just out on it. Next thing you know, there was nice food.
so they have Bigfoot videos in the house. Very similar to this.
I did find a movie that sounds sort of just like that I was on the internet. It's like, the video is on YouTube as well. It's about 149,000 views. Actually, over 20,000. So pretty recent. So the way is pretty much looks almost the same thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So we guess we're going to see that as well. But that is an odd sound. It's similar to the one in the first video.
But like the same person, whatever it is. This one, the one is shorter, it's constant.
Reading the comments that some people think it's a knock, but it's clearly not. That's what the person says. The second video, the people think it's a knock. So either way, I have no idea what it could be besides Bigfoot or some creature that is getting killed. I don't know.
I never heard of that. And
Good stuff.
the same names, the political figures,
The political figures in office as well in 2020.
I think that sounds good. I'm just not big question. Big sports and mushrooms. Question first.
If you imagine that, you can say that even in it takes it's out, it just screams out.
Sounds like the best to do this.
It sounds different. Anyways, I guess that's all the theories we have for today. I mean, two of the theories that we talked about before, because we're going to be discussing a lot of other theories and stuff. Most of the reason was first.
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright, so this first reason we have is from Kyle. We play that right now.
In this thing, with that. This one. But this one.
Familiar with what he's talking about? Glenn? So I'm not familiar with this because I did some research a couple days ago. I came across it and the conspiracy facts out there. All right, so Joe Biden, right? He's a Democratic nominee that's running against Donald Trump. I usually don't like talking about political stuff, but for this we do. Okay, and we're not taking any political sides on either of this. I just want to let everyone know that I'm not Republican, I'm not Democrat, I'm not part of the people. I just want to make that clear. Okay? So, anyways, Joe Biden, the Democrat, official, anyways, so there has been reports from an individual named Tiffany that she was secretary or something for the movement, an associate with this, with him, and she was sexually assaulted by him, and she came out and was hey, Joe Biden was sexually assaulted. Everybody's ignoring it. Well, back in 1993, Hillary Clinton was doing this talk show. She got a phone call from Taylor Swift's mother who claimed that Joe Biden sexually assaulted her. Well, fast forward to now, the media is very upset as of a couple of days ago. They were ignoring Taylor's claim, which is odd because you look at upset with that. But the interesting thing is that you can go and purchase or rent old loaded episodes of Larry King. And Google Play is one of the only places where you can have live. If you go on Google Play, you look at Larry King, and you go to season 3 from 1994, and you scroll all the way down to episode 115 or something. There'll be an episode on August 10th, and it's 154, and then episode 155 is August 12th. August 11th episode, Taylor Swift's mother called it a marriage agreement, and it's missing. You can review that episode and renumber all of the episodes. Renumber the episodes. They renumber them. Remove the one and renumber them. I looked it up myself, so I know exactly what I was doing. That is so odd that Google is doing that. You have to how much power Google has to influence people and how they're actively helping one side of that political science system by doing this. But thank you for sending us the news back. Keep sending them. The information and reviews. That's good. Alright, so this next one is from Rabbi. So that Rabbi.
and off the lights stream that far away. We found it so strange, especially to the that there are not very many airplanes even flying right now, let alone 29 or more living different things, flying in the exact same path and perfectly straight. And on top of that, nothing moves from light perfectly still at the same airplane. Anyways, I thought it was pretty interesting and wanted to share the experience as I really do not know what to think of it. My brother and I were just planning plans just like you wanted to travel around them. We did not expect to see them again. Anyways, take care. I love the show and I look forward to the new releases more now over time. Peace.
That is a lot of your photos. That was your photos. Great foundation. So first off, can we just set how good the photos from these are? Put some context. Just really is our voice and microphones. I'm jealous. I wish I had those actors. But man, that is how I purchased the 24th. That many. April 18th. I tried to look at everything that happened April 18th when the sirens came out. Didn't really find any military activity happening on that day. Which it kind of leads me into the theme of this whole COVID-19. This is going to be a new one. Okay. But the COVID-19 being a way for them to keep us inside so that if there's an alien invasion going on, there's aliens that are active solar system. We have to get people inside and away from the outdoors and seeing all these things. There was a video that came out pretty recently that was about UFOs going all around. Yeah, was that released by the government? I think that one was released by the government. The one released by the government was the ones that harmed the law that they put it to. He released those as well. The government just got started. Those are authentic. Those are real. Which, did you see those? That's happens. Definitely some crazy. You crazy to get this news right now? You got your people play with it? You got a storm out there. So how do you feel? Well, let's just talk about it. It would be, I would be very interested to, if it happens again, for you to get out of town and try to take some pictures. I don't know what it could have been. It could have been that, this is from the Elon Musk shopping the other sides. Sorry. It could have been news. It could have been a scam. I don't know. I'm not to get more details if those were just straight up lights that were going through the sky as so, and these was like a Starlink satellites. You're from the software to some public satellites up in the house of the new yeah, it could have been that. Go to the government that how many Starlink satellites are launched, Starlink satellite pictures. You can see them all over the world. Oh, alright, so if you could, go into the clip and look up Starlink satellites, and you'll see pictures of them in a row, like they're actually extremely bright. If you could, look at that and then grab some email and let us know. Your email or Instagram message or wherever. Let us know if that was similar to what you saw. I would be very interested in that. Thanks for the voicemail. Love hearing from you. Love the voice that you have from you. Alright, so now that we have the last voicemail, this is from Jake. I didn't look at the first time on this one. Alright, so play that.
Get your teeth and publishing is on heavy. Each year, to fall. Maybe then you have a good size of cooking oils for YouTube. You ask for the food I like to community. Once you're asked about it, there's a big deal. It means the ones who get good food. I guess you need to hear the two cookies. Which is what you share the cookies. One is our pretty family's also That's why you wear a 6-stroke slapper every time someone comes with a volleyball skate ball or this. I'm going to tell you to every single stroke. That's it. I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to try to you know what happened? They have to do TV. They teach you to show you you want to have some preseason? Go to this movie to know this is the two points. The two superstars use all the ongoing history these local Go to video. What's all for now? Steve Milkowitz with good territory.
I'm sorry for giving you that nightmare. I'll tell you, Jason. Don't be ashamed in your voice. You got a unique, you got an average voice, range, tones, but then you just got what you got. Be proud of your voice. Anybody needs it for what? Who cares? But thank you for reaching out. You got deep. We will leave you guys waiting for season 2. Next week, we're going to be releasing a short clip that will go over details about season 2 and what you can expect and when you can expect the start date and when that will be. If you can, check your love, your support, and keep an eye to the Facebook wall. Don't argue, try to balance the two. Facebook, Instagram is packed with freaking messages that I'm still trying to reply all of those. I'm sorry. I'm sure Bonnie doesn't hurt you. I don't hurt you. I love you. And that's it. That's all I have to say. What do you guys think? I'm sure about that one for Twitter. I'm still trying to figure out Twitter. I'm posting that on you. I'm trying to stop me from doing it. Twitter is the best place to go. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, I don't have Twitter. I have no idea how to work it. So I'm ever so grateful for you. It's crazy. Yeah. Okay, so those are the voicemails. I guess we'll move on to emails. Right here, too. Okay, so this first email comes from John and the subject line. They want to say these symptoms are sympathetic and fiction. Nina Dunn from the show Girls was a previous one because she wrote in her book that she favored her little sister. When her sister was a baby, she got a lot of flack from that and was being called a pedophile even though she was a child herself, and that's not happening. It's just spooky stuff. Love the podcast and almost listening to researchers for the future moment. It is spooky stuff and a bit skeptical. It kind of sounds like the government may have had disturbances around that area. So people with fear and drug down constantly. Keep doing what you do. I'll be sure to keep watching my stream and answer questions. Awesome. Thank you, John, for the email. This is cool. I think I should do that first. I should ask my sister. Anyways, thanks for the email, Charlie. Beautiful. Okay, so this next email, the occupation ranges from the bodies like you, and the email address is suckitass.com. I just want to acknowledge that we get your email, Bobby. His next email is from Skyler, the subject line is Trump contracts. So they want to say, just listen to this next line, pretty short. I'm super fan of podcasts to listen to. I had an idea that you were discussing logistics of time travel with the position of Earth in the solar cycle. Well, I realized that this is like the ancient buildings from the megalithic structures from the solstice. Amazing. Rather very ancient obsession. Solstice. That's a really good connection. It makes sense, right, man? That could be why. Maybe they wanted to time travel, and that's why they have the structures in the 60s. Those structures were a lot They're big, they're huge stuff. And we'll have more episodes in season 2 about structures and we do some more time travel stuff. Okay, this next email is from Zombie Dream Online. Subject is Ouija board. Hey guys, which one great that is correctly on this list of 24 that you are. Zombie 209 goes on and tells us a Ouija board story. But they actually say that Ouija board story is probably too deep and useful. Thanks for Jeff and Fortune, but thank you, Zombie 209. Your story. Thank you for the email. This next email is from Joe. I just got your show. I think it's great. I don't have a deal for a topic to cover. I'm honestly surprised that it's we're all some conspiracies with it because it covers so many things that you really get into it. On YouTube, there are some videos that have been posted and they were supposedly the whistleblowers would be causing some world. The video takes one I think you should look into it. Meeting of it. We'll episode. Yeah, it's shoot interpretation on overture. So that's cool. And it's good. That's what it's good because I just wanted to see you in the podcast. So it's little kids looking at that. I said this on your people. I usually put it to you. This podcast with the video that's becoming good. So So, oh, we got stuff. Oh, yeah, that's got stuff. Sorry, Emily. Thank you for your love. And keep sending me. Keep sending love. This next one is from Jacob. Subject War of the 20 We can only say, I think you guys are fucking awesome. I love you, tell you guys on the podcast. I listen to you guys together and I recommend it to everyone. You guys get the information. Thank you, Chip. Thank you guys so much for what you Chinese words and individuals. Just like the government doesn't tell us the truth because they don't want us to find out that working on the aliens, maybe speaking of energy, exchange electronic technology. Maybe an episode about that would be awesome. But again, if you guys have episodes, tweet if you can email it's interesting to meet you subject of the topic because very soon season 2 you will hear us talk. So look forward to that because it's coming soon. Alright, so next one is from Lisa. They go on to say third time podcast group. So this one is that appreciate the approach about the side effects. And also got other episodes of your podcast. It's the first one we listened to. Thank you for the great podcast. P.S. Wow, I love wrestling for Dick. This sometimes is not on the side into Jesus. Alright, shout out to your entire office. We're all of you right now. Stop what you're doing. And your boss is going to come and say, hey, Steve, you should be with me. Look at him and say, hey, we're going to silence you. To reflect on season. So, yeah, I want you all to join me in circle, which is Dan's today. And Dan is going to meet you in this shamanic trance. Let's go. Let's say you guys have make sure that you get them in the office. You're good to each other, and I always stick it to my own. Thank you for listening to us. And I hope you think about the day what's with the let's see. Teachers from Parker, you guys kick fucking ass. I agree with any just discussed the podcast on Saturday while sitting on my ass trying to find something to do it with. So listen, I was reading let's see 5 books. There's anywhere I can contribute with money or something. Just that. Thank you. As of right now, we don't really accept money from anyone, but I appreciate the offer. Here in the future, season 2, maybe that's something for now. I know we keep saying it, but a couple weeks, you'll see. Maybe maybe something. Again, all the money that we do get will go back to the show. It's well, and we still have never we will never take any money from the so that's how it's going. We're back to with so many members from people who run to our lives and ridiculous. They do all have these before and after advertisers so you could feel our show and it's awesome. You could just go listen to the show. You did. Within the first 5 minutes, you would know. You don't want any ads. You never will have any ads. So fuck off. That's what I tell you. And he's like, good. So, yeah. Okay, this next one, this next email is from James. Subject line is profits. They want to say, you guys predicted Epstein's death and predicted the COVID-19. Should we leave the optimist to the prophets? I think I mentioned this email before, but thank you, James. I agree. Lots of profits. That's really cool. Yes, it does. Alright, this next one is from my own. My name is Alan. I would like to thank you for your PayPal to us. Tip on my side for watching the 5%. So, skip those. But, and it's if you look at that is what I'm talking about. Because it's fine of what I'm talking about. This next one is from Simi Hill. Don't have opportunities to go from fast. They're doing this to find guys the same. The truth about mental food was built. Since I have missed the same episode, I'm keeping every yeah, they're gonna say just one more thing. Where's the fucking merch? I will go to shit out of the TNT from but other than that, good shit guys. Keep it coming. Thank you, Simi. The merch, like I said, season 2. A lot of things about the gym to the good. Okay. So, yeah, good. I should actually do the people. I don't know. Myself, and the other universe. That's the reason I did that show. But here, very, very soon, there will be yes, a happy birthday that day. Thank you for that. Simi. This was from Rebecca. She says, hey guys, been listening to you for about a year now. Just got to listen to the DMT episode. Wow, I'm pretty good nice. Congrats to you for checking it out. Seriously, thank you. The show is awesome and the set just be yourselves. Wishing you all the very best for the years. Thank you, Rebecca. Next email is from Josh. We have to do this message on the 20th. Get this thing up. We already do this. So, yeah. This next email is from Chad. Found the policy to break the bacteria. And I didn't even get in much of it. Taking a coffee fit, deeper stitches, and dropping something into the glass. There's video of it. These things are legal 100% good. Just a little more proof of the it's so observation. Like, you didn't know this, I found John, I already heard about it. They had YouTube videos for everything. But So I'm just trying to. So this next one is from Shawanis. I listened to your podcast too so far, and I'm not too sure what your female host's name is, but can you please let her know that the phrase, I'll try to inform the public or statement in my mind that phrase to be said next time, please put this new to the list. So repeatedly says you have a this, and it's not only that it's a new meaning to phrase that is relevant to the topic that used to be curious, just with this active and very curious. Just a comment. You know, I agree that she does need a outlet on her microphone. That she's had on her microphone. It's told her before get but I'm not sure she has. But I really institute you should think that. Female is double. There's only four. Starting this with your comments, I'd like to know I've been listening to Randy every episode. I've been open. And he says Instagram and says send a message on Instagram. So Dan, he can send people a picture of his ranch meat. Thank you for all your work. Every week really makes me think back. You shoot your best to this work, but please do not send a picture of your meat on Instagram. I run the Instagram. Anything you've ever sent to Twitter. That's what that is. And if you send it to me, I'm going to show you but this next one is please make a Discord. Please. Discord is coming. It's coming. It's e-culture. So, yeah. And this last email is from Rex, and it said that so y'all should definitely do the same series. My favorite podcast by far. Keep it up, guys. Thank you, Rex. Thank everybody for sending me. Alright, so that would go over ways to use the quiet things that were covered. So stick with us as we get back to April 15th. Here we go. This first one is from Trey. It was left on April 15th. It's 5 stars and 7 comments. They don't use this on the show on April 15th. Thank you, Jake. For 11 and 5 stars. His next one is from Colorado 2. It was left on April 16th. It's 5 stars and 7 comments. Thank you. The one says that apparently I'm swiping it and then when you open it, I was swiping it and it was a sexy bitch. But no, I heard things and both I had the platforms for rights and then they could more ways than what I did. But the topics the topic. We always spent speaking of business. We just need to make it. Thanks for being with Salutations from Arvada, Colorado. There is a great time in Rothschild. I'm really glad to be talking about that. I also do think we can learn and mind from the leaders. All of the episodes are entertaining, the shows, gone up, and as well. Wishing Kate and I and every time I think this coronavirus is just a complete temper to be wrong. But Jericho, drinking wizard eats, please continue to make the good thing. There's no testimony, there's no question. So this one is going no difference. It is from a great book of origin to the great podcast. Continue episode 395. And that's 5 stars. That's really good. Chris from Korea. Hi guys, I really got into the podcast over the last few months and I binge listen to it. I've been subscribing to it. The latest DMT episode 395. Say it was really intense about it. Those stories are my favorite because episodes are different stories. I know you're the huge experts all of the out-of-body experiences it. I would really think about this sort of amazing pictures. And if you're all about what's going on, story by this, you look at it. Thank you. So, alright, this next one is from Taken. It is for great book as well. It's like April 18th. It's 5 stars. subject matter is interesting and really worth for this. You get me say, just take the classes a couple days ago, and I really enjoyed it. You actually make me laugh out loud. Never in such a way, as you mentioned, different personalities, all different personalities. Keep up the good work, you guys. I'm telling you, everyone around me, still working my way to find episodes. But I'm at it, even the rest of the reach for this channel. It's worth it. He supposedly talked with his person from 1555 to explain the crowd trends. Anyways, you're all amazing. Keep all doing what you do. Lisa from the Rothschild. Awesome. Thank you. Never heard of that. This next review of that Matt Street Bob into the United States and it was uploaded on April 19th. The subscriber is TNT. Thank you for stars. I'm going to say the most tricky podcast out there. Hashtag better than first. Well, thank you. It's, I don't know if we're putting post, but thank you for that. And thank you for the love. It's a post to my favorite show. Anyway, the next one we got is from Military. I just think it's like a very deep kind of like show. It's 5 stars. The show is great. Listening quality is really good, especially in the recent episodes. And we cover most of the major topics. Sports. Listen. Also, the intros are the two. The people that don't like it, just take it. Yes, I think it might be a yes, I think I might be a hundred sports. So, the next one is from SL Trump 08. And very from University, sometimes they're children. Kind of great podcast. It's 5 stars. Yeah, I really enjoyed listening to you guys. I like the energy that's presented info, story, and some facts, theories, and things to put together. Keep on breaking the great topics. That's interesting. This next one is from Design Barrett. It was left on 420. Subject line is Lockout. They did 5 stars, and that's it. The outdoors are fantastic. I listened to your fellas at work. The next time fell out. Great job, guys. Keep on it, dog. But thank you, Design Barrett. And we love you. And thank you for listening to us at work. I'm actually pretty good. Sit down on the street. Yeah, I read this next. This next review is from Rothschild. He's left on 420 and it's 5 stars. The subject line of it is Safe for Lady Savage. So I think I read the original message. Thank you, Mauritius. Reviews from Rest in peace. Next one we got is from July 1993. United States at 20 titled Danger. Got 5 stars. Movie is Hey Guys, Reading the Podcast. Super easy to listen to. The kind of strict piece of great humor. Just around also accompanied a suggestion, recommend looking at potential buyers, return predictions episode, update predictions. Anyways, keep up the good work. Hope you take on other gamers, you guys. That's yeah, did you think 5 stars? The gamers, to be honest. Idea is a good one. Good way to get that. This one is from Advocates Review. This is the right. The kind of sense of control. Top of my guys. 5 stars. Listen to every point just to put a laugh and thank you for us sometimes and really good opportunity to stay together. The guys episodes on this is one of the best. So much knowledge about it, in fact, for it. One of the facts of the matter in the sense is a very nice dangerous topic that's being spent out after arguing whether it be YouTube, Facebook, or some internet mass population decision. In addition to many other things that
Sorry for you guys that the lives of those who shall die. Lives of those who shall live. Journalists are killing in this much of silence when it comes to this topic. Please don't use this series as a dance process to help us expose this for what it is. Best podcast around, and any attention to it is good.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, we have 2 more episodes going into season 2. But we'll start with that. We want to still do it at the beginning. Listen to season 1 episodes. Just some of them will be just a little bit. But we can from that. Anyways, this next one is from the that unfortunately is 5 stars. Such a high episode. They've honestly got the podcast and helps me get through my work and it was interesting because it was all about the time for gold exponentially that goes on. Not to mention she was the Anunnaki in ancient Sumerians. All of these topics are also connected to Mars. This American conspiracy theory, conspiracy theories, conspiracy team. If you're interested in these, I would encourage you to just search Mars later. Much of the story is covered in the actual difficulties. Thank you for the kind work. We open up an episode that can be interesting for the entire time. So be prepared for that. It's coming fast. It's coming out. But thank you for that. Thank you for 5 stars. Alright, this next one is from Madeline Willis. It's stars to such a high. Keep up the good work. Skinwalkers. We want to say thank you for the thoughtful, fun, rebellion strategy podcast. You all take it to the next level. It's so occupied sharing with friends about life and all its freaking what ifs. Serious, but not too deep. The dialogue bounce the terrible life out of the nature. All your personalities are distinct and confident in each other. Innovative, refreshing, entertaining. Dare I say, thanks for the fun. Thank you, for 5 stars and for really do appreciate that.
Next one we got is Giovanni. It says, "When do news for 5 stars, it present as reviews and not the same."
Thank you, Joe.
This next one, I don't think it's really long, probably it's UHLYUHKG. United States not unfortunately titled Get Rid of the Chip, 3 stars. Reads, changes to go. Every time she speaks, it's the good and I'm voice of English medicine's good ways. She doesn't even know what she's talking about at the time. I wish she was she's a part of the
Alright, so this next one is from the CNC. We looked it up, and actually something that is 1 star was the second one, the correct music. They can say it would be much better without her. She sounds kind of like nice. You people are brutal, man. I think that's right. Move on to the next one.
next one's called Not Care Exit. Titled Eddie. 5 stars. And please, hey guys, love the podcast. I heard it great and I wish to my folks and my baseball ball. Keep up the good work. Have a good experience. Have you guys heard of Spirit?
Yes, I have heard of Spirit picking via projects or something like that. Maybe something that we're covering in the future. Something that we have to cover in the future, really. Yeah. Thank you for your
And this one is from Iowa Social Service. Things that I can titled 5 stars. And it's Spirit. 5 stars. This podcast has been driven properly between you. So interesting.
thank you. Sure. It's glad to cover. Next review is from Smith and is up on April 24th. It is 5 stars. It's simply funny. They give me say just fine. Looking at the page so funny and this next one is from Stephen Fox Fan 2. It is from Australia. Left on April 24th. It's 5 stars. It's simply funny. It's amazing. They don't say I'm a close relationship.
celebrate station. You just see this in scratch. Check it out. It's podcast at home. Yeah, I have to look that up. Thank you. It's good. Next one is Call 2, I Call 2. I think it's the United States. Also, and saying, show the room. Surface. Yeah, thank you. But this next one is from Tez Hunter. It's from Australia. It's 5 stars. Such a guy his favorite show. The guy said his husband and I started haven't missed an episode. Well researched, great. Love them all. Sure. You think I wish the episodes were really long? Yeah, thank you, Tez. Glad we could provide you and your husband with a interview. And so it's good as we grow, as we get more interested. That's so cool. Another thing I'm so glad I actually got you. So yeah, it's cool. It's going to go on in season 4. Now that she's going to be in season 2. This next review is like Nathan Skills is from Canada on April 26th. It's typically it's pretty good. It's 4 out of 5 stars because you guys put in time to make it somewhat understand the topics talked about. I hope you don't seriously read these people. Thank you, Nathan Skills, for the stars and recognizing that we put some time into some stuff we research. Rothschild group presents exercise on April 26th in the United States. And a good contest for this 5 stars. I like listening to this next series. The format is getting streamed with all the work to start my show. I want to see these in person. Aaron keeps jumping around, and this discussion is straightforward jumping, and all this episode is very well. Not only can I open thoughts, reviews, and showcase individual diversity in fun. It's quite simply pick the phrase and say the subject of interest. Let's get the photo again. I know these times are bad, but it's good to get a sitting people happy, laughing, and conversations. Awesome. Thank you. Well, that's what it's about. It's about conversation. Good job. Next year is on chapter 23, chapter 27, the United States. Titled Comprehension. That was 5 stars. I'm not conspiracy theory. This audience is open to watching my videos. Now I look further. Every episode will take you into the best one's ever. Anything on the is each episode will be their own stories. So, instead of having to pick stories to try to feature something. Thanks for the hard work. And you guys for all the content. Yeah, we're making some changes. So, switch over our Instagram and stories. The season 1 stories. So, when we start season 2, which is the season 2 is going to be the kids that it's stories. So, we're talking about something linked to those stories. We have the season 2 stories, and we have to go back to the season 1 pictures. We go through season 1 stories. Thank you. This next one is from we want to say listening to the show at work. Thank you for the research you do. Also, your interest. Review was on April 30th. It is 5 stars. They go on to say nothing better to listen to while I camp out at such an background range. Also, look into the Texas Thunderbird, pretty interesting background. I saw this and I don't know the Texas Thunderbird. There's a couple that also do it. It's flying around Texas, supposedly. I didn't know. So I will have to do it. So articles from Johnny titled Great Podcasts, not just my stars. These guys produce a great podcast. They present the information and podcasts on the extended further and various other episodes. It's very interesting, educational, and fun. I love these guys, and as long as they do this podcast, I will subscribe to them. You guys, we want to be great. Yes, I happen to be in the 15 people that you don't know. I'm actually going to do that. So this is the most very good time. Maybe that's 100% of the topics this year. I don't know. Next one is from STZ Felix, October 30th, United States. Titled Amazing Podcast. 5 stars. I was looking around for any interesting conspiracy theory podcasts or current pastors. The first episode I listened to made me fall in love with this podcast because it was interesting and fun. It definitely recommends topics to current conspiracy theories and politics. Felix. Next review is from Strong Twitter. Is that an idea? This 5 stars is such a fan of these beautiful guys. They're going to love this podcast. All the conspiracies and learning new things. Keep up the work. Thank you, Strong. This next is music. Great fun. Got the main first. They just first rappers and such and love this podcast. Like I always say, never seen this podcast. Scrolling TVs and finding cool events is something that I always keep my attention. But how many things seem to be too hard? Keep it simple. Stay interested in new topics and new listeners. Personally, I don't need some sexy voice and a dude making sex jokes when I'm trying to do conspiracies. The episode has Daniel and listen all the way. The others aren't dancing. No hard faces, and I'm trying not to be rude every time I podcast. Keep up the great work. Assume when you said that I can complete, assume me. But thank you for the help. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the love. Our next video is from AH933, which is translated left on May 1st in the United States. Titled Faith with 5 stars. So keep all this please. I'm a 50% podcast from the Beach. I've never been conspiracy theory, but don't the show, not the show, but it's very fun. Don't say the memory that you can keep up the thing as you open your eyes. That's good. Another thing is that after I listen to the first episode, all the way through the episodes, I keep it very people for a lot of episodes titled to the episodes, whether it be discovery, religion, science, kids, anything, jokes. That's it. The world is good for it. Thank you, David. The next point is from JQ189 on May 1st in the United States, titled True Feelings. Cheers. With these 5 stars. Interesting topics and details about workforce and articles. Thank you, JQ. Good. This next one is from Awesome Matt, who's also on my third. It is 4 stars, so it's an awesome podcast. They want to say, when you guys did the DMT episode, no thought of theory. What if heaven is the effect of the DMT on these natural events? It would make sense to me since most of the descriptions is taken so I could just pass it. I think that's your theory. I think that's what you said. But maybe it's not really my theory. They pretty much the DMT is their acid on but thank you for the 4 stars. Thank you for that, man. You're awesome. Right, this next review is by 153638261, and it's from Canada. This 5 stars is such a nice sick. To be honest, I only listened to a couple episodes, but I like how you really go deep on topic. It's awesome how you include proof to the conclusion from the different things. Keep doing what you do. Y'all are great. Thank you. Love you. That's always fun. I think. Those seconds is titled podcast. This is one of my favorites. Good content. These guys are great. I really recommend you conspiracy theories. Next one is from Joseph, left on May 2nd in the United States. Titled with content stars. I started the DMT episode, so I went into it. I looked at just listen to get context. Yeah, they can trust it. 10 hours a day, every day, past 4 weeks. Whew, that's a lot of conspiracy in your brain, man. That's a lot. Alright, this next review is by Big Nickel Q1. It's named third. It's 5 stars. It's such a fun experience to hear. They can only say, if you ain't got papers, then you ain't got them. Riveting subjects with details. You can absolutely tell the research every subject. It pays off in the format of a wonderful podcast episode is humor that I find enjoyable. Most importantly, my dad is my dad. However, genuine free dinners, that's the greatest quality I think you get in review in this world because with you. Chapters have a wonderful chemistry and microphone with like a third each episode. He's a skull by anyway, we'll let him know. But thank you for the 5 stars and the love, and I really appreciate it. It was introduced on page 34, it's not it's 5 stars, it's 11. It is such a fun podcast. These hosts are funny, and I love how they stay the next one is from Really Good Green Massachusetts. Research charts. I missed the interns with lovely relationship. Love the information and comments. We all have great courses for sure. I've been booked since this year. Honestly, I just found that the complex funny. Working on something like that, I just want to have a conversation with my girls. We like me as these big expression things. Yeah, keep it up, guys. Much love. Thank you, guys. I love you. See you too. Love you too. Finally on the floor. So that we can play things that are good. But we love you. Yeah. More stuff to talk to you with. So be prepared. Stuff I review this one. I'm ending my previous one. This episode is awesome. Every song, everybody can do. After the run, please get to for 2 months. It's a free for 8 months. Every day, I'm very interested and intelligent. Don't listen to her on the post to each and the kids. She's actually very unique and impressed by her speaking style. She doesn't have a clear thought. Her sex jokes just touches the experts. It's not a place. It's not a conspiracy theory podcast, but anybody is going to. Well, I appreciate the 5 stars. I appreciate the honesty. Thank you, Pete. In the future, we'll talk more about some stuff. But right now, we'll just leave it there. You know, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate you maybe from the floor and taking us up to the place. Alright, this next review, stuff by Skylar and my fourth is 5 stars. I checked out an episode today, and I'm working through it on the floor, especially with the features of the effect. Human experimentation, and the world. If you don't take the mind to the hospital, this is an excellent podcast. You'll never fall out. You'll never it just happens. Those are actually seriously. Just 2 more reviews. This next review is third review I love PTSD, not listening to that thank you for the love and 5 stars. I want you to put to actually prosecuted or non-prosecuted. The last review, as it was from Chris, that can make growth in my students, trying to create content, 4 stars. When I researched and came to all my confidence, tried to build these jokes until these things
bed, she's access. In fact, I guarantee you, she may die in that year. I would bet any other but you look for the down. No, I guarantee you. Thank you, Nicholas, for the fresh waters. This week, so that's pretty much the end of the episode today. I know you messages and stuff, but it takes up a lot of stuff. But next week, we're going to be releasing an episode. It's not going to be an official episode, but it's just going to provide it's what we have coming out. We aren't taking humongous break between season 1 and season 2. We're just taking a small, necessary break to make the changes needed to the vaccines and the other things that won't be long at all. Trust me, just tune in next week. We'll release an episode giving you all the details. So excited for how the season 2 is going to play out. And again, I want to thank everybody who stuck around and everyone who's listened to us and all the love and support. It really means a lot. I really enjoy doing this. I love it. I wouldn't change it for the world. But thank you very much. I first started my podcast with you, early I was asked to give up the just after that, I was just like, oh, this is kind of fun. And it's pretty much you guys. Yeah, a lot of things happen. I mean, a lot of things since we first started. You know, we made a lot of changes. All of those changes of the show. We're just going to keep on improving, keep on getting better, and keep on giving you guys awesome things to listen to. Thank you for the support. And what's happening? All right, guys, it's okay to be out of this world because you're not alone. Welcome to season 2. My name is Aaron, and I'm your host. There are 2 other hosts that will be joining me this season. One of them, all of you are familiar with, is the Asian sensation who is returning from hunting Bigfoot in Southeast Asia, Danielson. We also have a new host who is joining us. She is the sensation from a different nation who is Croatian. Everyone welcome Anna.
Hello, you cats and kittens.
I'm very excited for season 2 and what we all have in store for everyone. We have a ton of surprises, twists, and turns. So before we start today's episode, I have a few exciting announcements. But before I say, I just want to say, like I always do, we do not want any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. For only $5 a month, which is only 16 cents a day, you can sign up for a Patreon and get an extra episode with me. These Patreon episodes are exclusive to Patreon members only. Today, we actually released 2 Patreon exclusive episodes. We did one on dreams, everything about them, including us telling our most memorable and personal dreams. Also, the other Patreon we did was the Hidden Body Count. If you're into mysterious deaths and suicides, then that episode is perfect.
Another way to support the show is through merchandise. Today we officially launched the merchandise for sale. T-shirts, hats, socks, all that good stuff. And feel free to go to our site. There's a shop button. There.
I just wanted to say that Patreon and merchandise sales goes to bettering the show. For example, like microphones that are on web faces, more audio hosting so that we can have room to record longer episodes. So it just goes right back into it. Also, anything you check out there right now, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, then you can leave us a review on iTunes and that helps us out. If you don't want to leave one though, that's fine. We just want you guys who are aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, accomplish those who are not even underground of people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, or you can go to our website, aliensofthefirstcom.com, click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can click on the voicemail button and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone, and we will play it during the show each week. Please. Man, there was some long announcements. Sorry, they won't be that long in the future. So how today's episode will go is that we will quickly go over what are aliens, a brief history of aliens and the questions around them, maybe take a trip in the Monarch chair, and then the different types of aliens, individuals, encounters, and stories with them, as well as listener segment stories, and then we will jump into strange facts and findings, theories about them, and then we will wrap it all up with our own thoughts and personal feelings on that. So, with that being said, Amos, can you tell us what are aliens? Aliens pretty much are what we describe to be alien beings not from outer space and beyond. Now, alien encounters and abductions do not achieve widespread attention until the 1960s. Many similar stories have circulated decades ago.
So that brings up the question, when was the world's first alien encounter? Many say that they came to help the Egyptians build pyramids. Others say that Jesus or other religious prophets were actual aliens. While all of these are intriguing and interesting to think about, we get the first actual description of a typical gray alien in 1896.
So instead of us talking about the 1896 encounter, let's go experience it ourselves. Alright, Dan, me and you are just going to provide the dust off our Montauk chairs. On it, this is Brian's taking next to David's seat. I think for public a little bit,
So that's like extra magical. I love the bursting purple color you gave.
yeah, if you haven't noticed, Daniel added velvet seats to yours. So that more cushion. We got these plastic seats. They're interesting.
Well, definitely test this new man out for you and how it feels.
Alright, so everything happened to your Montauk chairs and set the location dial to Lodi, California. And make sure you set the date dial to November 25th, 1896. Alright, everybody got the dial set?
It's just in time for Thanksgiving.
And yeah. Is everyone okay?
It's having lots smoother than I was.
Yeah, I think that's shaky. I don't hear it. You have to do that.
It's like a Cadillac. There's something smooth about a Cadillac.
Yeah, we did. Anyways, alright, so you're probably wondering what the hell we're doing here. Standing on the side of a dirt road at one sunset. Well, we aren't here for the sunset. I'll tell you exactly what we're doing. If you look to your left, this dirt road that's in front of us, it leads to a wooden bridge that is about 5 feet away from us. If you look to the right, you will see in the far distance a horse and carriage swinging in towards us. You guys see that? Yeah, we're back in the road. There's no cars here. Alright. So there are two individuals that are riding that horse and carriage. Those two individuals are Prince Juice Shaw, along with his friend Camille Story. Now, what they are about to encounter is behind them. So, when they get to right where you're standing on this road, is where all of this goes down. So, we have to hide in some bushes to watch and listen to what happens. So, there's some bushes right there. Let's jump in and let's watch what happens. So, it's Juice Shaw. Right in the bush. Let's go. Put together an expedition to this way. Let's go see this. Well, I tell you what, man, it's a lot of fun. Who else you got for us here?
Well, I say thank you, Fred. I'm just worried about us crossing that wooden bridge up ahead. Do you think you will hold up?
Of course, I wouldn't do it quite a few times. We'll be just fine.
All right, if you say so.
As the horse appears, for about 100 feet away, the horse comes to the sky. Whoa! What the tarnation?
Oh, did you hear that? It sounds like someone is in the bushes. He's here.
As a girl, you can hear those bushes. Three slaves shooting at each other's left. All of them slowly turn their heads and they directly just hands. They're headed for shot.
Huh? Have you seen what I've seen there?
You're
Human? I mean, they look human, like many respects, but it's still not like anything I have seen before.
whatever they are, they're tall as hell. My finger already 7 feet tall. Look at it. It's super scary. We can't take them much. Let's get the hell out of here.
Get horses, get. They aren't budging.
It looks like we have to get out and introduce ourselves.
What?
Come on, Camille. Let's go say hi. If they try and whip my ass, you got my back, right?
Oh, hell no.
Yeah. Come on. Get out of here. Anyway, let's step up. Hello. Where are you fellas from?
The colonel answers the question. Where are you boys from?
What are you doing? Yeah. They started looking for each other. They're thinking, what are you doing?
What the hell? Are they talking to each other?
Well, this should think like it. I don't think it's going to be as if they're to try to conversate.
Yeah, you keep staring at a horse and carriage. Do you think they want to eat on a horse?
What the hell is wrong with you, Camille? Let's just watch and see what they do. If they're ready, they attack us. All horse. And attacking them. Three strange girls that are walking around the horse carriage. It's like they're having a great
All right, now they're closer to us. They look super weird. Look at the plants. They're so small. They're kind of like stone. They're missing their fingertips.
But damn, look at the feet. What the hell are those? Those things are super big. Yeah, twice as long as my feet. And the toes, yeah. Damn. Those things have long ass fingers.
The entire ocean. It looks like they have better use of their feet than their hands.
Similar to monkeys.
They don't have any clothes on these, but some type of clothes covering them. It doesn't look like hair or feathers.
They don't have hair on their head either. Delicious. Super sweet.
Their noses look like polished ivory.
Man, their eyes are so large. Look at that. So small.
Well, that's good for me. I don't think they got teeth.
If he was each had a bag, Jake, I'm good enough that have also attached to it. Every 5 or 7 minutes, over the place the eyes of each other up and bring it to the glass, which made the sound of its own for the person.
It looks like they're breathing some type of gas.
Yes. The aliens are close. Oh shit. Here they come towards us. Be ready. Ooh, stop.
Oh my God. He's standing right in front of us.
Bitch. I'm not touching it.
No, don't do it.
I'm gonna do it when she says, we'll touch it. I'm gonna reach that place. You can't be pressed like this. The creature started fading away. At the same time, trying to touch the ground. Easy feelings that they absolutely nothing. It's the night. Look at that. The skin is soft. It's like velvet. It's soft as silk.
I don't got a good feeling about this one.
One of the things I hope is going to something the size of a pencil. It's exactly. And being ever open up his head and become a person. Furniture and that is beautiful.
I can't stop staring into it.
Ooh, Jesus, immersion to yours. This way. But goddamn, here we go, girls. Here we go. Hey, good try. Look, they're trying to lift me up. She put it off. Put your hands off me. Things are under the community. They're working out other parts of the problem. They're stepped away from the community. That's right. You better look away from me.
I'm flashing that light from my hands towards the bridge further here.
That's a light beam from their hands. They're towards the bridge. The rest of the hand, 20 feet above the water. Bridge. It's 150 feet in the 3 days quickly to the ship. A door opened on the side of the different people. Turn to them to the extent of
Oh my God, I wouldn't do that.
basically, door of the ship. The rock struck the side of the ship. Exactly. At that point, the ship took off quickly, soon as sight. Now, at that point, the roots of conditions. So as you can see, that's pretty crazy, huh? I mean, we almost got caught.
It was really close.
Yeah, like they were looking at us. So let's get back to the studio as quick as we can. I didn't know if people find each other. You good, honey? Ready to go?
How do you get? I can't figure out how to make it on this.
It just, yours is right here. Here, hop on it. Turn it.
Oh, okay, thanks.
All right. And go. Woo. Man, I could be back in the studio.
And I got really intense real quickly.
We can rock the shit. Yeah, that was crazy. So what we just witnessed was a true story of what happened in 1896. I almost couldn't believe it when I was reading about it. But it really did happen. I thought it was super interesting. A good way to start off today's episode. That was only one part. Now, before we get into some other ones, I figured it would be best if we went over the different types of aliens. So let's go ahead and start that and describe, because there's a whole bunch of different types of aliens. We could describe each type so we get a better feel of them when we go through things. So, you want to start us off with that?
Yeah, for sure. You're right, there are a lot of different alien types. The first one that teaches about are the rays. These alien beings come from a star system known as Zeta Reticuli, which is a star system located somewhere in the southern celestial hemisphere, and was thought to be one of the alien races in contact with Earth. And they're now over 40 light years away. They're practically our closest neighbors. If we had to pick out one particular race in the cosmos and call them the bad guys, they would definitely be these guys. Tall and humanoid, with a long head and distinctive gray features, as they are the most commonly depicted alien life form in our media. They are also the beings that are most commonly described by alien abductees who have been returned to Earth. So the Greys have a great tendency to be involved in abductions because they like to stockpile humans. They think of Earth the way that you would think of a chicken farm, just brimming with genetic material that they just can't wait to get their hands on.
And the next group of aliens we have are the Sassy. The Sassy are having a development of materials and very genes. The development is found in this field of the world, usually area does not need generations of animals. Aliens know the good of integrated beings, however, you get no genetic variation over successive generations, which AJ does. So within the Earth, they basically can share a genetic information, and this genetic crossover in the universe was blessed with an entire region of substance. In a way, they are external cousins. They were then given one planet on to their food and evolved into the best beings that they can eat. Sausage have strong connection with their cells and are their chemically that they eat, where they are mainly
That's what I'm doing, is sauce.
legit.
Looking at me,
I think you are.
I think so too.
So the next one on the list is the Arcturians. Of all the species known to the nature, the Arcturians are the most ancient and the wisest. They are said to be one of the alien races in contact with Earth. Basically, if you had came from any one of these alien species on the list, they would probably have been. Theirs was the first system to be given the gift of life in our galaxy. They mutantly evolved over time and now exist in many forms. The main race of Arcturians stand to about 5 feet with green skin and large black eyes. This race is divided by their minds rather than their bodies and are small in stature. So you could probably take one of them in a fist fight, however their advanced intelligence mean that if any alien species out there knows how to use the Force from Star Wars, well, it's these guys. Thankfully, they do have a reputation for being the most kind and benevolent beings.
These sound like they would be nice to me. You do have a fascination with the team. Okay, so the blue aliens, they're a type of alien that have been known since ancient Egypt. It's said to be involved in some of the construction of some of ancient Egypt's architecture. They're 8 feet tall and have a resemblance to a few humanoid birds. They tend to speak telepathically and tend to make introductions through dreams using a form of language. They may even use light or physical touch to communicate as well. They will typically make physical contact after they have been invited to appear in the physical reality. They use a blue sphere as a form of transportation and can teleport at will to Earth. Unlike with various other different alien species, they do not abduct humans and do not seem to have any intentions of invasion. They tend to simply want open conversations with people, acting as guides to human ascension and spiritual evolution.
Excellent. This is the guy. This is what the whole race is about. It's no problem. They have been counted as the best beings in the first contact with us, spiritual, myth, and new relationship to life. Now realize they're not confirming state factors, so they're taking their time to make themselves even more into such as the early UFO sightings, such as the Rothschild 7 sighting, as the lights, and early responsibility. They're letting down over thousands of people across 4 years and with chapter lights or discuss little video. Yeah, if you want to learn more about the Phoenix Lights, just Google Jeffrey. The next race we're going to talk about is the Empire. So if human beings were able to colonize another planet, what would be the first thing we do? Well, of course, we clear resources, which is exactly what the Anunnaki did when they left the Earth. They came from Planet X, aka
Big Theory, a planet that is believed to rotate around the sun on a very long elliptical orbit that takes it far out into expansive space before coming back in for a close shave of Earth. This crazy elliptical orbit is what makes its presence so hard to prove. However, the presence of the Anunnaki has been noted down in texts dating back to Mesopotamian cultures. They are believed to be one of the alien races that contacted Earth. When the aliens last brushed with the planets in our solar system crashed into another rock, the resulting collision created a planet we now call Earth. While their planet was here, a few of the Anunnaki off of the world and onto ours in search of a yellow element that they call gold. Have you ever wondered why gold is so valuable? Yeah, sure. But it isn't anything useful, and it doesn't appear to sink or produce energy. So why do we as a species desire it so much? Maybe it's because of the advertising so much. People play it up and they try to get you to buy it. Or maybe we desire it so much just because the Anunnaki desire it. Suppose. So while they were here, they enlisted us as their workforce slaves from early for them. That's right. Our entire existence is based on working ourselves out every day so that our alien overlords can have their fix of gold and other precious metals.
Actually sounds quite accurate.
We're the shadow demon. We're the
So now I thought you said we're not
It would bring us into
He would be more like a pale guy since he's mixed. The Anunnaki were one of the alien races in contact with Earth, and we were not the first race involved in the wrecking of mining materials on our little blue planet. Before them came the Alpha Draconians, standing at up to 22 feet tall. These badass beings are made up of pure muscle and resemble freaking dragons. As you can imagine, they were very unhappy when the Anunnaki showed up and took over. However, they're still active on our planet with cooking high echelons of government as they bide their time in an attempt to take over once again.
my question is, where the hell are these 22 feet tall beings behind us? Underground caves? All the way from the middle of Earth?
And
And is it flat Earth?
I never seen that. It's hard to hide that.
And now I'm familiar with the some transforming looking beings coming out. Pure muscle. And I'm like, oh, we're about to fight the enemy and have to come by and so guys ready? What? What is Ryan Girl for? You guys leave us alone.
That's like some of the reptilian shit you talked about in the early seasons.
Yeah. Surprises too.
Ooh,
That's what they are. They're reptilians. Before they came up, it's not like engineered by the whole workforce for the earth. There's a race of intelligent beings who live here. Remember the hands of the Rothschilds. Screaming and singing about the size of the whole vehicle. And they did it underground by the Anunnaki where they said to still reside today. Replica complex laboratories.
Ooh. Now that we have a better grasp and understanding about some of the alien races, let's hop into the juicy stuff, okay? Let's get into some encounters. So the first encounter is called the Gunville and the Cannibal Hitch. This is probably one of my favorite because it's one of the ones that make you go, ooh, that's odd. So I'm going to try to something like that.
In October of 2001, Amy Ryan's, then 22, her husband Keith, and her friend Petra were at their home in Gunville, Australia. Her friend Petra woke up at 11:15 that night and went to her living room where she was horrified to find Amy being carried in a sleeping position out through the window. She was on a beam of light and it was taking her to a, quote, huge ship outside. Petro woke Keith, but by the time he entered the room, Amy was gone. The curtain was torn, the bushes outside were burnt. The pair called the police, who struggled to take the claim seriously. However, around 90 minutes later, Keith received a phone call from a woman in the Cape Plaza, an 8-hour drive from Denver. She said she was with He was at the hospital, dazed and dehydrated. No one could explain how she had traveled such a distance from Saudi Arabia. Amy was uninjured except for red marks on her upper thighs and heels. She said she remembered lying on the bed, tall figures leaning over her, reassuring her and taking samples from her. When she was found, her body hair had grown considerably, suggesting that she had been gone for much longer than a few short hours that she was actually insane.
When I read that one, I was like, okay, number one, she snuck out, and this is the most plausible explanation for the rest of this, okay? She snuck out when her husband went to sleep. Petra covered for her, okay? She snuck out, got into a private jet with her lover. They made sweet, sweet love in the bathtub. It was really cold in the front, so it caused her hair to grow fast. And then they just dropped her off in a random place where they parked at dinner. It was like single, drove away, flew away, partially going into shock, but she was upset. Goes to the hospital, and her calls Petra and says, hey, you need to get the store. And Petra's like, I'm going to go find the gas outside. And then say you're clear off on a date with you. That's more believable. So, to be realistic, that's that's very weird. 9 minutes later, and she's 8 hours away.
I don't know if that's possible, but I will say there's a good chance she had just got off the shower after shaving her legs, and the minute she got out, all of her hair broke out her back. Because let me tell you that something took the time as a woman who shaves her legs. It's when you're in the shower, and the minute you walk out, you already got stubble. And what that happened, I literally took one step out the shower. Yeah, position.
Let's move on to Jesse. Alright, so this is the abduction of Jesse. Jesse Owens was just 5 years old when he said he was abducted by aliens for the first time. He was exploring the woods with his family, and they came upon a ground structure that included a tall figure appeared and other eyes like eyes. Jesse remembers being taken into a craft and he could feel the figures around him, looking at his legs. The next few years, Jesse said he was abducted repeatedly. He claims he was experimented on, including having a spine extracted that was used to cross over with a female later. In 1998, he says the aliens presented him with a baby, which they said was his. He also met 9 more as children. Jesse, now 65, says he knows 8 people who went through the story and insists as the truth. Well, I'm really trying to see. I know you're wondering about the I was wondering the same thing.
I have a girlfriend that who's 5 years old when they did that.
No. For the first time we talked with him, because he was over the next years, many years, he got me repeatedly in the people. So this is not what the next thing. That's
It's like, put a passport all the way to the top.
it's the other sense. You can't escape that. You think, I mean,
Eric, he can't come. He can't come over here because he's just kind of advanced enough. Do you know what it's like growing up with your mother? And anything you can grow?
That's a very interesting.
We got a lot more.
Our next story. Betty Bonnie Betty. Bonnie Betty Burgess was Irish University's most famous case ever recorded by Josh. Bonnie and Betty Hill were died back on a holiday in Niagara Falls. Despite the sky was closer, the virtually appearing its huge shape between the ocean. So he saw the running holiday figures shining back from the trees. That was the spot. Terrified. However, they both claimed to have experienced a constant sensation when the Bonnie did not claim that God 4-hour treatment continues for 9 hours. The nose closed with transition streets, the bed had a mysterious big powder ripples. She began having an intense dream about her two again saying that she took the power across the trail. Whether she grew a star map where she said that she would jump for them. And then the was Bonnie was involved in a civil rights movement and in the social work. More than any reason to suspect her is wrong. Yeah, I think that's much fun. We can cookies and 11 humanoids shining back and forth in face, scratching them. The alien version of it. Yes, whoa. I would pick the same thing.
I would have been fucked up for life because I would have been sitting there looking at them thinking, oh, it's out there. I just saw that. I know I saw that. And what else is
Yeah. I would just say that big fight.
But how do you know what? I know what it was. If it was a powdered fun dip and she wanted to eat some of that stick, you know what I mean? Every time.
Yes, and she totally forgot about it. Because she just saw some aliens.
Yes.
100%.
You know, it's tradition because Daniel Sun on the show, the first is because alien sensation. And so now, we're kind of just
So everybody's
yes. So we're going to get into Travis Walton's abduction. It was 1975 in November. 6 forestry workers in Arizona reported seeing their colleague Travis Walton blasted through the air in a beam of light from a UFO above the trees. The workers reported Walton missing, but 5 days later, Walton reappeared, claiming that he had been abducted by aliens. He described everything on the table, surrounded by small figures in orange gowns. Their skin was smooth and chalky, and their body heads were too large for their bodies. They had huge, shiny brown eyes. While it was three aliens and fled through the ship, he eventually met more humans on board, dressed in blue uniforms. They didn't speak to him, but forced a gas mask onto his face, so he lost consciousness. Walton claims the thing he remembers was waking up, shaky and confused, on the first side of Arizona.
You think he was like walking and woke up on the side of the road? And he had memories. You think he could sit there and talk to himself? I think he could live like that.
Oh yeah, if you remember alien any sort of story, you're gonna have to start with just saying it. You can go at the same time, you may have a really vivid dream and swear that you were there, this happened, and then that was this. So,
I didn't put that.
let's hear it.
Very first I just forced the These guys are out there listening. They recognize fucking bad mushrooms. That was really, and the scary is
Alright, now let's get into the Jonathan Reed story. So let me start off by saying this is going to sound super crazy, as anything. And it's been called up for based off the TV show Rothschild. So we will have a link to show you side by side and come to your own conclusion for you guys decide. But Jonathan Reed was a child psychiatrist in Seattle in 1996 and worked at the University of Washington. Right off the bat, the new Jonathan Reed was walking his dog Susie down a path that would take by the woods. Now, Susie took off over the woods, which wasn't good. I mean, she usually just go investigate some other soon and always come back with Jonathan dog. What was different this time is that the dog barking, it sounded like it was getting into a fight with something. So Jonathan ran with the woods with her his dog, hoping that a mountain lion wasn't trying to kill his dear Susie. And at that time, what he saw was her intended with a creature. And the creature, grabbed Susie's claws and tore her in two, ripping her spine and body. Her remains would immediately turn to one punch throat. Jonathan was so angry by this, all he wanted to do was to kill the cat. So while this was happening, he grabbed a big stick, ran over it, and hit the beam in the back of the head.
The moment they did that, he became extremely disoriented and anxious. He was recording the alien and throwing up at the same time. He had a camera on him because when he went out walks and take tours and videos of nature, that's what they do. So of course he had his camera. So all this information came from pictures that he's got posted on videos. But anyways, so during this account, he looked up to see a black floating object. It was about 3 feet off the ground, just up to him. He went and took pictures all around it and then did a 360 video. Ultimately, what happens is he puts this creature, and he calls Freddy in his truck and takes him home. And then he records himself examining Freddy, moving the head side to side, looking at the room, and he had the back of the head, keeping Freddy. He opened up the eyes and was like, playing in there and everything like that now. And even in the video, the alien gets red-eyed, which I don't know if you guys know how that happens in photos, but basically, the only way to get red-eye in a photo is to have an actual red-eye, because the red-eye is the light reflected from the back of your eye, and that's what you're seeing. Hypothetically, you can't fake a red-eye. I actually have to red-eye. I kind of that. It makes sense. You have to have an actual eye to have the same. Just so you think about it. He also opened up his alien's eyes, and you could hear it making sound. It was super creepy, stuff you've never heard before. Highly recommend listening to it. Later on, the alien becomes a bit less phased, and the audio that was recorded back is terrifying to hear. It sounds extremely crystal. You can do a couple of videos. So, we're putting this alien into and at one point he opens it, and the sound of it, I swear it sounded like a demon if I ever heard it. It gave me chills to my bones here and there. And I haven't been able to yet, but I don't know. But if I find that, I will 100% put up on Twitter. So we had made his house for there were black vans of the driveway, and Freddie was gone. They told him never speak of this again, and to advocate never. And he ends up having his whole life to right. They felt involved in something, and bank account, their college degree, their job, Some people have even come out to say that they were told not to acknowledge it and insisted. The coworker he had and a good teller who he called the time. She even was wondering if they're arguing against the men. And was trying to say that she knew. So, you know what, I know this happened to. He comes in all the time. He goes to go and we're not. So what he had left from this encounter were the pictures, the videos, and what we're going to talk about now, a link artifact. The link cave artifact. That came off of Freddy during their fight.
The lake artifact is tough, massive, armature humans, and its goal is three small airplanes and the only spirits of the basic people and used in their skin, 23 percent. Weighing only 27.30 grams, it was found to be made of mostly a radical mixture of silicon, aluminum, radium, aluminum, manganese, copper, zinc, bismuth, gold, some unknown elements, unrecognizable What's for all, it forms to fit the world. Read a force this up, because that works. It's hard. Put that percent. You actually noticing efficiency and compliance somehow the culture for change.
He explained that every time he boarded a slave artifact, he was welcomed by a golden ancient light, and it was named Hunter. He's quoted saying, "It's amazing and so wonderfully tender. Each time I've been in its presence, it becomes almost painfully depressing when we send it back to our dimensional reality. It's impossible to comprehend this. I never imagined there would be such tender, yet powerful, unconditional, compassionate love. Just thinking of it now makes me begin to weep. I certainly do know," we continue after this human condition is finished. "I've been there. I've seen it. I've personally, physically experienced it. I know there is life after death. He's shot. He's been threatened. People he cares about have mysteriously died and have gone missing. But at the end of the day, he says that his story is no one else's, and he doesn't care if people believe him because he knows where he's at." So I was thinking about this story for a really long time, and I've always believed it. And as I got older, I decided to research it again. There's so much stuff said about it being a hoax. And again, after I looked into it, I saw a lot of misinformation. You had TV shows that would tell you that this wasn't real. I think you can take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I know what people do if you investigate. Like, you look and you form your own opinions. Don't base your opinions off of other people's stuff. That's why we tell you on the show that we give you the information, but go verify it for yourself and then form your own opinions as well. We'll tell you our opinions, but don't base your opinions just off our opinions. Form your own. If you think ours is the best, then you come to the same conclusion, and it's awesome, you know? That's why I trust the media. I don't believe in like, what's that science sort of? I don't know.
Yeah, that snakes will tell you that don't believe and it's just that's a good comparison. I like that.
The weatherman and snakes. Like this next door neighbor is Jessie Westenberg. She lives in Staffordshire, England, and weirdly enough, in month of Reed, October of 1954, she had her first alien encounter. One of the weirdest reported sightings of the the family would ultimately have 6 encounters total. Honestly, we didn't think we could do her genuine storytelling enough justice, so we're going to play this video for her explaining her personal story. I'm really cool to link to this video to my social media. So we're going to play that story right.
Staffordshire had a host of its own sources. Strange things. But the strangest of all was seeing what more of its cottage. Mysteries of wisdom were living in that farming out in country. Well, what? You just tell me what you saw.
it was just like a giant cold before a fire, sort of yours, you know. And the first reaction was, oh, the children, I thought maybe a plane crashing or something like that. And sent to them and I went to find my two sons lying flat on the ground in the garden. Shouting at me with a fire person. Well, naturally, just I couldn't have a stupid clear house. But first, some strange sensation. One of the side of the house, two hours in the tent where we used to gather our water from. And automatically looked up to see this, or I can describe it as huge Mexican house. It was stationary at this point, and it was black silver in color, and it had a dome. It was tilted. So that I could see that people in it. You saw people in it. I saw people in it. There were two people in it. These people were beautiful people. That's why they were strangers. They had long golden hair, like a page-work dog, just like the old kings. You used to see photographs of the old kings. And the colour of the hair was golden. But I'm sure that was just they had a sort of put on that jumper up there, the heat tracksuit, and held me. These people weren't sat behind me, they were sat together, but this whatever it was tilted so that I could see them and they could see me.
Were you looking at them too? You looked too close.
It was just sort of like a chocolate, I suppose. But I had the perspective so that I could see me and see them. And they had beautiful faces, which you have to get those faces through. The forehead seemed to be a bit larger. And, you know, the bottom of it, as normal people you would expect to see. But maybe this was just whatever they had on their heads, which is like a transparent fishbowl. And they just looked, and I was absolutely paralyzed fear. I couldn't believe what I was taking out. And they were so sympathetic. But I was just mesmerized with what seemed to me all ages, but it took 100 seconds. And I turned to sort of look down at the eyes. It was only part of their reading, because I was so observed. And the next thing, I looked up, and it was me. I was going to the pool. It was me. But the height, I couldn't tell them. But the house that you've seen, it was just on top of the roof. It was hardly on top of the roof.
What was it compared to the top?
It's horrible. The Mexican people afterwards. I couldn't see the roof was completely left out. The chimney was the same. All I could see was this massive object that I described as like a Mexican type, a Mexican house without a door.
And then through the second,
I didn't see it. I didn't definitely have done, but I assumed it was straight up. Because the short while after in the sky, I looked around and the second magic words, what can you say with me? Exactly, it's a day or two, and I watched it, we just had a little cutting